Dan Dickerson's right. What a moment. Should be another great atmosphere tonight. A better atmosphere at the night game. Tigers' magic number is 4. Let's get to the phones, talking about chances for both the Lions and the Tigers to win it all. Who's got the better chance? Linda in Kalamazoo, you're on 97.1.
Hi, good morning, Jim. Long time no see. For those who don't know, he used to host a show in Grand Rapids, and I used to listen to him there, and now I finally been able to work the smartphone enough to get your app, and am enjoying it. As far as the answer to your question about the Tigers or the Lions making it all the way, I think right now the Tigers have got just as good of a chance as anybody. I mean, realistically, if you get into the playoffs, anything can happen. Look at what the Texas Rangers did last year. Mm-hmm. Nobody expected them to go all the way, and look at what they did.
It's incredible the spot they've put themselves in. And Linda, appreciate you jumping through the hoops and using the Odyssey app.
Linda,
and
I appreciate you
in.
following Jim all the way here. I would like to introduce myself. I'm John Jansen. It's very nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too, John. And I already spoke with Greg, and I will be a loyal listener to all the shows now, and I'm looking forward to hearing Kerry Carpenter this morning, see what he has to say. What was the attendance yesterday? I never got the attendance.
We were talking about this off air, right? Wasn't it reported like 20-something, but
23,000 tickets sold.
But actual attendance was maybe 16 and again, it's understandable. It's a day game. It's a late change to the schedule, and the game didn't even start on time because of rain.
Right.
But Kerry Carpenter, 9:35 this morning.
Yes.
Look at that. A
little shout out to a previous former radio life.
Yeah.
Nice.
We'll slice it back in the day right there. Some ticket text.
Slice of your listening demographics.
There you go. Ticket texter says, you guys played Scott Harris audio. Does it sound like he's trying to take some credit for this Tigers run? What has he done to contribute? Kevin in Clarkston.
What has Scott Harris done to contribute to this?
That's what they said, yes.
Well, I mean, we had the post yesterday on social media of who gets the most credit. And, I mean, the guy that's in his position is always, unless you are the, best record in Major League Baseball, most of the time the president of baseball operations or the general manager is not going to grade well because there's always moves that people think should be done. As you have said, you've already given them 2 strikes. But you talk about the development of these players. And is Scott Harris ultimately responsible? Yes, years down the road, but he's only been here 2 years. And he has made some changes in the farm system. His philosophy of valuing the strike zone, we've seen that pay off for some guys. And Justin Henry Malloy was one of his guys that he went down to Atlanta and got. And is Justin Henry Malloy going to be a major factor moving forward? No. But he has had some key moments this season in very pivotal games. And you start thinking about some of the other moves that he has made behind the scenes. Does he have a huge hand? No, because he's only been here 2 years.
You said people in his position don't tend to get a ton of credit. I disagree.
I think they get more of the blame than they do get the credit.
I think when a team transitions from losing to winning, the team president or GM tends to get a lot of credit. Like Brad Holmes gets a lot of credit. If the Wings make the playoffs, Yzerman, is going to get a ton of credit. Yet Scott Harris finished below Alavila in our poll. This isn't put up.
I also think that in baseball, everything takes a little bit more time because the impact players that you draft and that you pick up in football are supposed to be impact players now.
Yep.
Max Clark, all right, he could be a part of the future. We don't know, but that's a Scott Harris guy. And, you're looking at, okay, well, these players are just going to take a little bit longer to be impactful, and it's a delayed response is guess what I'm looking at.
Yeah. Listen, called up Jackson Jobe. We can give him credit for that. Sure. All hands on deck. I would have liked to see more all hands on deck moves this season, but to his point, to Harris's point, if they get in anyway and they go on a run anyway, he gets credit for that. Well, absolutely.
But now the credit is, again, moving forward and the delayed response. If you're going from a bad team to a good team, and you want that credit, now you've come out and said, when we build the foundation, when it's there, and I think we can all agree that it's there, the resources will be there to then go out and spend. And it's going to come down to the decisions that he makes at that point.
Yes, absolutely. All right, we got Sharon Moore coming up at 7:35. Get some of his thoughts on winning a football game with 32 passing yards. Is that the formula moving forward?
12 attempts.
For Michigan football. Asked him about the Little Brown Jug. Rivalry trophies. Do we need to see more of them? We'll get to that at 7:35. I'll address a ticket texter. No, that was not my mom that called in. Let's get to Heather with the news.
A doctor in Taylor was arrested on Tuesday in his office after his clinic and his home were raided in connection to a years-long illegal pill operation. So according to Taylor police, people were traveling from all over the Midwest to get their painkillers from this doctor. The 78-year-old man is accused of also faking medical bills, faking medical records, and his neurology clinic has now been shut down. His staff all without jobs, and his patients obviously are left without a doctor. And speaking of his patients, it sounds like there was a lot of patients that were shocked by these allegations, didn't know that any of this was going on. But then there's other patients like Autumn Allen, who says right off the bat, he was pushing painkillers on her. Yeah, and it sounds like this was a horrendous case. The police are saying that this is one of the worst offenders of pill trafficking in the state. And they're saying that by getting him, they're essentially getting a drug dealer off the street.
Yeah.
Pretty crazy that this goes on right under our noses and we don't even realize it. Rally House will be taking over 3 former Emden stores in Ann Arbor. So months after financial struggles, Emden filed for bankruptcy back in August. But on Tuesday, it was announced that Rally House is going to expand its footprint, now having 4 stores in Ann Arbor. Of course, they do say that each Rally House location there is going to feature an expansive selection of Michigan Wolverine gear. So
makes sense.
Of course, right? That's going to be probably front and center feature. They're going to have a lot of cool jerseys, hoodies, hats, t-shirts, everything, and every other team as well. So that's good news.
Yeah, when you're the belly of the beast, you're going to sell the beast's memorabilia.
Yeah, cater to your audience.
Brett Favre revealed yesterday that he has Parkinson's disease. So he was actually testifying before Congress about a welfare fraud scandal that he is kind of caught up in. He was not facing any charges at the time, and he's already repaid more than $1 million in funds that were allegedly misspent. But during this hearing, he was saying that he was a victim as well, scammed by this biotech company that was developing a concussion drug. So here's what he said. Now, he is 54 years old, still very young.
Yeah.
Right.
He played 20 years in the NFL, and it's not clear whether the Parkinson's was caused by concussions, but there is some correlation between head injuries and Parkinson's. The Parkinson's Foundation says that scientists believe it's caused by a combination of genetics and environmental factors, including head injuries.
A lot of former players are very concerned about some of the developing science because it is all, you don't know until you're dead, and they take a look at your brain as to what was the root cause of it. And even at that point, there's still speculation as to what it is. But yeah, there's a lot of former players that are a part of the concussion protocol or a part of the concussion study that are, anytime something like this comes out, it raises a red flag like, oh my goodness, what do I do?
Scary.
Yeah.
For sure. Finally, Coca-Cola is pulling a product from its shelf less than a year after it was released. So if you're a fan of Coca-Cola Spiced, it's being discontinued. It was just brought out, but they're saying, hey, you know what? It's not selling like it was supposed to. They say they created it to attract Gen Z drinkers. Apparently, Gen Z drinkers don't like this spice. So they do say that they're going to pull it, even though it was supposed to be a permanent fixture in its lineup, and they're going to introduce an exciting new flavor in 2025.
There you have it. Heather with the news. Be listening later this hour. We'll tell you how you can win tickets to Monday Night Football, Lions and Seahawks. We have Michigan head football coach Sharon Moore next. It's 97.1. And right now, tell you about getting your teeth clean, taking care of your smile. Brightside Dental. That's Brightside Dental. 1-800-PAINLESS or BrightsideDental.com. Look, life gets busy. You fall out of that routine of going to the dentist. And it might be because you moved. Like, for instance, when I graduated college, moved to the other side of the state, didn't have a regular dentist. So you missed that 6-month cleaning, and then another 6 month, and then another 6 month. Too many 6-month cleanings. You want to get back into that rhythm, and you want to go somewhere where they're not going to make you feel bad because you haven't been to the dentist in a minute. That's Brightside Dental. They'll take care of you. They have 8 offices in Metro Detroit, $35 new patient special, free exams and x-rays to kick off your dental journey. 1-800-PAINLESS, BrightsideDental.com. It's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care.
When it comes to managing your finances, you need a bank that gets you and is genuinely interested in your success. That's why I bank, and I think you should as well, with First Merchants Bank. Whether it's your business banking or day-to-day personal banking, First Merchants Bank is 100% interested in helping you prosper. First Merchants bankers are attentive. They're going to take the time to get to know you as they did me, and they're going to work with you to build a financial plan that fits your unique situation. When you make the switch to First Merchants Bank, you're also going to get access to their highly rated mobile banking app with innovative personal finance tools. Plus, they're deeply connected to the community's needs because it's their community as well, and they volunteer and donate on a regular basis to local causes to ensure that we all prosper together. This is the difference of 100% interest in you. For a better banking experience, visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Tarek Skubal sharing a few laughs after the game. 7 shutout innings with 7 strikeouts. Tigers' magic number is down to 4. That's right, magic number season is back. 5 games left. Any combination of Tiger wins and Twins losses, adding up to 4, puts the Tigers in the playoffs.
Does it make you nervous at all to talk about the magic number?
No,
it doesn't me either. I mean, they're in the driver's seat. They control their own destiny.
What was that?
Yes.
That's why I don't really worry. I mean, this feels like house money. It feels like it's inevitable. When things start to get rocky on the bases, they just get out of it. Destiny. All right. I feel like I'm beating a dead horse. Okay.
Because it seems so improbable. And Tom mentioned this early in August about the record that they would need to have to ultimate. Now, it may not need to be as dramatic, but 33-11 was, Tom, the record that you mentioned back at the beginning of August.
No, that going into Labor Day. After they had somewhat played well, I said this would have to be their finish.
Right, so they already had some of these wins under their belt.
Counting back from late August, and it would be a 33-11 finish to get the 87 or 88 wins.
Yeah.
They're 28-11 since.
The conversation at that time was, are they fake contending? And when you brought out they'd probably have to go 38 or 33-11, we all said, yeah, right. I mean, that's
750 baseball. You know how hard that is?
Yeah, I remember you saying that, and I have the same reaction now as I did then. It's a laugh, but it's right before our eyes.
Yeah, it's just incredible. It's borderline insanity if you would have suggested this. This is why we did fake contending, because it just to continue to compound at winning at that rate is absurd in this game. It doesn't happen very often. I know first person will say, "Oh, well, somebody went 35-5 once." Yeah, once.
40 years ago.
Well, and somebody
Who they play in the World Series?
Yeah.
Ticket Texter says, poetic. Padres.
And somebody
Destiny.
has come back from, the depths, but it's happened once in baseball history, and that was 51 years ago.
That's 100 years of baseball or more, and we have one instance of it happening.
Yeah.
Could be 2 at the end of this week. They could clinch as soon as Thursday night. It could happen Friday night. Downtown Detroit, a party going on when everybody realizes playoff baseball is officially back in the Motor City. It's all in front of us, and it would wrap into a weekend that culminates with the Lions on Monday Night Football. We have tickets to give away today for that Monday night matchup with the Seattle Seahawks.
Oh.
So you're going to want to be listening, and you're going to listen for a drop from Dan Campbell. When you hear him say, like mother's milk when you're a baby, when you hear the Lions head coach reference breastfeeding, you're going to want to call in and have your chance to win a pair of tickets to see the Lions Monday night, and it includes a pair of passes to the Lions VIP tailgate party at Eastern Market from the Bullseye Event Group. Bullseye Event Group, where you can get your details as well, bullseyeeventgroup.com for tickets to that Lions VIP tailgate. They have all-you-can-eat food and open bar. It's 3 hours before each Lions home game. In the next hour, listen for that Dan Campbell drop. Call in, your chance to win. John, we had Sharon Moore on, and I think the question is, what Michigan did, does it change the outlook of their season, and can they continue to win that way?
Well, first part, does it change the outlook of their season? Yes. After USC beat LSU, now all of a sudden, instead of 3 opportunities to play against big opponents and opponents that they were not going to be favored against, it went from Texas, Oregon, and Ohio State to include then USC. And now all of a sudden, hey, you beat one of those opponents. It's a game that you're not favored. It's a higher ranked opponent than you. Yeah, it changes the outlook of the season. Now, the second part, can they continue to win that way? This week, yes. It's Minnesota.
Yep. Can
they win that way against Washington? Yes.
Road game, sure. It'll be tougher, but sure.
Yes, but can they? I mean, It's not, will they or...
It's tough to imagine 32 passing yards being a winning formula most weeks. As good a run team as they have been and could be, 32 passing yards probably not...
32 passing yards means that you're running for 200, 250 to 300 yards. Yeah. 290 yards on Saturday. So if they have a repeat performance, sure they can. But I think the better question is, will they continue to win this way?
Right.
And no, the answer is no. They won't be able to continue to win this way. Against Minnesota, yes. Minnesota gave up a 200-yard rusher last week, and Michigan's rushing attack is much more diverse and better than they faced last week. So it can work for another week, but will it keep working? No. You're going to have to eventually show that you have a passing threat.
So they won last year at Penn State with, 29 consecutive runs to close out the game.
Stop throwing the ball mid-second quarter.
Yeah, and they really didn't throw the ball to beat USC. Those are good football teams. Mm-hmm. Those aren't great football teams.
You're talking a one-off last year and a one-off this year.
Right, and that's the point is I think Oregon, I think Texas was proof of this too, but Oregon, Ohio State, I still chalk those up as losses. I still feel like this team is going to finish 9-3. That was the preseason thought. Now, it got dark for a couple weeks there, and we started talking about 7 wins, 8 wins. I do think the win against USC stabilized things for Michigan, but I don't think their ceiling gets any higher unless they have a real vertical threat throwing the ball. Because, John, those third downs are painful when you know it's got to be a screen pass because there's nothing down the field that Orji can complete with reliability, with consistency. I think the good teams who are tougher than USC will line up with the safety in the box, will put you on man coverage on the island, and they'll dare you to beat them. And I don't trust Orji to do that. Michigan will be stable because they can run the ball and bully the bad teams and still get to that 8, even 9 wins. But I think their ceiling is capped unless they get more downfield passing.
Yeah, and at some point, whether it's you just say once a quarter, once a half, we're just going to chuck it deep. I mean, they showed that against Arkansas State. Okay, no big threat there, but Orji showed he has a strong arm, couldn't connect with Fred Moore, and now all of a sudden you run into an issue, and I think on that play, Fred Moore didn't run all the way through the route. If he did, maybe it's a completion, but if you're a receiver, and this is not a knock on Michigan's receivers, and you're running routes and routes and routes and routes, and it's never coming your way, at some point you're like, you might not be giving – maybe it's 95% and you need 100% on the one opportunity that you have in that game. That is mentally taxing. And I'm not blaming Fred Moore for that. I'm not blaming Alex Orji for overthrowing him. Like, that is where you have to at some point, for the mental health of your wide receiver room, give them a chance to go make a play. Throw it up. Say, you know what? Samaj Morgan, Fred Moore, Tyler Morris, go make something happen. Kendrick Bell, go make something happen. Earn your right to get more balls thrown your way. Alex Orji, earn more right to throw the ball.
If you want to talk Michigan football, we can carve out a little time, 248-539-9797. I already see people on hold that want to talk Tiger baseball. We're going to reset everything at 8 o'clock. Be listening for your chance to win Lions tickets. It's a busy Wednesday. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by the Sam Bernstein Law Firm. The Tigers' magic number to make the postseason is now 4. A 2-1 win over the Rays and a Twins loss has them 2 games better than Minnesota in the race. Tarek Skubal contributed 7 more innings with only 2 hits and 7 strikeouts as he seeks the AL Cy Young Award. And Wenzel Perez was the daily hero, driving in both of the runs after long at-bats. Detroit has now won 12 of their last 15 games. They remain tied with the Royals in the standings, who beat the Nationals in extra innings. After signing a 7-year contract extension, Wings defenseman Mo Sider says he is thankful and loves that he'll be wearing a Detroit jersey for a very long time. He joined the team for their first Detroit practice yesterday with their first exhibition tonight. For the first time in program history, Michigan State women's soccer are the #1 team in the nation, according to the United Soccer Coaches Preseason's poll. They're 8-0-2 in Week 6 after going 2-0 last week in Big Ten play. Also, the general public can buy tickets to the Lions' Week 6 watch party at Ford Field today. The team will be on the road in Dallas for the game. This is the first time the team has done a regular season watch party with fans other than just season ticket holders. Those will go on sale to the general public at 10 a.m. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
All right, good morning. Jim Costa with John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov, and Greg behind the glass on a Wednesday where we're giving away Lions tickets, where we're talking about our baseball team down the stretch could clinch a playoff spot as soon as Thursday with the magic number down to 4. Ideally Friday, because you could do it after a win, and Friday rolls into weekend, everybody's partying. But hey, playoff baseball feels inevitable for the city of Detroit after yesterday's results.
Yeah. I mean,
and look at you. You are taking it reverse Major League. An extra item of Tigers clothing every day. Tigers hat, now Tigers jersey.
Yeah, I think everybody is going to be appreciate I'm doing the reverse Major League.
Trust us, we are.
Yes.
Heather has volunteered her closet to help you complete this. For every win, we'll get you another item.
I'm waiting for the T-shirt, maybe the hoodie, something like that. You know, I mean, I can't promise it won't end up being ripped.
I got a real cute jean jacket.
Oh, a jean jacket.
Yeah.
Oh, John.
Oh, I might have to cut the sleeves off.
Okay.
Oh,
do you ever want it back?
I mean, I never wear it.
Okay.
I used to wear it.
Yeah.
It's really cute.
And now, it's been in the closet for a decade. Now it's time to break it out.
I could. Maybe.
I'm going. I'm going to the game tonight.
I'm still not sure it would fit even if I took the sleeves off.
I said I'm going tonight. When's the last time you guys have been out? Like, it feels like tonight's a good night for people to get to the ballpark. Heather, you used to work there all the time.
I've only been to one game since I stopped working there.
Yeah,
which is
this is
sad.
the first year I haven't been to a Tigers game in a long. I mean, I didn't go to, and not many people went, if any, in 2020. But
right,
I've always been able to make one or two.
Yeah, same.
But they didn't start their resurgence. And normally I don't care. I just like to take the family. But the resurgence happened in August, which paired with football season.
Yep.
And a weeknight is just not in the cards for me to get downtown.
Has Teddy been to a game? Have you taken him yet?
We were supposed to, but then he, as kids do, they get sick whenever you have something fun planned.
He would have a blast.
Oh yeah, it would be unbelievable. And he loves baseball. He sits there and watches baseball with me all the time. Loves baseball. All of his favorite movies are baseball movies. So yeah, he would have a great time. And if we could get down there tonight, it would be a great time.
It feels like a real-life movie that's taking place in front of us. Angels in the outfield, Field of Dreams, Major League. Everybody's made references on Ticket Text. Let's get to the phones. Adam, you're waiting. You're on 97.1. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. Hey, I want to play devil's advocate because while everyone's like loving what Detroit's doing right now, and it's great, but my biggest concern is for the offseason and how everyone thinks that Chris Ilitch is like a cheapskate, including myself, when it comes to spending money. I still think there's clear holes on this team, and my biggest fear is he's going to say, oh, we can get to the playoffs under a $100 million payroll. We don't need to try to go get, an Alex Bregman. We don't need to try to go get a Christian Walker. We don't need to try to maybe get a project to, build back up like a Shane Bieber, for instance. Something
Walker
like
Bueller, something like that, yeah.
Yeah, and, it's like, yeah, we've had proven history with like Lorenzen and Flaherty that guys can come here and get better, move on, and use them as trade bait. But I'm kind of done with that. Like, I kind of want to get some guys to be sustainable Tigers, like for longer contracts. And that's my biggest fear. I don't know what you guys think, but I don't think anyone's talked about it. And another reason I think that is because they did hire a dude from the Tampa Bay Rays named Rob Metzler. And I think he's their analytical and scouting guy now. And that's how Tampa operates. So I'm wondering if that's what you guys have thought of or anything like that.
Well, we can only take them at their word. And actions are going to speak louder than words. And the actions right now are that, yeah, they're not willing to spend. But Scott Harris has said when the foundation is there, the resources will be there. So the challenge is this off-season is put your money where your mouth is.
Adam, I don't think the fear is unfounded given the reluctance to spend from the current regime. I like that it applies pressure, though. Because if they get in, and really even if they didn't get in at this point, it's clear you're so close you do need to add. But especially if they get in and you get a whiff of postseason success, it should only fuel an offseason where you add Willie Adames at shortstop or Christian Walker at first base. And the idea is you can never have enough good players. I know they have young players, but when we had Scott Harris on in the summer, I asked him, can you do both? Can you develop guys and support the young players? And we danced around that conversation a little bit. And he did say, yes, you need to be able to do both. So I think this offseason, the goal is, while Trey Sweeney and Jace Young and Torkelson, they have a really young infield with Colt Keith, they're not all going to be all-stars. Give AJ more good players and let him continue to manage with even better baseball players. Give him options and more flexibility, because then it takes a team that's on the cusp of the playoffs and maybe makes them a team that could win a division, that could win a World Series. I think that's what I'm hoping this run is. And maybe that's glass half full, that I'm hoping that this pushes them. I do understand the fear. I mean, we had Jason Benetti on and we asked him about spending. He said, where would you put him? And it's Jason.
That's a very cringe comment. And
we love Jason, to be clear.
I don't want to throw him under the bus, but you also believe that the guy that is on the home broadcast probably has some conversations with Scott Harris, with ownership at some point, and you'll hope he's not just towing the company line. I understand where he's coming from, but when he says that, both of you and I looked at each other in the moment. We're like, "Oh,
Jason, come on, that's not what we wanted to hear.
Where are you going to put him?" I mean, I can figure a couple of spots to put him, and you always go back to, can you really ever have too many bats? What if? And let's just hey, we're going to have him on later. Kerry Carpenter. What if one of your players gets hurt and misses 60 games in a season? You got to have somebody that you can go to that can also hit.
I'm right there with you. 248-539-9797.
Yeah, look, this has been awesome. It's been magical. But this team is still struggling to hit and score runs. This team needs a bat. And however you want to puzzle and piece that together, they need a bat from outside the system. And the puzzle of the infield, is Torque part of this? Who knows? Do you shift Keith the first and Young to second? We're probably going to get those answers next year. But third base is potentially open. But then you got Young, and I can see the path to what that caller was saying, that the only thing they add is a pitcher.
They replace Flaherty because you got to go through 162 games.
And Maeda.
And Maeda. Is Baez on the roster next year?
Oh, that's where, it's my deal breaker. I just don't, you have to pay him anyways.
Correct.
Bye.
It's what's best for the team is to not play him. And I think they've shown that over the last 30 or so games where they've won 2 of every 3, and they're the best team in baseball in that span. Dylan in Southgate, this is the story we were looking for. You're going to your first game of the season tonight.
Yeah, well, thanks for having me, guys. Not only is it the first game I'm going to, I actually haven't even watched the Tigers on TV. I just have been listening to them here on the station and hearing the hype train build. And so I've seen a couple highlights here and there on TV, but I haven't really sat down and flipped on Bally's. But so I'm excited to see these young guys.
Hey, I think it's great. First of all, yes, that is a good option. Listen here on the main deal. But I think you're going to have a great time tonight, and I hope you enjoy. Are you taking anyone in with you?
Yeah, me, my little sister, and her friend, and my grandpa.
Oh, there you go.
Family affair.
Yeah.
I love it. Dylan, enjoy the game tonight.
Yeah, have a great time.
Thanks. Hope to see you there, Jim.
Yeah, hey, say hi. I'll be there. I'm excited. And I'm not jinxing this. I know you have this thing, John, where when I go to a game for one of our teams on the edge of a playoff race.
Are you sitting amongst the unwashed, or are you going to be up in the...
I'm not going as a media member. I want to be a fan. Like, people say, well, you can go to all these games for free with a media pass. Fine, but I like being a fan at these games.
It's so much more fun to be a fan.
Yeah. I mean, because, technically you're not allowed to cheer
in the press
box. Yeah, and you don't want to have that moment, be that guy.
And be, hey, sir, a little professionalism up here. Hey, you don't want to have to deal with that. I want to go as a fan. This is a fun time. We should all be enjoying this.
I know, but as when you go as a fan, I mean, are you taking your bride with you?
She's not coming. I'm going with a friend.
Oh.
She's a hockey fan, not a baseball fan.
Oh, okay.
I got a bunch of buddies that are big baseball fans. It's not hard to ask someone to go to a Tigers game now.
You gearing up?
I don't have really much Tiger gear. I'm just going to go and enjoy the game.
I'm trying to figure out what the cost of experience is going to be like.
I don't have a car flag for the Tigers.
We saw it a couple of years ago. You posted it, and then it was gone.
You don't have a Tigers hat?
I don't wear hats. I'm sure I have one in the house.
Wait. You don't wear hats at all?
No. How long have you known me? Have you ever seen me wearing a hat?
Not in here.
I don't know. I thought you would definitely wear one.
I haven't really seen you outside the studio very much. You don't wear a hat?
I don't know.
Now, do you wear the skipper hat on those cruises you go on?
Oh, gosh.
What cruises are those, Tom? Say what you
cruises,
want to say.
yes.
I know what you want to say. There you go. Say it. We got Kerry Carpenter joining us at 9:35 this morning. John's Power Surge at 8:35. More of your phone calls, more of your texts. It's 97.1.
When I needed a new furnace and air conditioning unit, I called the guys at Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They've got all the best equipment and prices, but I think the biggest difference is their customer service. And I had to call them for a plumbing issue just last week. On my AC unit and furnace, I got a 5-year warranty. I know I'm covered. But it's great craftsmanship, great work. Call Mastercraft for your heat, AC, plumbing, and electrical. Even generators. Tell them John Jansen sent you for up to $500 off fast installation and same-day service. If you want more information, you can find them on the web at mastercraftheating.com.
We had a revealing moment today. John tweeted the playoff bracket if it were to start today. The revealing moment is we realized John still hadn't changed the show name in his bio or his header photo. But once we got past that tense moment, we were able to move forward as a show.
Yes.
And we realized that the Tigers bracket is poetic. If the season were to end today, the Tigers would open with the Houston Astros. It would give A.J. Hinch a redemption series. Mm-hmm. And I don't think he'll ever acknowledge it, but it would give him a shot at redemption. The second round series would be against the Guardians, division rival. Mm-hmm. The third series, the ALCS, the 7-game series, could be against the New York Yankees. Remember
when it all started.
Williamsport took 2 of 3, walk-off finish, national TV. You'd be back on TV for the Tigers to win their way to the World Series, where they could face the most poetic team, the Phillies. Dave Dombrowski's team, Nick Castellanos' team, the guys who were last here when the team was making these kind of runs. It's all set up for the destiny, John.
Well, I know. You brought up that word, the team of destiny. It very much is. I don't remember, but it probably very much is. When you think about how poetic it could be, and you could call it poetry, you could call it irony. There's a lot of different adjectives you could use, but how sweet would that be? Why not dream?
Yeah. Hey, listen, it's improbable, but no one's played better ball for the last month and a half than the Tigers. Pitching is what gets them done in the playoffs. Now, I think early rounds where you can go condensed, like the wild card round or the ALDS 3 and 5 game series, are probably more their speed. 7 games, it gets tough. It gets tough because you got to take 2 guys off this roster, 2 guys that they were using to mix and match, and you're going to go up against some really good ball clubs. But you can't count them out. And that's the thing you have to have taken out of this stretch is it doesn't have to make sense. You can't count this team out. It's absurd, and it's great. Ticket Texter says, if they have a wild card spot locked up by Sunday, but they're tied with Kansas City, would you pitch Skubal to try to get the better seed / better matchup, or would you sit him to guarantee that he starts game 1? My answer would be to make sure he pitches game 1. Do you agree?
Yeah, 100%. That's that. If you lock things up, you want him pitching game 1. You want him because the way that would play out is he pitches game 1, you wrap things up hopefully in 2.
Yeah, you get 2 chances at least,
and you get enough rest so that he can then pitch game 1 or at least one of the first 2 games
of the ALDS.
And
I know you got to win one step at a time, but him pitching the first game of the playoff series gives you the best step. Your best foot forward to do everything that you want to do in the playoffs. As much as I'd prefer Baltimore over Houston, I want Skubal on the bump for game 1 of the playoffs, assuming everything's all locked up. Let's get to the phones. AC in Detroit, you're on 97.1.
Good morning, everyone. Hopefully I can make it to this call without getting called a name this time. But I wanted to make a quick, bold statement. First, I think after our decade of futility in Detroit, this is our era. I think Detroit sports are all across the board about to come up. The Tigers are making the playoffs. The Lions are making the playoffs. The Red Wings won't falter. They're going to make the playoffs. And the Pistons will have a winning record this year.
Oh.
That's my bold statement.
Wow.
All across the board. We're going to have a great sports season. It's going to be a great time to be in Detroit. And right now, between the two, I believe in the Tigers over the Lions, just the way they're playing. I don't want to call it a team of destiny, but they got something going here, and I think it's going to carry them all the way through October. Thanks, guys.
Hey, appreciate it, AC. And I do feel like we are entering a new era of Detroit sports. You lost me a little bit with the Pistons. I think that was the least likely of the scenarios. They have a winning record next season. But I'm down for everybody else in the playoffs and deep runs for at least the Tigers and the Lions.
Yeah, I think the expectation this year was not that the Tigers were going to make the playoffs. The expectation now with 5 games left is that they are, in fact, going to be in the postseason. The expectations for the Wings is that they tied, lost the tiebreaker, but that this year they're a playoff team. That is the expectation. Whether or not Derek Lalonde or Yzerman or anybody wants to say it, that is the expectation. Going into next year, the expectation for the Tigers, it's going to change the conversation and it's going to change the perspective going into next year like it has for the Wings.
The tone, everything's different. The buzz in the city, everything is changing. It's exactly what AC talked about. All right, he referenced something, a question that I have never been able to ask in my life. We're going to get to that at 8:50. We have the Power Surge at 8:35. Let's get to Heather's news.
So Mike Francesa isn't the only one questioning Travis Kelce's dedication to football. So former ESPN personality Todd McShay thinks that Kelce is having a rough year because he spent the whole offseason partying with Taylor Swift. He's not blaming Taylor Swift, but he's just saying, the lifestyle that comes with dating such a big celebrity and doing all the things he was doing with her has an impact on his game.
I disagree. And I mean, so when you look, obviously, appearances can be somewhat deceptive. A different facial hair, different haircut makes you look very different. And I think a lot of us dudes can say that our appearance has changed when we met somebody that may have an influence on that.
Probably in a good way.
In a good way,
Mostly,
yes. Yeah. And so, no, I mean, watch the games. Watch him being double covered, triple covered. He's going to get the ball. He'll be just fine. The Kansas City Chiefs will be just fine.
Is it also possible that he's just getting older?
He
may have lost a step physically because Father Time?
That is obviously one very real
because the numbers are
that
down.
Could be playing out.
The numbers are down.
The numbers are down, yeah. But it's also a 17-game season, not just a 3-game season.
If you're looking to get away and go check out some natural wonders this fall, Michigan, as we know, offers some great sights. But there's a new ranking from The Points Guy, which is a travel company that features 5 top destinations across the Midwestern U.S. for the best fall road trips. And of course, Michigan is included in the top 5. So they say the scenic route along I-196 and US 31, which runs along Lake Michigan, offers some of the most impressive views. Of course, the fall colors and the beautiful sandy beaches as well. And then there's lots of great stops you can make along the way. You've got South Haven, tons of beaches there. Saugatuck, which is one of my favorite places. Holland, Harbor Springs, if you keep going. Then the Tunnel of Trees. Have you guys done that?
I've seen that.
Yeah, it's
on
beautiful.
119. Yeah,
yes.
It's unbelievable. I thought that when I saw the story that was going to be the only thing that they talked about, just heading north out of Harbor Springs. But yeah, the West Coast, the views that you get, the color is tremendous.
Very beautiful. We know that.
Wow, wasn't me.
No. So there's a shocking new study that found that nearly 200 chemicals linked to breast cancer are found and used in food packaging and things that we eat every day, and they are finding their ways into our bodies. So the study basically was done because they're finding that more and more younger people are being diagnosed with cancer. So they started to research, well, why is this the thing? And basically they found that these chemicals in the packaging can seep into the food that we eat, which then obviously enters our body. So there's a lot of things that you can do to try to avoid this. I mean, there's a lot of big details with big words I could get into, but I'm going to stick to like the things I understand. And some of this I definitely do, so I could change my ways. Like phasing out non-stick pans in your kitchen. Like those are all the pans I use. And I've heard that they've got that coating on them that contains some of those bad chemicals.
Yeah. I mean, cast iron is always the way to go if you have time to appropriately clean it.
Sure.
Right.
I don't.
Right.
Yeah.
Who does?
A lot of people.
Doing getting rid of the plastic water bottles. I use it in doing more like the stainless steel water bottles. I typically drink. I have a stainless steel water bottle, but I typically bring my
You plastic one. Yeah, but doesn't it just have to be BPA free?
Well, that's what it is, but I just feel like, well, maybe there's other things in there, though, too.
Yeah,
besides
seeping into your water.
Yeah, exactly.
No one likes seepage.
Store your food in a glass container, not plastic. If you're going to use a microwave, heat things in glass, not in a plastic container. Mm-hmm. They say not only plastic, but there's also like the paper
plates.
No, but yes, but like the paper,
the
like
home containers. Yeah,
you shouldn't even use those. You should use glass. Yes, things like that. There's a whole bunch of things you can do to avoid that.
That's all the time we have.
That's all I got.
We have one more news still today. We'll get to all the good stuff. That's Heather with the news. We've got John's Power Surge next. It's 97.1. And as we talk about all these great games to watch, let's talk about a place to watch them. Dive into the best pool in history. It's Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino, where you can catch the biggest games at a viewing experience that's built for sports fans. 6 pools, 3 different levels, always a perfect view of a 40-foot tall, high-definition screen. It is a sports fan's paradise. It's Stadium Swim, America's favorite place to watch all the big games. Swim up bars, Insta-ready selfie walls, and a non-stop party. Your perfect game day spot might be the cozy day beds, could be a private cabana. You can lounge at the center of the action and take it all in. Reserve your place today. It's 365 days of sports poolside, located at Circa Resort and Casino, downtown Las Vegas on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim, all sports, all seasons. Book your spot today. CircaLasVegas.com. The radio reference, I heard it, and I... Dan, we appreciate you making some time for us this morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Let's start with the game from Sunday. How are you feeling after the second win of the year?
Look, I always feel good after a win. They're hard to come by in this league, and I tell you what really, what makes you feel good is to know the type of game we were going to need to play to beat that opponent. It was going to be a little bit of a, lunch pail, hard hat type game, man, dirty work in the trenches, and it was going to require everybody, receivers, DBs, the whole deal. And I tell you what, they responded in a huge way. I thought our big set the tone, and we played a rugged physical game, man, for that win. Proud of them.
And I mean, nobody's going to complain about a win. We always have some questions. What was the difference in the second half, specifically the third quarter, versus the first, where you scored on the first two possessions? It seemed like you were able to move the ball consistently, and then the second half, in the third quarter, it wasn't as consistent.
Yeah, I mean, it was, you can go through the drives. It was one thing here, one thing there. I mean, you come out and, we're in a 3rd and 1, and then we have a false start. Backs us up, and so I would have felt pretty confident about getting that first down. Then you get in a 3rd and 6, we end up, we don't convert on it. You come back on the next possession, and we throw an interception. We just, they ran a kind of a change pressure, so, a couple errors there, a couple different guys. We come back out, defense gets a huge stop. Carlton makes that huge play on 4th and 1. I felt like that was a critical play in the game. And I also felt like that was the time when we needed to finish this game. It was where you felt like we could have tried to put them away there. And, man, we get in a 4th and 1, and it's really the one play the whole game where we get knocked back, up front. And so we get, we don't convert there. And so it was just kind of one thing after another. But, I thought we started outstanding. I thought the offense set the tone, that O-line did. And then I thought defense, man, finished it. And special teams in the second half. So it was a total team effort. I was proud of those guys.
You've been a team that's won a lot with offense. Are you starting to be... Dan, we appreciate you making some time for us this morning. Good morning.
Started outstanding. I thought the offense set the tone, that O-line did. And then I thought defense, man, finished it. And special teams in the second half. So it was a total team effort. I was proud of those guys.
You've been a team that's won a lot with offense. Are you starting to be the type of team that can also win with defense now?
Absolutely. We can win any way we need to win, and that's what you love, man. When you have 3 units that are playing in sync, and you have the ability to play any type of game you need to, depending on what's going on, or if one unit needs a little bit of pick-me-up at different times, that's a good feeling. And I feel like that's what we got. Our defense is playing at a very high level. They have for 3 weeks going now. AG's doing an outstanding job. And those guys understand the plan, what it's going to take to defend the opponent. And we're playing physical, violent, smart, disciplined football right now. And they're a difference maker, man. They are. And offensively, there's always things that we're going to want to clean up, but the objective is to score more than the opponent. Our defense can't allow them to score more than our offense, and that's what's going on right now.
I know when I was playing, there's always things that happen on the field that you got to laugh at in the moment. And I don't know if you saw it or even understood it at the time, but David Montgomery picking up 6 yards with his feet not even touching the ground. What was your reaction, and what was David's reaction when he came to the sideline?
Well, Look, really that whole game, just the nature of that, but even that play is like mother's milk when you're a baby. You want to know the truth. It was just, it's food for the soul. It was outstanding. That guy fought for every blade of grass, and then your old line is just surging. And they finished, and really the whole game was that way. Our backs were driving for every yard, and then you see here comes the O-line, here comes St. Brown, our tight ends. Everybody is just pushing the pile. And that one, hell, we got 16 yards on that. That's just that's nothing but willpower and effort, and it was awesome.
We're talking to Lions head coach Dan Campbell. What are you still chuckling over the?
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Dan, we want to get some updates on some injuries. I know you spoke yesterday with the media on most of these guys, but Frank Ragnow, we saw the report, torn pec week to week. We know he's tough. Is the thought maybe rest him with the bye week looming, or do you think the plan is to play him for the upcoming game?
Yeah, I mean, look, first of all, Frank is stubborn, all right? He's hard-headed, Frank, and he's tough, he's stubborn, and so, he wants to go, and he always wants to go. But this is something we're still talking about right now. I'm not entirely sure what we're going to do with him. A lot of it is where is he going to feel by, middle or end of the week. But he does have something in there, and he did play through some of this last week, and so we'll do what's best for him and what's best for us in the moment, ultimately. But you know how I feel about Frank. We all do. Appreciate the heck out of him. He's tough, man.
Marcus Davenport, it sounds like you mentioned that he's going to be out for the rest of the year. Who, other than Josh Paschal, who helps fill that void? And is there any chance we see a little bit more of James Houston?
Well, I don't know that yet. Like, I would tell you this, Pascal's going to take on a much bigger load. Mm-hmm. Pascal's going to be, obviously he and Hutch are your ends. Levi's going to need to do some of that, which he did in training camp. There's a good chance, we could bring somebody up off the vet squad or the practice squad. Houston could be a candidate. So we know we're going to need to bring in some reinforcements for sure, just losing that body. And Davenport was playing at a high level. Mm-hmm. It hurts. It does. It hurts losing him. He's been a force in there. But we
Founders
also
Brewing Company has been making high-quality beers right here in the state of Michigan for over 25 years, with a focus on using the highest quality ingredients. You can always count on Founders.
You got to have it. So we have guys that we know are going to step up and do a hell of a job for us. They're ready for it, and everybody in this building knows. Like, you are one play away, and it's your chance. It's your opportunity to help your team and showcase what you got.
James Houston, healthy scratch for the 2 of the 3 games this season. There's maybe a disconnect from fans to the way that you guys have deployed him this season. I don't know that I consider him in the doghouse, but you don't seem like he's maybe the next guy up. Where does he need to get to maybe be the pass rusher he was at the end of 22?
No, I think he just keeps working, and there again, it's so much of it is who do you sit if he comes? Everybody that we have up right now is playing at a pretty high level on defense, and they all have a role, between defense and special teams. So that's kind of where it's been. As long as he just keeps working and and when he gets his opportunity, make the most of them. As with any player here.
Monday night, there's plenty of juice there. The black uniforms, which I know that you were a big proponent of, we were told yesterday, there's plenty of juice there. Seattle, outside the division, they're a team that has kind of been the nemesis. Is there a little extra juice knowing that it's Seattle coming to town?
Well, yeah, it'd be nice to beat these guys since we haven't done it. I mean, they've been one of those teams that's kind of had our number, but I think more importantly, it's for the win itself. Coach Carroll's gone, and it's a brand new regime over there. There's a lot of new players. There are some holdovers, but I do kind of feel like, man, this really is a different team, new team that we're getting ready to face. They're playing good football. As you said, they're undefeated here. And so this is a good opponent coming in here, man. They play outstanding defense. They're going to grind it out on the ground. Walker's a hell of a back, and then Geno's, he's playing well. They got the receivers, so this is going to be a pretty big test for us.
Obviously, there's been improvement in the secondary from last year to this year, and you just mentioned it. How big of a test will this be with Metcalf? In Jigba, all of the receivers that they have for Terrion Arnold and the cast of characters that you guys have in the secondary?
Yeah, it'll be big. I mean, it's another group of good receivers that it's time to face. And, they got good players. They got a mixture of different types of players, like you said, between Metcalf and Jigba and those guys. I mean, they all kind of do different things, and they're playing pretty well. But, man, I love where we're at, man. I love our secondary. I think CD is playing at a high level. I thought he had an outstanding game yesterday or 2 days ago. I think Terrion Arnold gets better every week. I think Amik is getting better, man. He's playing in the slot. I think he's competitive, outstanding cover man. And then our safeties are playing at a high level. And I think collectively, the more they play together, the better that unit is gonna be on the back end. So we continue to grow. They continue to get better. And then collectively, it's only gonna get better. Time on task, and those guys communicate and playing with each other.
It's Lions head coach Dan Campbell. We're all excited for Monday night. Appreciate some of your time.
Absolutely. You guys take care.
Thanks. It's 97.1. We do have a winner for those Lions tickets. Shout out to Jay. He won the pair of tickets for the Lions on Monday night against the Seahawks.
Great time.
Also comes with that VIP tailgate package, bullseyeeventgroup.com for tickets to the Lions VIP tailgate. We will have one more pair to give away before the game on Monday night.
Can't wait.
John, a question that I have never been able to ask that I can ask today.
Okay.
Who's more likely to win it all? The Tigers or the Lions? Never in my life have been able to seriously ask this question because the Lions in the Super Bowl was a joke. You wouldn't be taken seriously if you brought that up until recently. And for the Tigers, I mean, up until the last month and a half, there's no reason to have believed that they could actually do this. But now you start to talk yourself into the hottest team in baseball, pitching out of their mind. I think it's a fair question. Their proximity to a title is closer to the Lions. They're not as talented as this Lions roster, but I think it's at least a question we could ask people. So I tweeted it out earlier in the show, and the response was 78% Lions, the team more likely to win it all. Surprised?
Not at all. I think there's much more belief in the talent level and the experience coming off of last year that the Lions players have. Now, the wild card is we have no idea between after week 3 and week 18 in the NFL season what injuries will happen. But most people believe, even though they drop one to Tampa, that this is still one of the best teams, not just in the NFC, but in the NFL. Yeah. And I don't know, even though the Tigers, this has been unbelievably fun and entertaining. How much do you believe? Now, I get it. It's a 3-game series. that they're going to beat Houston if that ends up being the matchup. Nobody would have thought that they would have beaten Baltimore 4 out of 6 games.
Well, that's what I would say.
Swept Kansas City.
Yeah.
Swept Kansas City. But then if they win that one, then they have to face division rival Cleveland.
Sure.
If they win that one, they have to face
likely
the New York Yankees. Yeah, likely. Okay, it could be Kansas City, could be Baltimore, could be the Yankees. And then obviously if they win that one, it could be most likely the Phillies or the Dodgers.
Yep.
I mean,
listen, they're a long shot, but that's been the story of this team is that I won't rule it out.
But I think you used the key word there.
Yeah.
A long shot.
Yeah.
They're a long shot. I don't think people think that the Lions are a long shot.
No, I would answer the same way most people did. I would say the Lions. And but to me, it's a compliment that the Tigers could even be asked in this question, that 20% of you thought that the Tigers were actually the team in the city closer to winning a World Series /championship. I think it's a testament to where the Tigers have even gotten that it's a conversation, a question we could ask. For what you said, though, the ceiling of this Lions team is higher.
Yes.
This Lions team is a better roster. This Lions team, both teams, oddly enough, have to win probably another 13 to 15 games to get it done. Given what it takes to win the World Series and for the Lions to win the Super Bowl. But here we are with both teams legitimately believing that they could win it all.
And the difference is if the Lions, and we all believe that they will, make the playoffs, a bad day is terminal.
Yeah.
A bad day in baseball means, you get to play another one.
Yeah, but flip it on its head. It means you can't just get lucky one day in baseball. You're going to have to win 3 or even 4 in a series to win the whole thing.
Or you might have to get lucky, 30 times out of the last 45 games?
That continues to happen.
It's inexplicable.
Yeah, I do wonder, and I think the fair pumping of the brakes, a phrase you love, is when they get to a 7-game series, the Tigers. If they were to make the ALCS or the World Series, it does strain this pitching staff more than we've seen so far. Because right now they can go little mini series, right? 3-game series here. They got an expanded roster right now in the month of September. You get into playoffs, you got to trim 2 guys, and you're going to have to rely on longer outings from some of your pitchers against some of the best teams in baseball. Could they get exposed in a 7-game series? It certainly would be their weakness.
That's why they brought in Jackson Jobe.
Well, there it is, John. 248-539-9797. We got Sharon Moore, top of the hour at 9:02. How about this story out of college football? We just want to carve out a little time to talk about it because I know it's one of those, breaking news stories. UNLV, they're 3-0 for the first time in 40 years. Their quarterback has said he's done playing this season and will redshirt because certain commitments have not been fulfilled when he decided to enroll. His statement says, I've decided to utilize my red shirt. I will not be playing any additional games this season. I committed to UNLV based on certain representations that were made to me, which were not upheld after I enrolled. Despite discussions, it became clear that those commitments would not be fulfilled in the future. I wish my teammates the best of luck this season and hope for the continued success of the program. They're a group of 6 darling with an outside playoff chance, and their starting quarterback has said, no pay, no play.
Yeah, I'm out. And this is, we've talked about Jaden Rashada and his recruitment at Florida, the lawsuit that's going on. Now he's a freshman at Georgia as a backup quarterback behind Carson Beck. This is going to be something that will be a major issue in college athletics. And I don't even know if it's solved when the whole house settlement and they start actually revenue sharing, because you're still going to have these outside collectives. You're going to still have these outside incentives to go to schools. And what does that look like in the settlement? I have no idea. I don't think anybody really knows the implementation of what that settlement will look like. But yeah, if you're promised something, now the question is, was it promised in word or in writing?
Well, I think to him, it's the same, and he's willing to call their bluff on it and say, are you willing to lose football games over it? Because I'm not playing.
Well, yes, to him, it's the same. To if he does decide to, have legal action like Jaden Rashada has had, obviously in writing would make it much more provable.
Oh, yeah, but I think I would imagine his goal is to not litigate this. his goal is to get them to bend the knee, give in, and give him what he feels he was promised.
Yeah.
And if they don't, you risk upending the best season you've had in 40 years. Clock's ticking, tick-tock.
Oh, yeah, clock is ticking because it's not, hey, oh, yeah, check's in the mail. No, it better be a wire transfer, electronic deposit.
I mean, and anybody looking at this upset at the direction of college football and what does it come to? If you didn't get paid, you wouldn't go to work either. And I know that's not the way college sports have previously worked.
It's the world we live in now. You can like it or not like it. It's just the fact of.
Will we see more of it? I won't be surprised. And again, we don't know the story. Maybe he is asking for stuff that wasn't promised. But if he's truthful, and this does happen, guys get lied to in the recruiting process. This is his first year on campus. I know, John.
Yeah, this is not just an NIL issue. This is a generational issue.
This becomes your recourse.
Yeah.
Now.
And by that I mean it's happened for generations.
Exactly.
Promises.
Yeah. Promises that. What do you mean? I told.
Yeah, we'll throw you the ball. Okay, thanks.
Did anybody lie to you in the recruiting process?
No.
It's a little different for offensive linemen.
Well, I was a tight end. I jokingly say, we'll throw you the ball. I never got thrown the ball. That to me was more of a weight issue than a catching issue.
Oh, so you maintain if they would have called the play, you would have caught the ball.
Oh, there's no question. Oh, yeah.
And you see it more now. Where like even the Monday night game, big fella gets a touchdown.
Big fella's all. Jake got a touchdown after me. Lloyd said, Jet said it's not going to happen. And then a few years later, they throw it to Jake. You're welcome, Jake, for blazing the path for you.
John Jansen, trailblazer.
Yeah.
Coming up next, Sharon Moore, Kerry Carpenter at 9:35. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by 24 Seconds Bar and Grill. Win and they're in. That's basically what it comes down to for the Tigers or the rest of this playoff race. In control of their own destiny and following that 2-1 victory over the Rays yesterday, any combination of 4 wins or Twins losses would clinch the postseason for the first time in a decade in Detroit. The Tigers could end up even moving up in seeding, although the Royals did pull off a win in Washington in 10 innings. They stay tied with Detroit record-wise and do hold that tiebreaker if it comes down to it. Several Red Wings were in attendance at Comerica Park for that game after they practiced at LCA for the first time this offseason. They're getting some final reps before they clash with the Blackhawks on the ice in Chicago tonight for preseason game number 1 at 8 p.m. In Allen Park, Marcus Davenport and Derek Barnes both officially hit the injured reserve. Fellow defender DJ Reeder talked about having to see his teammates sidelined this early in a season. At Detroit getting ready for another primetime crowd at Ford Field. They get a day off today, and then we'll be back at practice tomorrow. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
I've been talking a while about injury attorney David Femininio, and here's some of the results that David and his team have been able to get for injured clients. $3.5 million for one, $5 million for another, $11.5 million for a client. I tell you what, you need an attorney that is going to fight relentlessly for you on your side. You can call and speak to David right now by calling 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That's 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Dan Dickerson's call. Hell of an at-bat for Wencel Perez, and the Tigers just keep winning. Saw a note, Jason Benetti is not going to be doing college football this weekend. He will be on Bally for the Tigers' weekend playoff push, which means Dan Dickerson stays here on the radio. It's a win for everybody.
It certainly is. That's how big this has become.
We've got Kerry Carpenter joining the show at 9:35 this morning. Jared Goff will be on the midday show at 10:30 today. And we just got done talking to Sharon Moore. That win for Michigan and what it meant for their season, let's have that conversation. Because to me, it stabilized things. I don't think it makes them a playoff team or anything like that, especially when you only throw for 32 yards. But it stabilized things. That USC game was a win before the season, believed to be a loss after we saw them in the non-conference. John, that helps them get to that 8 or 9 wins as opposed to the 7 wins that they were staring at.
Well, until USC beat LSU, the question was always going to be, how do you win in the games that you're not favored in? And that was Texas, which that was a loss, Oregon, and Ohio State. Now, all of a sudden, they were not favored in another one, and that was USC. They come out, they win as an underdog. It was at home. Sharon Moore has that feather in his cap now. But this is a team that is going to have to find more offense. And it can't just be Khalil Mullins. It can't just be, and it wasn't last weekend, but it, at some point it will be Colston Loveland. You're going to have to find another weapon. And hopefully this week they are able to get up a couple of scores on Minnesota, and then they can start, running some tests. What is it that Alex Orji can really do as a passer? And there's no harm, no foul. The object is to win the game.
Yep.
They did it against USC. If they have the same game plan, they could probably beat Minnesota the same way and probably not be even challenged as much if the defense is consistent and plays the way it did last week. But at some point, you're going to have to find out what routes is he comfortable throwing. And it could be as simple as, hey, we're going to call this pass play. I don't even want you to look at anything that's going on the left. You simply look to the right, and you've got 3 options. 1, 2, 3. Go through your progressions. If it's not there, run it.
Yeah, take off.
That's the beautiful thing about having Alex Orji at quarterback. But at some point, you're going to have to throw a couple of balls downfield.
Right. This week is not really a concern. I mean, Minnesota got run on by Iowa. Michigan could line up, run it 50 times, win the game, get out there with the W. They will then leave Ann Arbor for the first time this season with road games at Washington and ranked Illinois, right? I mean, it's going to ramp up. Oregon, I think, is going to be more physical than USC. Ohio State will be more physical than USC. I say that because they'll put a safety in the box and they won't get beat up.
Right.
So then Michigan's going to have some counter. They don't have to throw it a ton, but it's a bootleg rollout. It's a screen pass that they can break for something. But it's also going to have to be a downfield shot or two to keep the defense honest.
Well, you got to keep them honest. You got to keep that extra man out of the box. And does that mean, hey, you're always going to be running against an 8-man box instead of a 9-man box? Some of that can be formation, right? You split everybody out and you still run inside. But on 3rd and 3, all right, USC went full press man coverage because they figured, you know what, we'll leave everybody on an island and we'll put that extra guy in the box. Now go ahead and find a way to run it. And in the third quarter, that was tough sledding for Michigan.
Yep.
Until they had a superhuman effort by Khalil Mullins, it didn't look like it was going to happen. And this was a team with 2 minutes left, had to go, 80 yards?
I didn't think
they were
going to be able to do it on the ground, and they did.
Yeah. And so, at some point you're going to have to find and give options to Alex Orji. And even if it's as limited as, like I mentioned, hey, you only look on this half of the field. And if it's not there, you run the ball. If it's just one option. But it's also play call, all right? And it's protection. You've got to have protections that your offensive line is good at protecting, because that's been one of the issues as well. It's not just the quarterback. Everybody goes to Davis Warren and say, oh, well, he was bad at turning the ball over. And he was. But it was also the fact that he was under duress.
Yeah, some of it, though, is under duress, he made some big mistakes. And at least with Alex Orji, part of the argument was if you're not throwing, throwing picks, and you live to punt and you play some defense, and it looked more like Michigan football from the previous 3 years. Obviously not as good as the previous 3 years, but more like the DNA of this football team.
There was one time I felt like he put the ball at risk. And that was he threw
down
it
the sideline?
Yeah, down the sideline, Michigan sideline. He threw it into double coverage. And fortunately, the ball ended up hitting the ground. There were other times where I thought he made good decisions, and that was the flea flicker. Mm-hmm. He's thinking, oh, here's my chance. I'm going deep. And it wasn't there, so he tucked it, ran it, picked up 6, 7, 8 yards. It was also the second down call, which I don't know why they went play action pass with 4 downs to win the game. Second down, they roll him out, and I thought that was a great decision to throw that ball away.
Yep.
Because he's thinking the same thing. I got a chance to win the game right now. And didn't happen.
But don't lose the game either.
Right. So hand the ball off 3 other times. The first one and third and fourth down to Khalil Mullins, you win the game.
Yep. John, take a text I want your answer on. What would a rivalry trophy be for a Michigan-Ohio State game? Tom in Flat Rock suggests a bronze middle finger.
Ha! Bronze. Now make it gold. If they want to go gold pants, let's go gold middle finger.
There you go. All right, let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, during a traffic stop last February, Patrick Mahomes' dad was arrested for his 6th DUI. Then in April, he was officially charged with his 3rd drunk driving offense. And on Tuesday, he was officially sentenced to just 10 days in jail, along with some other things: 5 years probation, 160 hours of community service, AA classes, enrollment in the DWI repeat offenders program, things like that. But he could have faced up to 10 years in jail and a hefty fine. So he got off with a pretty light sentence. His blood alcohol level at the time of his arrest was almost 3 times the legal limit in Texas.
One time is one too many. To have that many of them and not have learned his lesson.
And following the sentence, he told the media, hopefully it will enlighten someone else to take these measures and make sure it doesn't happen again. Someone else?
How about
you?
yourself?
He did also say that he has been sober and hasn't had a drink since his latest arrest. And hopefully that
continues.
Is the case. Yep. Yes. Crew members on the JW Westcott, which is the only floating post office in the world, saved another person from the Detroit River on Monday night. So this man was apparently trying to swim across the Detroit River from Windsor to Detroit. This was right around 11 p.m. when crew members on the boat spotted him and they were able to pull him up onto the boat. The swimmer did say that he was an American citizen and he was trying to swim back to the U.S. so that he could visit his father, who lives in Florida. The man thankfully had a life ring he was swimming in because somebody threw it to him on the Windsor border.
Yeah.
And he was taken to the hospital. He's going to be okay. But the crew member who rescued him says this guy is lucky to be alive because swimming in the Detroit River at night can be particularly dangerous. You don't say.
Yes, it would.
Yes, it would. Yes. Also, something that could be pretty detrimental to your health is working out a little too hard. Oh. Listen to this. There's a 25-year-old woman in South Carolina who says she is done with CrossFit forever after she worked out so hard that her arms basically exploded. Okay, so she says. So last month, Jessica Johnson decided to do that CrossFit thing, the Murph Challenge.
Yeah.
I'm sure people are aware of it, but you run a mile, you do 300 squats, 200 push-ups, 100 pull-ups, and then you run another mile, which sounds like torture. Kind of is,
I guess. If you're
not
ready for it, yes.
So this girl, she does work out a lot. She is in shape, but she hadn't done serious upper body workouts in quite some time. And because she went so hard, she ended up with rhabdo. And she said her arms were so sore, so swollen that she couldn't straighten them all the way out. Her friends were calling her the Hulk. So she did decide to go to urgent care, which sent her straight to the hospital. And here is her side of the story. So rhabdo can affect your liver. It can cause kidney failure, kidney damage. It could technically kill you as well. So this girl got to the hospital. She said they cut her arms open.
Got to relieve the pressure.
The swelling.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And I felt like when I saw the story, I had to share it because I am a fellow sufferer of rhabdo.
When did
and
that
ended
happen?
up in the hospital for 5 days. So it can be very serious if you're doing workouts a little too intense
That you're not
ready for.
Yeah. Yeah.
Be careful out there.
Your limits.
Be careful.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. Oh boy. Finally, this is a quick story. There's a 7-year-old boy in the UK who was recently denied a passport, and his parents were told him that it was all over a Star Wars copyright infringement. So you're thinking, okay, that's weird, except the kid's name was Loki Skywalker. And they named him that because he was born on May 4th.
Yeah.
And they named him that for fun, but apparently there's all these copyright infringements with Disney, so they couldn't get a passport. Story went viral. Bottom line is authorities ended up emailing the company or the family and said, you know what, you can get him a passport. You're just going to have to wait a little bit longer.
That's Heather with the news.
Yep.
Kerry Carpenter joins us next. Tigers on a run. It's 97-1. City is dying, starving for playoff baseball. Tigers back at it tonight against the Rays. Joining us today, it's Kerry Carpenter. Kerry, good morning. Thanks for joining us.
Good morning. I'm glad to be on.
So tell us the feeling, what it's like going to the clubhouse, going to each game now.
It's pretty special. It's really fun. I haven't been a part of a playoff push yet in my career, so this has been extremely fun and a bunch of confidence and a bunch of it's just a little more intense with everything that we do during each lead up to every game, and so it's fun going in there every day.
When did the mentality shift of, hey, we want to finish out the season strong, to we can make the playoffs, to now you guys you control your own destiny? When did the mentality shift for you guys?
I'm not sure if there was like a certain day, but definitely probably at the beginning of this month is when we started winning really good games against playoff teams, against really good on the road. And so we were just we gained a lot of confidence through that. And then, it just happened that some other teams have not played well, and right at the time that we've played well. So it wasn't a certain day, but throughout this whole month, we've just really been gaining confidence. Is there a different pressure now because you are in playoff position versus, hey, we're playing, just to make this fun and get back into it? I don't think, at least speaking for myself and at least the players, there's not really any pressure because we feel like we're playing with nothing to lose, and that's what got us here. So we just feel free and we're just having fun and winning baseball games. So I think that's been one of the keys.
I wonder if some of that's the makeup of the team, just so many young guys. Job, the latest to get the call, but certainly, it's a theme with this team. Is the youth a strength for you guys?
I think so, yeah. I don't know how or why or how to explain it, but yeah, I think the youthfulness is pretty amazing and one of the things that makes us so good. How do you help a young guy? Because now you guys have had this experience, whether it's Jace Young, it's Sweeney, now it's Jackson Jobe, all guys that are getting ready to have their first appearance in Major League Baseball. How do you help them prepare for that moment? I don't know if it's as much me helping them prepare for the moment, but I think what I can do is come alongside them and encourage them and kind of help them keep their head up after a bad game or a bad at bat, or say even a line out and it gets caught or something. And it's just everything gets magnified at the big league level, and so it's harder on people, and I know it was for me, and so I always appreciated when people would come alongside me and encourage me and give me any kind of words of encouragement. And so that's kind of the way I want to be to these young guys is to be a voice of reason and encouragement and just loving on them any way I possibly can and help them realize their full potential.
We're talking to Tiger slugger Kerry Carpenter this morning on Costa and Jansen with Heather. Take us inside your season a little bit. You missed some time, and it was an injury where the timetable wasn't super clear. Did you at any point question if you were going to make it back this season?
I'm not sure if I ever questioned that because it wasn't I don't think it was ever a season-ending injury, but there are definitely some times where I wish it had gone quicker than it was going. But no, I always had confidence that I was going to come back. I didn't know as much as everyone else didn't know exactly when that was, though. How did you there had to be some frustrating moments. How did you handle the frustration of, if I could just play, I could be helping the team, knowing that at some point you could come back, but it had to be frustrating in that time that you were hurt? It definitely was frustrating, but in my entire life, I just pray that God's will be done, and so when I'm hurt and when I'm doing well, that's exactly what God wants me to be going through at that moment, and so everything happens for that reason, and he let me come back, and for this little playoff push, and I'm glad I can be helping the team now. So that's kind of the way I go through things like that.
Yeah, like we find these moments to trace back to when things turn, whether it's Williamsport, you coming back was part of it, different things that have just kind of aligned for this baseball team. Kerry, your role on the team, AJ gets asked all the time, are we going to see him against lefties more? The platoon role, you've owned it. Are you ever pushing AJ, hey, I'd like to see some lefties too?
I think he knows that I do want to see lefties, but I haven't pushed that envelope yet, and I don't know if it's exactly my place to do that. And we all trust AJ with the lineup and what he's doing, and clearly he's pushing the right buttons. So yeah, obviously I do want to be in there at all points, but I understand, and I have not pushed that envelope, not necessarily.
What does the next 5 games look like? Obviously, you're only concerned about tonight, but how have you guys thought about clinching and actually sealing the deal on being a postseason team?
Yeah, we definitely thought about it, but like you said, we're just focused on we can't clinch without doing our job each and every night, and that starts with tonight. So there's that's kind of our focus is going out tonight and winning, but we feel really confident about doing that. So it's fun.
Have you guys been scoreboard watching? Like we do as fans?
Out and support you guys. What's the message that you would give to fans who are heading out to the ballpark?
Man, we're excited to see the fans, and we're excited to see them pack out Comerica Park. And yeah, it's amazing, our fans, the support that we have, and when they come and it gets loud, and I know it's a tough place to play for other teams, so we're excited to see them tonight.
There's a chance on Thursday, if all goes according to plan, where you guys win and the Twins keep losing, or even Kansas City, that you guys clinch a spot. It's a 1 o'clock game, 1:10. What's the best excuse you could come up with for somebody that's in high school, middle school, to say, hey, need to miss school to watch the Tigers, but don't want to actually admit that you're skipping school to go watch the Tigers?
Right.
Man, that's a tough question, but I think, man, school's going to be there on Friday. You're we only get to play 1-10 Thursday games every once in a while, and you can go back to school the next day. So I think you should come out and see us.
Well, Kerry, we appreciate your time this morning. This has been a wild run for us. I can only imagine for you guys, and we're all enjoying every minute of it. So thank you.
Of course. God bless you guys.
It's Kerry Carpenter, Tiger Slugger. It's 97.1.
NFL Week 4 is finally here, and you can start it with a chance for a big win on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. If you're new to FanDuel, you're going to get started with $200 in bonus bets, guaranteed, when you place your first $5 bet. And you can pick from one of the pre-made SGP same-game parlays on Thursday Night Football, or you can create your own. It's Cowboys at the Giants, an NFC East division game. CeeDee Lamb over receiving yards, Dak Prescott over passing yards, Devin Singletary over rushing yards. You can take it any which way you want. Visit FanDuel.com/Jansen to make every moment more this NFL season. That's FanDuel.com/Jansen. FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager, only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as now a trouble. Bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's a good crowd, all things considered, right? Day game, starts an hour late, rain, last-minute schedule change.
Sure.
The crowd tonight should be sold out or close to, right? You'd think it should be an electric environment at Comerica Park.
It's only going to continue to get better.
Especially if Friday night they can clinch, or Saturday, or Sunday this weekend.
Yeah,
ideally sooner.
It's well before Sunday,
because then you can save Scooble for the playoffs.
Yeah, and you want to have it in the bag.
Kerry Carpenter, we point to different moments this season, and it's Javi Baez when he went on the IL. Their record's been like 21-9 or something like crazy. The Williamsport game. Kerry Carpenter came back on August 13th.
Yeah.
Everybody cites August 10th or 11th as when they were the best team in baseball. It also correlates to him getting back in the lineup. So much of the season was, what if they had one more bat?
Right.
And he was
the big what if. What if he didn't get hurt?
His season stats are ridiculous. I know it's platooned, so it's a little cherry picked, but it's A.J. Hinch making sure that he puts his guy in position to succeed. Kerry Carpenter has an OPS of 941 this year. It's almost exclusively against righties, but most pitchers are right-handed, and Kerry Carpenter was a big addition for this team when he joined the team again in August.
Right, and that's when you start talking in the offseason, and Jason Benetti says, where are you going to put him? Well, if you're going to platoon guys like that, you do need somebody that's going to hit against lefties. And I hopefully he'll continue to add to his game, and that might be part of it. But if not, you're going to need more than just Kerry Carpenter.
Well, and you could get creative, right? So Kerry Carpenter, some people thought he was going to be just like a DH for this team, and he DHs quite a bit. He'll play corner outfield, and I think he's better defensively than people realized. But is there a world where if you could add another outfielder, Kerry plays a little first base, right? Give him an offseason to pick up a position, and then you could platoon him with torque. I don't say that definitively. I'm just making the argument that you can get creative, and they have a manager in Detroit here who can get creative with getting all the right bats and all the right matchups. So there's always going to be room to add another bat or two, regardless of how this season ends.
And I love his answer. School will be there on Friday. It's early enough in the school year. Like, there's a lot of school year left. There's only 5. By that time, that'll be the fourth to last game.
Hey, you tell the kids you practice. Little coughs. You're getting sick. Sorry. Can't make it in.
Yeah.
All right, so you can skip school. What about JV football?
What do you mean?
Can you skip that?
Well, it's a day game, right? It wouldn't be an issue.
Yeah, you should be able to make practice by then. What time is practice?
No, game. Tomorrow night.
Like high school JV football on a Thursday night? You could do both. You'll make it to both.
Yeah. I mean, so...
No, but he needs to be there earlier. You know this.
Yes. So, okay, weather aside, delays aside, extra innings aside, all of that. Let's just say it's a normal game. The beautiful thing about the pitch count or the pitch clock is should be done in about 2:20, right? So if you start at 1:10, you should be done by 3:30. That allows you to show up right for the first pitch because you got to be in school for half a day to be eligible to play. You can't just skip all day and then show up at the game.
That's right.
You got to be there. So you show up and you're there until noon. Hop in the car. Dad, let's go. You get down there. You're there for the first pitch. Stay for the entire game at 3:30. Boom, you're out and you're on the field by 4:30.
What if it's a longer game and it's going to make you late for...
Well, you got to leave.
Well, then you got to leave.
Yeah. But you at least
try.
try.
You tell that to a turning 15-year-old.
You tell them, hey, there's playoff baseball on the horizon. There will be other games.
Yeah. There's going to be more games for us to go to.
So you can miss school, but you can't miss football.
You're not missing school. You're missing my point. You were there. You followed the rules. And now you're going to be there because you made a commitment to your team, and you got to show up for it.
I'd love to get tickets for Sunday.
Oh, yeah.
But I don't think that's possible at this point.
What do you mean it's not possible?
Well, what are we talking price-wise? I'm sure it's through the roof.
We could take a peek on some of the secondary sites. I don't know. I mean, it depends.
No Lions,
but is Sunday a day they need to win or not? We don't know that right now. If they've already
I think
clinched,
it'd be fun regardless.
Oh, it'd be good to go to the ballpark regardless, but I think it does take some of the cost out of it if they've already clinched, right?
So wait. Would you still buy them if they had clinched?
Well, you'd probably want to be there Friday night if they can clinch Friday night. And if they can clinch Saturday, you want to be there Saturday. I don't know.
You're going to be out there lurking on Friday night because you're going to the Red Wing game Friday night.
I like how you say lurking, like I'm creeping around the fence at Comerica Park. No.
Yeah, so
that's how the Tigers call it.
Secondary market right now, 2 tickets. If you just put in 2 tickets, you can get them as low as $32 a piece.
Oh, wow. Might consider it. We'll see.
All right. Let's just say family of 4.
Sure.
5.
Right. Oh, yeah.
Okay, 5. Yeah.
Just leave one kid
or 10
home.
for John.
You're so funny. $33 a piece. All right, so there's plenty. Now let's just see if I'm going to take the whole gang.
Careful, you're going to be doing math on the radio.
Yeah, it's $33 a piece. I'm not gonna times 7.
You're all right.
Yeah, Lucy's not coming home for
Talking
this
like
one.
220 or something like that. Roughly.
Sure. Get everybody hot dogs.
Yeah.
Add that into.
So there are tickets available. Now it becomes a matter of location. If you're only looking for 2 together, you basically have the entire stadium. There's a couple of sections, behind the home plate or by the home team dugout, Tigers dugout, and there's a couple that are completely sold. But 2 tickets you could basically pick in any section you want.
All right. So possible angle here with Jim going to the game tonight with a friend. If they lose, is it something yet?
No.
Or does it have to be?
I'll tell you in the morning.
If the Twins are within 1 game tomorrow morning, it's Costa's fault. 2-4-8.
Either you believe in destiny or you don't. Either this is bigger than me or it's not. And
all right.
I'm not going to ruin this by going and watching the team.
They lose out.
What are we doing?
Miss.
What are we doing?
Then you show up Monday?
Then they blew it. Not me.
Are you coming in Monday?
Yeah, I'll be there Monday. John likes
Radio
to bring
host
up,
decides to go hop on the Tiger bandwagon and jinxes the season away.
Yeah, well, John likes to bring up, it was 2 years ago. I went to a Red Wing game. They won. They were in the playoffs at the moment. They collapsed. Last year, I went to a bunch of Wings games at the end. Super excited. They collapsed, including the game against the Capitals.
Mm-hmm. I mean, the track record speaks for itself.
I know what Tom's trying to set up here. Gator, I'm going to the game tonight. I'm excited to be there, and more people should go down to the ballpark this week. But they're setting me up to be some kind of jinx if they don't win tonight.
The Tigers.
Yes.
Okay, because you were talking Red Wings at that.
Yeah, I'm going to the Wings game.
To Chicago?
I'm going to the Wings game Friday.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't care about the exhibition, but as far as the Tigers concerned, how have you been this year? How's your record?
This is the first one I'm going as a fan. I've been a couple in the press box. I don't remember the record.
Going with a wife?
No, friend. I like how you're calculating like the juju. Is this like good, bad?
I mean, you're going to go. It's Friday night, right?
Well, I'm going tonight.
Oh, tonight. I'm
yeah.
Going tonight. I don't know, John. How do you feel about this?
I'm uneasy at best. I'm uneasy at best. Because we saw 2 years ago, we all did the way too early, and we didn't expect the Wings to make the playoffs. But he did if the season ended today, we'd be in the playoffs, and it was a picture of him and his wife and Reds. I mean, but Red Wings stuff and face
hockey.
Painted and everything.
Yeah, but that was hockey.
Different sport.
I think I think that there is a difference depending on the sport. That's why I ask about what's the track record of Tiger games, but
right.
You don't know.
No,
but you saying you don't know. I mean, yes, there's an element of truth to that you might not know.
I'm not sandbagging. I don't think I'm a jinx.
But you also might not be telling all the truth. Like maybe you just kind of stored it
blocked
away.
it out.
Yeah.
There's some games that we would probably like to block out, and maybe you were there for one of those.
How about this? I haven't been during any of this run. Gator, how does that factor in?
Yeah.
What do you mean? Why start? We had a guy calling today.
My point.
We had a guy calling today. He said he hasn't been to a game all year. He wants to go. Like people should be doing that.
We're not concerned about him. We're concerned about you.
If we do this, they'll be playing in front of empty stadiums. So people need to go.
No, there are people that know that they're good for the cause and they're allowed to go.
Mm-hmm.
But
you were there yesterday. Come on back tonight.
Yeah, I mean, this run started and you didn't even consider going, and now all of a sudden you want. I mean, why? What's the difference of just being able to watch it at home and enjoying it on your brand new sofa?
Now you want to go?
You don't think things are different now than they were 2 weeks ago? I mean, what are we doing
I think
right now?
They're different for the Tigers. I'm just talking about different for you.
Yeah, it's different for me because it's different for them. Come on, I mean, it's pretty obvious. They control their own destiny. They're a handful of wins away from being in the playoffs. Of course, you want to. What do you mean?
Why didn't you go to the games before?
Pretty straightforward question.
I don't know.
I kind of like Costa being on trial here. I gotta admit. I'm enjoying that.
You're welcome to jump in.
Yeah, no, I don't believe in jinxes. So I don't care.
I don't either.
I'm more excited now. What do you guys got coming up on your show? How about that?
Jared Goff at 10:30.
Perfect. Carson Anderson next, 97.1.
Lions quarterback Jared Goff joins us at 10:30 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. But, man, we got something special going on in Detroit. It is absolutely special with this baseball team. And Scott, not only being locked in yesterday afternoon for that game, being locked in last night watching MLB Network and their quadruple play or whatever the hell they call their split screen coverage, watching the Twins lose. I seriously find it hard to believe that we are where we are right now. This is a total... Major League Baseball has been ambushed by the Tigers. But what's even more incredible is that Detroit has been ambushed by the Tigers. They have jumped onto the marquee of the fall when we have a football team with Super Bowl expectations. It's incredible what this team has done.
It's been amazing. I love paying attention to it on a daily basis, seeing the daily improvement, watching what other teams are doing. The Tigers just playing better. Frankly, they're just playing better than everybody else in baseball. And that's not even hyperbole. That's actual truth. Since August 13th, they've played the best baseball. So, and it's about to get more exciting because we're getting closer and closer. And you lied to me.
Did I?
Well, yesterday you said the magic number is 6. It's actually 4.
It's 4 now.
I know. Number changing. You lied. 4. Let's hope that we lie again, and then tomorrow it goes to 2.
You want to characterize that as lying?
It's fun.
Okay.
I was misled. No, it's incredible, right? 4. That magic number is literally down to 4 right now.
They got and they have 3 games pocketed to play against the White Sox. Like, they still have those 3 games. And if I were a Minnesota fan, I would just be beside myself, frustrated and upset.
Oh, did you watch the ending of the like a game cast or something with the Twins yesterday? Were you paying attention?
I was watching the MLB Network split screen thingy.
I was driving around a little bit last night, and I heard Jeff Rieger talking, and he was like giving updates on the game, and it sounded like there were multiple occasions for the Twinkies where they had runners.
Oh, dude, I think they left 10 on base.
Yeah, guys in scoring position, less than 2
third,
outs,
one out, and not getting runs
done.
home.
Yeah,
it was. I mean, they fell behind 4-0 early, and then the Marlins made it stand because the Marlins are a really good baseball. They made it stand like they were a really good baseball team, and honestly, as I watched this one play out, yeah, Minnesota kept threatening and threatening and threatening. And you know what? Look, this could be the beginning of what could be a really fun Tiger era. When you basically you pull off the absolute greatest play the kids strategy of all time, which really wasn't the strategy to play the kids to win now. It was play the kids to win later.
Right.
I mean, that's what they were doing. They were playing the kids to win later, but they're playing the kids, and the kids are winning now. And so unexpected, such a massive exceeding of the expectations. The Gator, this won't be the same moving forward. It'll still be cool. Like, if they're really good, this will be really, really cool and really, really fun. But we'll never be able to like enjoy every single moment of this. And they still have to close the deal. Like, they still have work to do.
You know, we touched on it yesterday. To me, what makes this season more special than most is that it literally is being done with young players, and that they keep adding to this team, even as much as they added yesterday when they call up Jackson Jobe,
right?
Which we still haven't seen. Maybe he'll pitch tonight, maybe he'll pitch tomorrow, but AJ Hinch indicated that he's going to pitch against Tampa. So the fact that we get, as fans, we're rewarded to be able to see the guys that are going to be part of this team's core, that you hope are going to be part of this team's core, that these guys are being tested right now to see if they are part of the core. And it's been that way for the entire season. From day one, when Colt Keith makes the roster out of spring training and they give him the contract, like, whoa, okay, a little bit serious here about Colt Keith. Let's see what happens with other players. And, Meadows was down, and then they sent him down. Torkelson didn't get the job done. They sent him down, and other guys get opportunities. Here, Wenzel Perez, like, who? What? I mean, I followed him in the minors, but didn't expect him to get the call up when he was hitting, 200 at AAA, but they needed to. And these guys have just made the most of what they got. In the game yesterday, Wenzel Perez is my hero for yesterday. I mean, as much as Skubal was
your
lights
hero,
out,
he had the only RBIs in the game.
No, but I mean, people would look at it, and I think a lot of people would go, Skubal, 7 shutout innings. He gave up 2 hits or whatever. Yeah, it's Tarek Skubal, but it's not so much. It's the hit is fantastic, right? But it's the at bats.
Yeah, he had the 11 pitch walk.
I mean, he had 2 walks. He drew 2 walks, and then he has the double. And I don't know how many. He saw like 25 pitches in those 3 at bats or something. It's incredible. And unfortunately, fortunately, it didn't come to be a bite him in the backside. But unfortunately, the ground rule double prevents him from getting 3 runs.
Yeah.
On that play. But hey, you'll take him. They got the job done. Brisky gives up the home run in the 9th inning, but otherwise was very good in 2 innings of work. It's like an old Willie Hernandez save, and Tigers get the W, and we're excited.
248-539-9797. Jared Goff joins us at 10:30. Lions quarterback. Let's go to John. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Good morning, John.
Hey, good morning.
Hey.
I just wanted to say, I don't know if anybody made a bet on the Tigers, but I put $50 on them at the All-Star break. I literally had a dream. My brother passed a couple of years ago, and we were watching a game and in the dream, and we put a bet down. And when I woke up, that's what I did, and it pays $10,000. $50.
Did you put a $50 bet on them to win the World Series?
Nope, to win the pennant, to win the World Series, it was even obviously way more. I also put 50 on them at the beginning of the year, and that only pays $2,500. But the 50 at the All-Star pays $10,000.
So if your bet at the
beginning,
beginning,
that guy that did it a couple years ago in St. Louis.
So your bet At the beginning of the year, was that also to win the American League?
That was also to win the American League.
So if the Tigers win the American League, you're scoring $12,500.
I am exactly on $80 in bets. Yep.
Look at this guy.
So was that 200 to 1?
That's crazy. I just had a feeling, and then plus, a little luck, man. It's crazy.
That's awesome.
No, you know what this is? Hey, it's your brother. It's your brother. Your brother. No, your brother's hooking you up.
1,000%. I'm not kidding you. That's what it is.
Love it.
I hope it comes to fruition, man. This is an awesome ride.
Thank you.
Thank you for the phone call. 248-539-9797. Talking Tigers right up until Jared Goff at 10:30. Lions quarterback here on Carson Anderson 97.1.
Everybody complains about customer service, right? Nobody wants to help out the customer. Well, here's a company that does, okay? Precision Garage Door. They do an amazing job. You know what it's like when you try to schedule somebody to come out to your house and they're like, yeah, well, we can only make it during these hours. And it's like, I'm working. Hello? Like, sorry. Well, not with Precision. You can schedule your appointment on their website for a time that's going to work for your schedule. You don't even have to call in. Just go online and set it up at precisiondoormi.com. It's amazing. Now, if you want to call, go ahead. All calls are answered 24/7. 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR is the telephone number. Weekends are available at no extra charge. They also offer the industry's leading warranty. And right now, if you mention 97.1 The Ticket, they're going to waive your service fee. Do what I did when I had issues with my garage doors, whether they need to be serviced or I needed new garage doors. Do what I did and do the right thing. Call Precision Garage Door today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or like I said, visit precisiondoormi.com and schedule that appointment.
There you go. That's some stadium pulse down at Comerica Park. What a moment for Wenzel Perez and the Tigers. Only RBIs at a game, bases loaded, 2-out double, ground rule double. But you're right, Gator. It would have been 3 had it not caromed into the stands.
And Meadows is right behind, but obviously the rule is the rule. So
Yep.
Nothing new.
But Scooble doing Scooble-esque things. And you know what? We got a text here about, sort of discovery of players. As I told you a story about a week ago, I got the game on, and my wife goes, who's playing for the Tigers now? And I said, well, why don't you watch and see for how long until you can name somebody? And after like a minute and a half, she goes, is that, what's his name? Torkelson? I'm like, yep, that's Torkelson. And then after a while, she goes, Riley Green. Yep. And then after a while, she was silent. And I said, okay, this is an example of what's going on here. You are not unique. Yesterday, I was at the...
She is unique. Stop it.
She's very special in her own way. But I don't think she's unique in this regard. There's a lot of, who the F are these guys? Yeah. I was at the optometrist yesterday, and she said to me, oh, my husband had the game on. Because I was like, I got to check the score because it was getting late in the game. And I'm like, I had to go into her quick eye exam. And I come out of there, or I'm in there, and she's like, yeah, my husband had the game on. I don't know who any of these players are. And I'm like, yeah, that's what's the most amazing part. And you know what's funny is there's our players that you either, as fans, literally never heard of, or heard of and weren't paying attention, which isn't any fault of yours. This team was going through a massive midseason slump, and they were taken off your television. So there's no shame. I think this is one of the most licensed to bandwagon jump of all time situations. Like the people that were with the Tigers all along, bravo to you. And I know fans like to hold that as a badge of honor, but you have to welcome back the bandwagon jumpers for a couple of reasons. One, they'll help pack the park in these incredibly important games to finish out the season. Two is when the team went dark with the Bally's Xfinity issues, I mean, it's certainly understandable that people are like, well, I'm not efforting to watch a team that at the time was losing. So I think sometimes people shame those that bandwagon jump. Not this year. But for those that are been on board all along, welcome in the bandwagon jumpers. The people that are parachuting in because of this Tiger ambush. And like, I'll give you an example of a guy that I have gone from going, yeah, he's good. Yeah, he does a nice job, to a guy that I now love because he's always been good here, but it never mattered. Tyler Holton. It never mattered. Like, they were never playing high leverage baseball games with incredible significance in the outcome. But throughout this run, I love Tyler Holton now. And I knew he was good. He was good.
But he's been better than good. It's the versatility you see, and it's not just him. I mean, A.J. Hinch.
Tyler Holton's a pitcher, by the way, for people who don't know, and I imagine there's some that don't. Sorry to interrupt.
No, but it's what A.J. Hinch and Fettermaid have done with this pitching staff. You're asked to, like, you don't even know what your role is necessarily, other than your role is to pitch well when we put you in a game. Mm-hmm. You might close, you might set up, you might open the game, whatever. And Holton has done all of those things, and he's not alone. A lot of these guys have done that. And imagine how tough that must be to be a pitcher on the staff if traditional baseball tells you have to have your role ahead of time, and you're used to that. And that's the paradigm of baseball. Well, here comes the paradigm shift, what A.J. Hinch is doing with his staff. The shift is we don't have roles, right? We might have a role. Jason Foley might be pretty well pigeonholed as the closer. But outside of that, any one of you guys can go out there in the first inning or in the eighth inning or in extra innings. Just be prepared. And maybe having that kind of mentality, maybe that has been a bonus for these guys because, they always have to stay on their toes and be alert and be ready to go out and deliver at any given time. It's not just, oh, well, hey, sorry, guys, I'm the eighth inning guy. I'm going to sit out, for a while. Good luck here.
Well, now that they're into September, right, and every game has meaning, there is significance in the outcome. Tyler Holton's made 10 appearances, 14 2/3, 2 earned runs in 14 2/3, 7 hits in 14 2/3, 2 walks in 14 2/3 and 15 strikeouts. And that's not an unusual month for him. It just matters so much that suddenly what every team that has playoff aspirations is looking for, the Tigers seem to have in abundance, and that is good bullpen pitching. It is one of the most valuable assets that we always talk about at the trade deadline, contending teams are trying to hoard. And the Tigers have it. They've got that right now. They've got bullpen assets. I mean, obviously not just assets. It's not like they're selling them. They've got a reliable bullpen. It's an incredible turn of events.
It really is. And, I'm just looking at the numbers post All-Star. So we're talking like basically from August on. Mm-hmm. And with the pitching staff, it's been phenomenal. The team ERA is 3.10. The team whip is 1.08 during that time. They're 36 and 24 since the All-Star break. These are all great numbers. And the first few games after the All-Star break, they weren't that great, right? It took a while. It took like 2 weeks, and then, boom, things really started to click. So there was even a bigger correction. And when you look at the bottom, like if you look at team ERA or look at the players' ERA and how many players are north of 4 since the All-Star break, there's only a handful of them. And a couple of those guys have an awesome opportunity to lower those ERAs because they're going to get more innings. A guy like Casey Mize or Reese Olson, who just got back to the team, they're going to have a chance to lower those earned run averages. Kenta Maeda, he is what he is. But even he was at 4.23 since the All-Star break. Remember how bad he was before the All-Star game?
Yeah, what the hell are they going to do with this guy and his contract?
Right, and Joey Wentz and Easton Lucas are no longer with the team, and those are the other guys. So it's like it's really impressive, and Cater Montero just has like 2 out of 3 outings. He's great, and 1 out of 3 outings he's not very good at all. But the 2 out, you'll take 2 out of 3, 66%.
I got to tell you, obviously everybody doesn't listen to every second of every show, but we had a caller yesterday that pointed out something I'm still fascinated with. He said, go back and look at Mud Hen's box scores from June. And there was regularly in June, actually June, July, and August, it was a different, I kept finding Mud Hen's box scores. Here's a loss. The Mud Hens lost to the Jumbo Shrimp. And in that game, 6 current Tigers played. There's another one. They lost to the Rail Riders. 6 current Tigers played. And here's another loss to the Louisville Bats. 6 current Tigers played. And it was Parker Meadows, Spencer Torkelson, Dylan Dingler, Justin Henry Malloy, Hannafy coming out of the pen, Montero starting games. And it's amazing how many of those were losses. And now that group is making up the core, not the core, but a big portion of this group that is making a run for the playoffs and cut their magic number to 4 last night. It's incredible.
It's just everything about this has been impressive.
Enjoy it. Lean into it, Detroit fans. Carve out time to watch them because this has really been special. All right, 248-539-9797. We'll get to your phone calls and feedback regarding the Tigers coming up today, 10:48. But next, they're not the only team looking for a championship. The Lions are, and their quarterback, Jared Goff, is straight ahead at 10:31 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Kiter Montero pitches tonight. There's speculation out there that tonight Jackson Jobe will pitch for the first time. So there's that.
Well, AJ said he was going to pitch in the Tampa series, and they've got 2 games left. So it'll be tonight or tomorrow.
It's quite possible. Quite possible. So much excitement down there at Comerica Park for this Tiger team and the run that they have been on, and enjoy the ride because their magic number to clinch a playoff spot is down to 4. They got 3 games with the White Sox left. The Twins continue to start. I thought the Twins getting a day off, to go home after a disastrous road trip, go home, reset. We're a good baseball team. Like, this is what I would have been selling if I were doing this show in Minnesota. Hey, road trip's over. It was bad. We got 6 games at home here. It's a playoff run for us. Let's go. Day off. Clear the system. And they hit the field last night and can't come up with a clutch hit and lose.
I can't get over how crazy everything has been. And now that everybody is watching every inning, we're all scoreboard watching. We're all getting the phones out, get the game cast on Minnesota, or keep up to date what's going on in Kansas City. Yes, I was disappointed Baltimore won.
I was too.
Because it really does kind of...
I actually spoke the words, go Yankees.
I mean, it kind of knocked that one off. So
Yep. Couldn't come through for us. All right, let's shift gears from the Tigers to the Lions. Jared, as always, thanks for being with us and coming off a win on the road in Arizona. How do you guys feel this week?
Yeah, I feel good. Anytime you get a road win is a good time, and they were a good team, and they are a good team, and they were all coming on hot off a big win, and it was a good one to get.
It's crazy because you say anytime you get a call or get a win, it's a good thing. When you look around the NFL and see that Sunday and Monday, and I don't know how much attention, you probably pay no attention to who's favored and who's not, but the 4 biggest underdogs all won outright. What does that say about the league?
Yeah, I just think there's a ton of parity. There is, and it happens every year where teams come out of nowhere and win games, and vice versa, where teams that you expect to be great aren't, and you try to take it 1 week at a time and get better every week. I think that's something we're good at, but it's hard, man. It really is.
Where do you see the differences in that, though? I mean, everybody wants to work hard. Everybody's trying to work hard. But are there little nuances that you can kind of let people in on things that you guys do specifically that maybe get you better prepared?
I don't know. I'm not in the other 31 buildings, but our process seems to work for us over the last, year and a half, two and a half years. And it's been fun. Dan does a great job keeping us focused and letting us know what the task at hand is each week. I think he does a great job of laying out the game plan for us and making sure we know how we're going to attack each team.
Can you describe what it's like to see another blue wave on the road with these Lions fans? I mean, do you guys talk about it on the sidelines or in the locker room about how amazing it is to have the support?
Yeah, that one was insane. It really was. It was really cool to see. And running out of the tunnel, usually you get booed. And that was the first one I've ever experienced where we weren't getting booed. We were getting cheered, and it was loud, and it did feel like a home game at times. And we've had a lot of good blue waves, and that one may be at the top of the list up to this point. And I'm excited to see it keep going.
Can you give us a tangible difference, what it was like being the hunter and now knowing that everybody is shooting and gunning to beat the Lions? Is there something that you can say, here's what I've noticed is different?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think sometimes you end up getting things on defense that maybe you hadn't seen on film yet, so they're throwing something at you for the first time. And that's not to say that that's because they want to beat us more than some other team. I think it's to say that they respect us as an offense and even as a defense, and want to throw something new at you to try to beat you. And yeah, it's sure we are seen as the hunted now. We did win the NFC North and went deep into the playoffs, but at the same time, it's still early, and we got to still prove ourselves.
How much more fun is it to be, though, that team that is counted on to be a contending team? Yeah,
it is fun. It is fun to be the underdog, too, but it is fun to be the contending team. And you hope to be. And we're 2-1 right now. I think it's still early. Like I said, everyone has their external expectations, and we're just staying steady 1 week at a time, trying to improve and trying to get better.
All right, you guys come out, and everybody knew about the red zone issues. You go right down the field and score, and you do it a few times in the first half. I mean, maybe we made too much out of it. It was just kind of a one-off as far as the red zone's concerned. But how much focus was there going into that game to get off to a fast start and finish drives in the end zone?
Yeah, we of course we wanted to do that. I don't think we put much stock into what happened the week before. It was just, like you said, in our opinion, kind of a one-off and something that we addressed and seemed to fix, and we'll move forward that way and hopefully don't have to deal with that again.
And it felt like you had the whole menu in that first half, and everything was working. You didn't throw an incomplete pass. Was that this offense at its peak in the first half of that game?
Yeah, I think that felt like us. I think there's maybe you sprinkle in a couple downfield hits there, and you're really feeling like us and feeling good about blowing that game open at some point. But yeah, that first half was close to about as good as it gets, and then the second half was really kind of unacceptable from us from an offensive standpoint, and something that we've addressed and need to get better at. And there's some urgency to us for us in that way of we can't just allow our defense to have to carry us through at the end there, and we got to try to blow that game open and make it easier on them and finish that game a lot earlier.
That's interesting. You say it's unacceptable. Like, you guys look in the mirror and see it was more about you. You guys did something wrong?
In the second half?
Yeah,
certainly. I don't think, it's just execution. And why does that happen from one half to the second half? I don't know. They didn't do much different. It wasn't like we were doing much different. Just it wasn't clicking the same, and mistakes were made, and I got to be better, and we all got to be better. But I think there's a lot of urgency this week to pick our stuff up offensively, and certainly in that second half, we'd like to replicate that first half for a whole game, and we feel pretty good.
It's fun to watch a game like that where all three aspects of the game of a team game, like special teams, offense, and defense, come through, and maybe the offense didn't do as well in the second half, but Jack Fox. Oh. What Jack Fox is able to do, I think, on a national scale, it goes completely under the radar because it's the punting game. But you guys get to see it, let alone every day in practice, but games on Sundays and Mondays, to see what Jack Fox does, how much does that just make you guys smile? And thank God we have Jack Fox.
Yeah, it really is a luxury to have. And he's, in my opinion, he's the best in the league. And, he's so consistent. He's so reliable. I don't know how many times we punted in the second half, but we needed good ones every time, and every time it seemed to be a good one. And then I think that coupled with, the gunners, we have Dorsey running down there and downing those. Dorsey's as good of a gunner as there is in this league. And when you got guys like that who put it late on the line every time, every play, and then a great punter like Jack, it really does become a luxury for us.
The first week, the thing you guys had to clean up was the third down conversions. Then it was the red zone efficiency. What needs to be cleared up the most from an offensive standpoint this week going into the game on Monday night against Seattle?
I don't know if there's one thing. I think it's just an overall urgency to get better and to improve, and to know that what we've been maybe getting away with winning won't be able to get away with as time goes on. We know that's the reality. We can't continue to score 20 points and no points in the second half and expect to win the amount of games we'd like to win this year. So we know that, and we'll keep improving. I thought Dan said it great yesterday. Is we fix stuff as we go, and we're able to keep winning. But as we go, we keep fixing stuff, and you get to the point at the end of the year. Hopefully, you're looking up, and you don't have much to fix anymore. But you're always trying to improve. You're always trying to get better, and I think that's what this early part of the season is for us to fix things and get on a little bit of a roll at some point.
I read somewhere that players just love trick plays. The hook and ladder. Does that play have a special name?
Yeah, it does. It was called Shake and Bake.
From Talladega Nights?
Yeah, it's still right from Talladega Nights. We've been cooking that one for quite some time, and I think we started doing it in OTAs, and it was a brainchild of Ben, and he thought about it. He kind of brought it to me one day. He's like, "You think we could do this?" I'm like, "Hell yeah, we can do that." And Gibbs and St. Brown, we repped it with them. Shoot, up to this point, probably 10 to 20 times in practice, and so when it came up in the game, it was really like clockwork, just getting it done.
So who named it Shake and Bake?
Ben. That was Ben's. Yeah.
Well, if you ain't first, you're last. I mean, that's how that works. Look, Seattle's been a tricky opponent over the past several years with the Lions. What is it about them that makes them so difficult to play against? And do you guys use this for motivation at all, that you haven't beaten them in a while?
Yeah, sure. I think we haven't beaten them in a while. What has it been, 3 years in a row they've came to Detroit and beat us, and or maybe that first year we went to Seattle, I can't quite remember. But we haven't beat them in a while, and it does mean something to us, certainly. But they're a good team, man. They really are. They're good on offense. They're good on defense. They're good on special teams. When Pete Carroll was there, they were very well coached, obviously, and McDonald's there now, and they're still well coached and are a great team, and we'll have our hands full.
All right, this may or may not be a thing. The black uniforms. How do you feel about the black uniforms?
I love them. They're great. They're great. What do you mean?
Well, I mean, I don't know if you care. Like, some players don't care. We work with John Jansen. He's like, just give me a shirt. He doesn't care. But does it fire you guys up at all that you got this special uniform?
Hell yeah, I think they're cool. I think they're really cool. It makes me think about, like, Calvin and that picture of him and Roy Williams with the gray pants. I don't know what we're wearing chant-wise this week, but yeah, it'll be cool.
How different is the pregame prep for a Monday night game versus a 1 o'clock start? Do you get thrown off a routine, or you've been around the league long enough where you've had Monday night games and you can just get into a whole new routine?
Yeah, you've been around, you've done it. I mean, especially here now, we've had night games. It seems like more often than not in the last. Think about how many home games we've had. Last 5 home games, I think 3 or 4 of them have been night games going back to last year. So we've got a pretty good routine with it now and feel good about it.
Squirrels, deer, or chipmunks? What was going on there?
Yeah, he's barking at nothing. He just barks at whatever it is. There's a shadow. He's barking at
it. Jared, thanks for your time. Good luck. Look forward to talking next week.
All right, guys. Thank you.
Take care. Jared Goff, Lions quarterback, joins us every Tuesday, although pushed back to Wednesday this week with their schedule being shifted for the Monday night game here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, it's great to see our teams in the D winning all the time now. It's so much fun, right? Just like the team over at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield. Sarah Chevrolet is making sure that the customers win on every deal. The deals at Sarah Chevrolet are absolutely unbeatable. Starting with the Equinox EV, it's only $178 a month. The Blazer EV is only $239 a month. Chevy Trax is just $259 a month, and the Chevy Silverado only $299 a month. And all these unbeatable payments are with just $999 down. And that's taxes and fees included, people. No games, no gimmicks. It's just great winning deals for their customers. Need more money for your trade-in? Sarah Chevrolet Southfield has you covered. They treat trade-ins like a highly sought-after free agent. Big money. That's right. Huge money for your trade. Up to $2,000 more. Paying too much for service, only to feel like you're left in the cheap seats? Well, Sarah Chevrolet will have you feeling like you're sitting on the 50-yard line. Service is open every Saturday. Free loaner vehicles available. No appointments necessary. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield will get you in and out quickly. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield at 696 and Telegraph.
Hey, let's face it. There is a pattern that is woven through our Lions' success. And it started with Kang, our producer. The pattern is Talladega Nights.
We don't know what to do with our hands.
That started with Kang last year when the Lions were winning and looking good doing it. And Kang just got in there and said, I don't know what to do with my hands. A reference from the movie Talladega Nights, the classic Ballad of Ricky Bobby. Now they're naming plays after Talladega Nights. Shake and bake. Did that just blow your mind? Yes, it did.
Well, the fact that Lions fans will say if you're not first, you're last. I mean, this is it's Super Bowl or bust.
We've come full circle.
Are they going to name the Hail Mary, Oh Sweet Baby Jesus, instead when they have to run a Hail Mary?
Maybe.
They change the name of the play to Oh Sweet Baby Jesus. Like, what other plays do we name from classic lines from the movie Talladega Nights, which I actually saw? It's not exactly a modern, I mean, it's been around for a while, but still, hey, man, Talladega Nights. Something's going on here.
Start calling all old men Chip.
Yeah, sure.
You think Jahmyr Gibbs and Montgomery are all jacked up on Mountain Dew?
Gotta be. Gotta be.
Who's the magic man here? Like we had...
well, who's the French guy? Are they the Niners?
Jean Girard? Oh. Yeah, the Niners are Jean Girard.
You have not beaten us yet. Detroit Lions. Ricky Bobby.
Dan Campbell.
Dan Campbell. You think you've put together a good football team? Kiss me. What a great movie. That movie's so solid.
It is really funny. It is really, really funny.
You gotta drive a Ford GT with a cougar in the back.
Yes. Jared Goff. That wasn't actually a dog in the background. That was a cougar.
Right. Shut up, Karen. What's Quincy barking at back there? Oh, just Karen the cougar in the back there.
All right, this is all woven it through. Talladega Nights.
I see it now. It's clearly.
Yep.
Who's Walker? Who's Texas Ranger?
We're a car town, man.
Yeah,
it's Motor City here, man.
He put a cougar in the car. Oh, that's so great. All right, well.
Got a new sponsor. It's Laughing Clown.
Is that a malt liquor?
Malt liquor, yeah.
That's the new uniform.
Yeah, right. There we go.
If we hear Goff check to Spider Monkey, all right, we know they're all in on Talladega Nights.
If they put a me sticker on their shoulder. What are the initials ME? No, it's not ME. It's me. We play for me.
Right.
Every one of us plays for me.
Me on 3.
Yeah.
Did Penny Sewell just say me on 3?
I think he did.
So funny. So shake and bake. They call that play shake and bake. You know what I liked about that, though, on a serious note, is, I'm going to bring up the tale of two halves. First half, felt like you had the whole menu working. You didn't throw an incomplete pass, spread the ball around. And he says immediately, yeah, I wish we had gotten a few more deep shots in there. And then go straight to the second half. Like for him, yeah, we can talk about the first half. It was cool and everything. But he goes straight to the second half and says, that was unacceptable. We have to be better.
Oh, he knows it's coming. I mean,
fair enough.
He ain't stupid. I'm sure both of us, our next question was, we're both fighting over, can you say it?
Who's going to ask the question?
What happened in the second half? And he's like, it's unacceptable. I don't even get to say it.
Well, but, there's, you're not going to score every drive, right? But you'd like to score in a drive or 2.5. But I just keep going back to what else happened this weekend in the NFL. Survivor pools blown up all over the place. Upsets happening all over the place. It's so weird to have this perspective on the league, to be at the top top-ish, feel like we're worthy of being at the top. And when you look at the league differently now, like, because in the past, all those upsets would have been more about, yeah, they lost. Maybe somebody's going to crack the door open and let us walk through, Tiger style. But now we don't need anybody else to crack the door. We've got a football team that controls its own destiny, literally and figuratively. Like, I feel like they don't need help. And obviously, it's too early in the season. Everybody controls their own destiny. Even Cincinnati controls their own destiny. But literally, but figuratively, it's a whole different thing to feel like you don't need any help.
Oh, it's great to play that way, and I think that's what's kind of also when you relate it to the Tigers. It's great with the Tigers. Control it. Mm-hmm. Great with the Lions. Just control it. You do what you can do. They have nothing to do with, the Commanders taking on the Bengals. Nothing to do with it. Got nothing to do with what happens to the Bears and Packers play when Vikings take on San Francisco, whatever it is. They have nothing to do with it. What you can control is Monday night.
Yep.
And we've got nightmarish games against the Seattle Seahawks in our past. And it's not like long ago. It's every year for the last 3, it seems. We've got a playoff nightmare game there. We've got the play that went against us because Jim Caldwell didn't know the rule or didn't voice it to the officials. There's a lot of pain when
the refs didn't know the rule.
Right, the refs totally ignored it. There's a lot of pain that's associated with taking on Seattle. And I feel like the Lions are the team that were, for lack of a better term, posterized by Geno Smith a few years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Like the Lions put Geno Smith on the map. Now, obviously they didn't. Geno put himself on the map. But since that game a few years ago, Geno Smith's been a really competent quarterback in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a little frustrating to see that happen. But hopefully they get off to a good start on Monday. The difference, I think, and maybe I'm buying into it too early, and I'll be guilty of it if this is the case. I hope it's not the case.
I think I know what you're going to say.
I love this defense.
I knew it.
I love this defense. They're playing out of their minds. They're just, it's sound. They're so much better in the secondary than what we've seen in the past. I mean, people can be upset with Terry Arnold and his pass interference penalty. I don't care because they're not resulting in like massive trips to the end zone. I mean,
one of them did.
Well, yeah, but I said they're not. Was one massive?
No.
He's getting better by the week. Carlton Davis on the other side he's a playmaker. I keep going back to that play that he made on Kyler Murray to stop him on 4th and 1. That's amazing. They might get Rakestraw back soon. They maybe they get Melon Fonwu back and they can be even better in the secondary. Now the defensive line is going through some challenges right now with injuries, but they do have depth, a crazy amount of depth. Sucks about Derek Barnes, but Anzalone can come back.
Well,
I like this defense a lot.
That's one thing that we didn't have time to get to is dealing with injuries now, right?
Well, yeah, but I mean, we can all expect what he would say. Hey, we have next man up mentality
we
here.
We believe in Nice, and we believe in Glasgow, and we believe in Brock Wright. Another thing we didn't have time to get to with him is Brock Wright being one of, making the impact that he did. And look, they brought him back for a reason. They matched the offer sheet for a reason, right?
Yeah, and look who tried to sign him away. It was San Francisco that tried to sign him.
San Francisco.
Yeah. Jean Girard
of this whole.
You Brock Wright, did you not want to play for us?
Well, he did actually. He signed it.
Your downfall.
I didn't expect a Jean Girard impression. I didn't know you did a Jean.
I don't think it's very good, but it's just a heavy French accent, stupid French accent.
I actually think it is pretty good. Keg, do you think? I think it's pretty good.
Oh, yeah, it's spot on. Are you part French?
No, sir.
All right, so we a lot to get to regarding the Lions and the Tigers and some college football stuff. It's going to be a busy day. Jared Goff just joined us if you missed it. The hook and ladder is called Shake and Bake. As another Ricky Bobby reference.
Shake and bake. That's what you do with your hands.
Did
you
that
put
just
it back
happen?
in the oven.
Did that just happen?
That's a different movie.
Is it? I thought when he did it to Jean Girard, he said, "Did that just happen?"
I was thinking of you going out and say, "Did we just become best friends?"
No, he said, "Did that just happen?" When he did the shake and bake in Jean Girard's face.
That just happened.
Dude, I don't get many movie lines here.
This is true.
Yeah.
Nice job, Doug.
Yeah. I want a star. Can I have a star for this?
Yeah, but it won't be a gold. It'll be a star.
Fair enough. 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. Tigers fever continues to grab hold of Detroit as they inch closer and closer to a potential playoff spot. It's been a long climb from where they were, almost 10 back, and the players are enjoying it as much as the rest of the city, including Kerry Carpenter. And they've got an 88% chance of getting in now, according to Fangraphs, with their magic number down to 4. In fact, they could actually clinch tomorrow if they beat the Rays and Minnesota loses again tonight. Cater Montero will get the ball for this one versus Tampa at 6:40 first pitch right here on 97.1. Scoreboard watching again. The Twins play the Marlins, Royals at Nationals, Baltimore in New York against the Yankees, and Seattle taking on the Astros in Houston. For fans that want to attend the Week 6 Lions watch party at Ford Field, tickets are on sale to the general public today. $25 $20. You can buy up to 6 for the event. That date is Sunday, October 13th, as they play the Cowboys in Dallas. And a sign of the times, undefeated UNLV quarterback turning in his notice after he claims that the school not delivering on the promised payment for his transfer. Matthew Sluka posting that representations are not being delivered and obviously were not going to be. UNLV now high and dry as they sit 3-0 going into Saturday's home game versus Fresno State. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Thanks to Jared Goff, who joined us last hour. I think we should do some instant feedback fun. It's been maybe over a year, but we are looking for other movie lines that should be names of plays. Other movie lines that should be names of plays that the Lions call.
Lines or something from a movie.
Something from, anything. We'll take your suggestions. You can even suggest what the play might be. I said the Hail Mary could be "Oh, sweet baby Jesus," which is a line from, I don't know if that's the exact line, but it's something along those lines. It's
"Dear sweet baby Jesus."
Yeah. Would be the Hail Mary, for instance. So if you want to send over some movie lines that you would like to see be the names of plays, as Jared Goff told us that the hook and ladder is called Shake and Bake, named by offensive coordinator Ben Johnson, straight out of the movie Talladega Nights. 248-539-9797. We'll start accumulating those. Other movie lines or things out of a movie that should be the name of plays for the Detroit Lions. We'll get to some of the better answers that come in here on 97.1 The Ticket. Let's get back to your open line calls here on Carson Anderson on this Wednesday in Detroit. Tiger Magic number down to 4. Lions getting set for a huge Monday night game against undefeated first place Seattle. Gator, you made an amazing observation yesterday, and I don't want to steal your thunder about the standings in the NFC.
It's amazing when you look at it. Who leads the NFC West?
That would be Seattle.
It's not San Francisco?
It's not San Francisco, and it's not the Rams.
Huh. Who leads the NFC East? I mean, it's got to be Dallas or Philly, right?
No, it's not Dallas or Philly.
Who is it?
It's Washington.
Washington?
Yep. Because they hold the tiebreaker, I guess, over Philly right now.
That's
not what you'd expect.
Well, the NFC South, I mean, it's probably Tampa, right? I mean, Tampa's got this good playoff team.
No, it's New Orleans.
Sorry, what?
Yeah.
Derek Carr?
Yeah.
And then the NFC North, we know who leads. It's clear the Detroit Lions.
No, it's Minnesota.
What?
Yes. Now, some of those teams are tied, and they hold tiebreakers, I guess, because that's the way ESPN listen. But yes, listed at the top of each division in the NFC, Washington, Minnesota, New Orleans, and Seattle. Wild. 248-539-9797. Scotty, you're next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Scotty?
Gentlemen.
Hey.
How are we doing today?
Doing good.
Is this absolutely amazing what the Tigers are doing?
It's incredible. It's absolutely incredible.
It's ridiculous.
You call into any other station with any other team, they can't name 2 players on this team. None of them.
I mean, kind of. Look, I don't know that a lot of fans can name more. They probably know Skubal, Torque, and Green across the board, and the hardcore fans know a lot.
The hardcore fans know the team, but the average person does not know 5 Tigers.
And baseball fans who aren't in Detroit cannot name 2 players on this team, and you know that. And
maybe just 2, and it's not Torkelson. It would be like Riley Green and Tarek Skubal, pitcher in baseball. But to your point, a lot of people don't know who the best pitcher in baseball is.
Can you guys name the last time a Detroit sports team did what the Tigers are doing right now?
You mean come out of the blue and make the playoffs?
Well, the Red Wings team, the 86-87 team that ended up going to the conference finals
against Edmonton.
Yeah, that was a team that the previous year they were one of the worst teams in hockey. If I'm not mistaken.
Right. Were you asking just as a rhetorical question, or do you have the answer? Is Gator? Is that what your answer was?
Sorry, gentlemen. It was just curiosity.
Okay.
Yeah, that's good.
No, it's okay.
It's so obscure to me.
But it's absolutely wild. And look, these circumstances that led to this, You know, I was going through that all those minor league box scores yesterday where there are 6 Tigers, and they were regularly losing games at AAA. And you know, sure, they can't beat the Norfolk Tides, but then they beat the Orioles. You know, I mean, it's wild with the way this has played itself out.
Anyways, have a good day, gentlemen.
Yep, take care. 248-539-9797.
The 85-86 Red Wings were god-awful. They had 40 points that season. Ended up with the top pick in the NHL draft, and they selected Joe Murphy from Michigan State.
Yeah.
The next year, they improved to 78 points, but they got hot and ended up going to the conference finals. And the next year, they got hot again, went to the conference finals, but they were also first place in the Norris division back then, went back-to-back winning the Norris. But that's to me, that's where I go to and go back to that. The Tiger teams that, you know, the 06 Tigers were that was kind of out of nowhere as well, but that was a veteran-laden team that had some younger players, but it was more veterans than not, and they had kind of put those guys together over a couple of years, so you kind of felt like, okay, it's still wild that it happened, but not wild like this. This is actually, it's more akin to what the Lions did 2 years ago when they went 8-2 down the stretch to go 9-8 on the season and just missed the playoffs. We hope it doesn't end that way for the Tigers. There's an epic collapse at the end of the season here, because then this ends up, if there's no epic collapse,
the only way they don't make the playoffs now is
then this wipes away the comparison to the Lions. But right now, it is kind of like the Lions from a couple of years ago.
Tom just sent us a GIF of a Detroit Lion with a visor, and in the middle of the visor, it's a Fig Newton logo, and it says, "The sticker is dangerous and inconvenient, but I do love Fig Newtons." Because in Talladega Nights, they put the Fig Newton logo on the windshield.
Yeah. It's right.
Sure, put the Fig Newton logo on the visor.
That's where it goes.
Perfect. 248-539-9797. I don't know how many people saw that.
For me, it's Hinch and Harris, or Hinch and Fetter. I'm sorry, Hinch and Fetter.
Yep.
Normally, I would say I would give it to the players because the players are the ones that have to do what they have to do. But because they have been bitten by injuries and just poor decisions or whatever, they've had to kind of concoct some scheme to get a rotation together. And doing it with 2 or 3 starting pitchers for months at a time, that to me is incredible and never heard of. And that's why it's Hinch and Fetter for me.
So the number one answer was Hinch and Fetter with 53% of the vote. The number 2 answer was the players with 41.7% of the vote. The number 3 answer was Al Avila with 3% of the vote, and Scott Harris at 2.2% of the vote is last. Now, let's be clear here. I'm going to say bravo, Scott Harris. I don't know that I disagree with this because it feels like, more of these young kids are products of Al Avila.
Mm-hmm.
But Sweeney's here because of Scott Harris.
Yes, he is.
Job is here because of Scott Harris.
Well, he hasn't played yet, yes.
Yes.
Well, he's here in terms of being called up.
Is Veerling's the Scott Harris signing, right?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah. And Scott Harris also handled the management of Torkelson and Meadows down and up. Some of these bullpen arms are Scott Harris, but
Scott Harris is the one that decided to give Colt Keith the contract.
Yeah. Yep.
But if you had to go between Harris and Avila, it's painful to say, but Avila has more of a representation on this team right now than Harris does.
Yep.
But you don't want to give anybody a short-sightedness on this.
Yeah, the thing about Avila,
they all play a role.
Is what we're seeing. Yes, they all played a role, and it's not to slight anybody. I guess that's what it feels like we're doing here. But I will say this. The Avila's draft picks coming through is an example of something that we already all know, and that is baseball draft picks are such a long play that you can't expect immediate dividends. Some come faster than others, but the reality is it's a long trip through the minors, and it's filled with trapdoors and landmines, and it's a very difficult thing to navigate and make it this far. And we are seeing the fruits of a lot of Avila picks. Now, Avila also made some horrendous purge trades that never amounted to anything and free agent signings. and they just weren't winning enough. But he does absolutely deserve credit.
Well, to your point on draft picks, it's like if you're a 25-year-old major league player and let's say you just got called up, they ran up the 25-year-old right-hander. Mm-hmm. And if you were drafted as an 18-year-old, that's 6 or 7 years that you have to play in the minors before you got your chance.
Yep.
And I mean, it speaks to how hard it is to make it in the majors, just to get to the majors, let alone to stay in the majors. Out of all the thousands and thousands of players that are there, it's a remarkable journey for these guys, and it has to be respected.
248-539-9797. More your phone calls and feedback. We'll talk some college football at 11:30 here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
So I know you see these trucks all over the place, and there's a reason why the red, white, and blue trucks are everywhere. They belong to the one and only plumbing and HVAC team that I trust. It's Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, and they're going to help keep you warm this fall with the most up-to-date and efficient equipment on the market. Don't just take my word for it. You can check out their A-plus rating from the Better Business Bureau, or how about some of their 5-star reviews on Google? Or I'll just tell you, hey, these guys come out to my house a couple of times in the last couple of years, and they have been everything that you would expect from a professional team. They are amazing. So whether it's your furnace, your water heater, your boiler, or water filtration, schedule an appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
Our car, Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket. We got our college football blitz thing 8:11:30. We'll talk some Michigan and Michigan State after that. I'm going to empty the bucket, Gator.
Are you?
Yeah. Yep.
Is it getting a little heavy?
No. I'm probably just gonna do one thing that I didn't get. I try to find the most amazing, obscure thing that I didn't use. This one, there was almost no way I was going to use it. It would have taken a incredible set of circumstances, but we'll get to that at 11:55. Back to your open line calls, though. 248-539-9797. Shane is next. Hi, Shane.
Hi, guys. How are you?
Good.
Well, the reason why I wanted to call today is because I just want to put a plug into the vision that Scott Harris has laid out for the Tigers. The investment in advanced analytics for this Tigers team, we're seeing results of that investment when the Tigers are winning all these close games. They're making all the right moves, and I just see the future of baseball being led to this philosophy that he's embraced, and we're seeing the results from it. It's obvious.
Well, some of it.
Yeah, I would say they do, that absolutely is part of the equation. I mean, look, all that they have done here, so much of it is laid out in front of them and working. That I think everything should be discussed as a reasons why. Some of the reasons why they're having success.
Yeah, it's something that Avila had brought in and got more and more involved with it as time went on. And you got to have the right manager in place, too, that can understand all that stuff. And clearly, A.J. Hinch understands all that stuff. And Scott Harris amped it up even more when he took over. But it certainly plays a big role, particularly when you have to do things with unconventional ways, like when you have the issues that they've had with the starting rotation all season long, and particularly in the last few months. You got to find some new way to win, and they have.
Yep, but they do deserve credit for that, yes.
Well, thanks for taking my calls, guys, and I hope you both have a good morning.
All right, thanks, Shane.
You as well. 248-539-9797. Casey is next on 97.1. Hi, Casey.
Hi.
Hey.
Hey, I just wanted to add to the Tigers' great run, but early in the season, I did get to watch some of the games on TV, and I was so impressed with Parker Meadows. Then I said to my husband, "This kid is just, he just looked so good to me." And I thought, then we couldn't watch the games for a while because of TV, and then when I heard he got sent down to the minors, I thought, oh man. And then of course my husband's kind of a downer. He says, well, he won't be back, da da da. And then to have him come back and then do what he did, it was just a thrill for me. I just felt so good about that kid just, had, he got back and did what he did. So that was one of the biggest thrills for me for this season. And, of course, the whole season is good. But I just wanted to add that. I just thought you never know when they're going to turn themselves around and come back. And so just that was the big part of why of course, I wish they could watch more of them on TV. But, hey, I'm just so glad that they're, doing well, and I wish them the best. And
well, just to be clear here, Casey, you know that they're back on our TVs, right? You know that, right?
Well, yeah, but we don't get to watch them where we are, and we're not signed up to watch them, but we listen all the time on the radio, and so I hope that they get back on, as much as they did. But I'm just saying, I hadn't watched it. I had to listen, and then when I heard he was back, and then all of a sudden he had those great plays and games, it was just really, really, really cool. So that's what I wanted to add.
No, Casey, thank you for the phone call. And Parker Meadows is absolutely a big part, near the top of the list of the reasons why they're doing this.
I mean, it's hard to ignore what the team has done since he's been back. But it also kind of coincides with getting Kerry Carpenter back.
Mm-hmm.
And those two guys have really led the way, along with Riley Green, of course. But what Meadows has done, and the winning percentage it's insane when he plays, and they got a bunch of guys back kind of around the same time, within a few weeks span, and deciding to call guys back up, whether it was Torkelson and trade for Trey Sweeney and bring him up, and let's give Chase Young a shot, and all the while they were getting Fetter made with the pitching staff.
Yep.
That to me is the most unbelievable part. I mean, the hitters, yeah, they've done their part and it's great, but the pitching staff, wow.
Parker Meadows is playing the game now with a swagger. Like that catch he made in Baltimore to save the 2-run homer that essentially won that game was a Parker Meadows special. I mean, he's a big kid. He can really run. And, earlier I was talking about how the trip through the minors is filled with trapdoors and landmines. And what that is one flaw keeps you from getting to the bigs. Like, you kind of have to check just about every box. And if you can't run, you better have 40 home run power.
Right.
And if you're not going to hit for power, you better hit for average. And one of the things that it's possible, you're not going to play every day, but as being an elite defensive player with no offense, which is what he was turning into until he goes down to the minors. I was watching some analysis, and it's back to Kerry Carpenter. You mentioned his return. And I said yesterday, I wouldn't call this an elite outfield, but they're mimicking one, and they might be one over the course of time. But it's what the kind of offensive production they're getting and the kind of defense they're playing. Yeah, they're mimicking an elite outfield. But in Kerry Carpenter's case, Kerry Carpenter goes and works out in the offseason with Aaron Judge's hitting coach and spends time with him. And Kerry Carpenter is just bringing the boomstick. And having him back, if over an entire season, he'd be over 30 home runs and over 100 RBIs.
Yeah, watching him hit home runs to the opposite field is impressive. He's got strength that you didn't realize is there, and he was on with the morning show today, and he's been a lot of fun to watch. And everybody has made their adjustments. Even Riley Green has adjusted his swing where he's got a higher launch angle than he had more. It's more of an uppercut swing, and it's resulted in now he's got over 20 home runs on the season. And fortunately, they have found a way to keep him on the field as much as they can. Rest him when they need to, but Riley Green has played a bunch of games this year, which we haven't seen in his career.
Paul is next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Paul?
Hey, guys. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Good. I was wondering, I don't know, I mean, obviously you guys probably watched the game yesterday, but were you guys concerned with Torkelson's at-bats yesterday? I mean, he appeared to have missed the ball by a foot when he was swinging. And then he would run down to first base after he missed the strike 3. And I just thought, boy, those were terrible at-bats.
Well, Pepio, I thought, was really good yesterday. He's an excellent pitcher. And, I mean, he gave up 3 hits all game long. He gave up 4 walks, and one of those walks was to Parker Meadows where I thought Pepio got squeezed. There were 2 pitches that Meadows swung.
Yeah.
And they appealed to third base, and the third base umpire said, nope, he didn't swing at it. But as far as Tork's concerned, yeah, I mean, you get good and bad with Tork. The bad is he's going to swing and miss at pitches that you're not happy about, but the good is the home run that he wrapped around the fair pole in left field the other day.
Right.
And
I
he's
noticed
played well
about
defensively.
A week ago, he appeared to be going a little bit the other way, and I thought, wow, if he ever goes in that direction, this guy would be great. But him trying to pull that pitch yesterday, he missed it by a foot several times.
Yeah, it's tough to know what's being said or what goes through the head of a batter before they hit the batter's box. Torkelson had a great August when he was called up, and it's been a not so great September, but
he's still playing a good first base. He's probably gotten better as a defensive player, and the scoop. He has so many big scoops, and there was that ball that went off. I think it went off Hannafy to Young at third base, and he threw off balance, and Tork almost came off the bag, had to lay out to catch it, but didn't come off the bag, which is a big out in that Baltimore game. So, yeah, man, I'm not like big picture. Big picture, yes, but in the zooming in on this season, I just kind of want to keep doing what he's doing. It'd be great if he was hitting more, but
I've got the box score open from yesterday. It's just fun to look down and see Tarek Skubal win 18-4.
Yeah,
7 innings, 2 hits, no runs, 1 walk, 7 strikeouts, and now his earned run average is down to 2.39, and he threw over 100 pitches yesterday.
All right, we'll do some college football talk next here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Garsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. We'll get back to your phone calls. We'll talk some Michigan and Michigan State coming up, but we swing around the country with the college football blitz thingy. Here we go. Heads or tails?
Heads.
Gator calls heads, and it is a tail. I will receive.
All right, here we go, Doug. Indiana and Illinois are both 4-0. The last time this happened, 1910. The Hoosiers or Illini? Take your pick. Which one's for real?
I'm going to utter a sentence that has probably never been uttered by a human before.
Here we go.
It's a real shame that Indiana and Illinois don't play one another this year.
It really is.
The Illini have proven more with wins over Kansas and Nebraska, so I'm going to go with them. Luke Altmaier completing over 70% of his passes, 10 touchdowns, no picks. So I'm going to go with the Illini, the Fighting Bielemas, as being more real.
Well, I'm glad you're going there because I'm going the other route. I'm going to go with the Hoosiers. They have some talent there in Indiana, and now that their former fake coach Tom Allen is with the other fake coach at Penn State, they can make some things happen. Look, they score like 50 points a game, albeit it hasn't been against stiff competition to this point. But I like what I see. They get the transfer from Ohio as the quarterback, Curtis Rourke. All he has done is throw for over 1,000 yards. Over 75% of his passes have been completed. 8 touchdowns, no picks. This team runs for over 200 yards a game as well. We're talking about 500 yards in offense per game. These guys have been really impressive. And yes, I will echo your sentiment. It is a shame, a damn shame, that Illinois does not play its neighbor to the east, Indiana.
Guys, ironically, Stoney asked this question on his radio show in 1910 as well. Who's more real? Because both Indiana and Illinois are both 4-0, guys. This is amazing. I'm going to go with Illinois here. They slowed down the Nebraska hype last week, but I want it to be Indiana, Gator. I want it to be the Hoosiers. I think that would be the better story because I think Bielema, Doug, you kind of fall in love with Bielema and Illinois, so I think they actually have some possibility of longevity there. But Indiana, I don't know if this is real or not, but I want it to be real this year. Pick an upset this weekend, Gator.
Well, I'm going to go with the biggest game on the schedule. Somehow, Alabama is an underdog at home against Georgia. Well, the reason why is because it's Georgia. You're taking on the Bulldogs, and it's not going to be easy. But I like to go out. Look, this is the biggest game. I'm going to say Alabama wins this one. It's going to be a tough game. You really don't know how either team is going to react to this. Did Georgia kind of sleepwalk recently in their last outing where they barely won? Were they looking ahead? But I like Alabama's talent, always do. Something to be concerned with, I guess, maybe with the tropical storm. Is that going to have any effect? Is it going to get over there in time to disrupt the game? We'll see. But right now I like Alabama.
I was going to take Rutgers over Washington until I realized Rutgers is favored.
Wow.
Which made me think, should I take Washington over Rutgers? Anyway, so I'm going to go with Maryland as a 6.5-point home dog to Indiana. I do not believe in Indiana because all those stats you gave are awesome, but they've played St. Cloud Tech for 4 games.
It wasn't St. Cloud
And
Tech.
so I am...
it was a directional Washington school, and leave them alone.
I'm going to take Maryland minus the 6.5 against Indiana.
I agree with you, Doug, and I've seen it Maryland +7 in some books. So I want Indiana to be real, but I just don't think they are. So I got Maryland over Indiana as my upset this week. All right, big story in college football right now seems to be dominating currently is UNLV quarterback Matthew Sluka announced on Twitter that he's leaving the undefeated UNLV Running Rebels, and he's going to redshirt and go into the portal. The reason is, quote, I committed to UNLV based on certain representations that were made to me, which were not upheld after I enrolled. Despite discussions, it became clear that these commitments would not be fulfilled in the future. Guys, what do you think about this move?
First of all, the UNLV is trending on Twitter.
Yeah.
Because of this story. There's nothing that makes sports more enjoyable than lawsuits. I mean, this is going to lead to signed contracts and NIL deals and lawsuits when they don't get fulfilled. Whenever you break in new rules, there are things that you don't foresee coming. This needs to be refined. This isn't really good for anybody. And oh, by the way, so the kid's just dropping out half a semester in. I mean, I don't know. There's nothing attractive about this as a fan, and they really need to button up all of this NIL stuff.
It's too bad because it's the Wild West when it comes to NIL. There's no guardrails, there's no guidelines, there's nothing. And this is a story that can kill programs. Because if word gets out that a school promises stuff with NIL and they don't deliver.
We're looking at you, Florida.
Yeah, good luck keeping those recruits around. And this quarterback is actually quite good. Division III, he was ridiculously good. He was prolific running the football and throwing the football. And he had UNLV off to a pretty good start. Apparently he was promised $100,000 just to switch over to UNLV. And according to his dad, he's only received like $3,000 of it after UNLV said, we'll start giving him game checks. And they never did. So I don't blame the kid for exposing this, but this is just the stupid system they have with NIL with nobody watching it.
This is really unfortunate, man. He's leaving his teammates, in the middle of a year here where they could actually possibly do something. But it's turned into he said. Gator, yeah, that's their side. The other side is saying, hey, we fulfilled our agreement that we told him. But then he's coming back through his agent, through his dad, saying, no, that's not true. If it is true that UNLV didn't fulfill their end, all their schools need to learn from this. You don't overpromise and underdeliver. Now, that's if what Sluka is saying is true. But if what the university is saying is true and saying, dude, we lived up to our end. Now this guy wants more money because we're undefeated. He's playing well. He gets more opportunities. He's coming at us for more that we didn't promise. This whole thing sucks for everybody. And now basically this is professional football, and he's holding out in the middle of a year, which what professional athletes do when they don't get the contract they like. All right, former USC football star Reggie Bush is suing his school, the NCAA and the Pac-12, to recoup money made on his name from image and likeness during his career with the Trojans 2 decades ago. Thoughts?
God, I hate this story. And yet this is predictable. We had it with the Michigan players doing it. Now Reggie Bush is going to do this. Here we go again. And this is a guy who blatantly broke the rules back when he was in school. Okay? So I'm not sure why he'd be entitled to any kind of compensation now. The NCAA haven't given him his Heisman Trophy back, and he's back in the warm bosom of USC. I mean, shut up. Just shut up. Different rules back then, and the rules that were there, you violated those rules.
Look, there's going to be thousands of these, and I'm sorry about your timing. Like, I get it. You played in an era where you couldn't get legally paid, Reggie. But it's again, lawsuits. Sweet, more lawsuits. College football's never been better. Saturday's coming. I love it. This kind of stuff drives me nuts.
Yeah, if this is anything like the former Michigan players lawsuit, I say too bad. There was no NIL back then. That's just unfortunately timing. But I will say legally, he may have a better case because they did give him his Heisman Trophy back based on whatever reasons they use now because the rules have changed and things are different. The landscape's not the same. So I wonder if his legal team gets involved with that, saying, dude, you guys kind of admitted to wrongdoing already. We want our money from the first time around, but I don't like it at all. All right, this week, Utah State became the 5th school from the Mountain West to join Oregon State and Washington State in rebuilding the Pac-12. The others are Boise State, Fresno State, San Diego State, and Colorado State. All the states. Is the Pac-12 finally landing on its feet here?
Well, they're making the best of a bad situation, and the biggest brand they've got in football to join so far is Boise. And now there's rumors, and what they really need to do is land Gonzaga for college basketball. But this is where common sense should step in. And really, the people at Arizona State, Stanford, and Cal, original Pac-8, well, I guess Arizona State weren't. They were Pac-10 members. But ask them, are they better off in the Big 12 and the ACC than they would be in this Pac-12 or whatever it's going to be? And I think they'd all say, actually, we'd probably rather be back in the Pac-12. They'd be more competitive on top of that. They wouldn't have to travel as far, and they'd have a better chance to make the playoff. So at some point, common sense, wake up these schools that left the old Pac-12 and let them back into the Pac-12.
Well, the question is the Pac-12 landing on its feet here? And I say as best they can. I mean, this is let's face it, this is a dog of a conference right now. If you want to be considered, you can't consider the Pac-12 part of the Power 5.
No.
In the future, because this is not a Power 5 conference with these schools. But it's a conference at least. It's shaping up to be a conference again when it used to be, or it is this year, the Tupac.
Or Pac-2.
Or the Pac-2, or whatever you want to call it. I love it. But this is, it's just sad what it's become. And, of course, you're right, Doug. I mean, these schools should be, scurrying for other conferences. They should come back.
Yeah, I mean, if landing on your feet is not being gone forever, then I guess yes. But, I mean, it's not the same at all. Not a Power 5 conference. Gonzaga, unless they're Gonzaga State, Doug, they don't want them because they only want the states, okay? But,
apparently.
Yeah, it is what it is. All right, last one, guys. What's your early call on Georgia at Alabama Saturday night?
Well, you already know me. I say it's an upset. I think Alabama wins it. They are, a 2-point dog, I think, going into this game. The total in this game is 48.5. I imagine this is going to be kind of tightly contested. Georgia coming off a very uninspired win against Kentucky at Kentucky. They won it 13-12. They have the bye week, though, going into this game, which you'd think would help them out. But I just think Bama's more determined.
Yeah, they both have buys, right? I mean, the weird thing about this is I think whoever loses this game will lose again, and I think whoever wins this game will lose a game. Like I don't think both these teams are as good as they've been in previous years, but I agree with you. I'll take Bama at home.
Yeah, make it 3 for 3. I got Bama. Big fan of Milroe. Big fan of Kalen DeBoer. I think Bama takes this one.
And there it is. That concludes the Targeting Live Animal Mascot NIL thingy here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, it's Doug here. I want to tell you about my friends at Michigan Auto Law, especially with the winter season right around the corner. Our roads are going to get tougher, and we're all hoping for the best, but you never know. If you're in an accident, you need someone who's got your back. That's where my friend Steve and his team at Michigan Auto Law come in. If someone in my family needs help, that's where I'm sending them to. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents. You wouldn't go to a doctor who specializes in all sorts of medicine, so why would you do that with your lawyer? Specialization matters. They care more, so you win more. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com.
Welcome back to the Carson Anderson Show here on 97.1 The Ticket. Taking your calls and texts. Same number, 248-539-9797. Good news, Doug. Hockey's back tonight. Good luck, Cal.
Yes.
Hockey's back tonight. Red Wings at Chicago, the first preseason action.
First round picks playing, right?
I don't know. Yes. Nygaard's playing, as is
Carter Mazur.
Is it Brandzeg Nygaard, or we just call him Nygaard? Brandzeg Nygaard.
That's gonna be tough, Kenny.
He's playing. Marco Kasper's playing.
A lot of syllables.
Sebastian Kosa maybe in net.
Yeah.
So lot to be curious about with that.
We said we get to some Michigan and Michigan State stuff. I do want to start with this. Larry Lage of the Associated Press did a story about Armarion Smith from the Spartans, who has lost his mom recently to cancer, and he is raising his 4 siblings all by himself at this point. And there's a GoFundMe set up for him. And if you just go to GoFundMe and put in his name, Armarion Smith, you can go support him and what he is doing. Tragic story, and certainly an inspirational story as well. So
and this is where NIL is a good thing.
Yeah, you're right. And look, NIL has a chance to be good in a lot of ways.
Yes.
The story out of UNLV is obviously where it's kind of got another side. But anyway, anything you can do, GoFundMe and Armarion Smith. With that said, Spartans taking on Ohio State. Gator, I think Ohio State might be extremely good, which doesn't mean I am some football savant. But it's also important to point out who they have played. And it's okay to question how good they are based upon that, because I thought it was fair to question Michigan the last couple of years through the non-conference schedule, and had no problem with it, because eventually you have to prove yourself. But early in the season, is it at all possible that Ohio State is vulnerable? More vulnerable than people think.
I don't think so. I think they're awfully good. I think the quarterback's only going to get better. I don't think he's great, Will Howard, but I think he's a guy that's given more time with the offense and working with these players that are new to him. He'll get better. Mm-hmm. Kind of like Jake Rudock at Michigan that first year. May not have started so great, but as things went on, he got better every game. By the end of the season, he was a really good quarterback for Michigan. Howard, I think, is going to be the same thing, but he's got so much to work with. I mean, you've got Judkins there, running back, and Travion's there again, and the receiving core. This just in, it's great again with another true freshman stepping up. Was it Jeremiah Smith? I think is his name.
Yep,
he's amazing already. He's got 4 touchdowns already on the season, and he's not the number one option there because they've got all these other guys, Abuka and others, and it's just it's a well-oiled machine. That's the school that reloads, and if they have to go the transfer portal route, they do, and do it unabashedly like most of the really good football teams do, and they keep it rolling. Michigan State needs to play like that perfect game. They can't turn the ball over, which is really hard to do when you're Michigan State this year. You're going to have growing pains with Aiden Childs and the rest of this offense, but Childs he's the quarterback who has all the talent, but he's made a lot of mistakes so far, and he's also made some plays. But the offensive line is so banged up, they have no running game to speak of. So I'm not hopeful for Michigan State's chances. What I'd like to see is if Michigan State's defense, if that's the key, if that's the better part of this team, can they slow down Ohio State at all? Can they keep Ohio State south of 40 points in the game? I think it's a tall task.
Yeah, I mean, just so people know what I was talking about, Ohio State's strength of schedule ranks 131 out of 134 teams, but the remaining strength of schedule is 18th in the country, this according to ESPN's College Football Power Index. So they are going to have to prove themselves on the field.
Well, I mean, they're beating up on the MAC.
Yeah.
With Akron, Western, and Marshall.
Akron again.
And Akron East, yeah.
Yeah, so, I mean, good for them, but, there's heavier lifting to be done. And this is another one of those games. And look, when you're playing a big game at home, you don't want to turn it over and you don't want to fall behind quickly.
Yeah, and don't help them out by stupid penalties again.
No.
Can you calm those down? Can we see like 5 penalties or less in a game? It'd be a nice start. If you can go, if Michigan State commits like 5 penalties or less and doesn't turn the ball over, maybe things are closer than what the spread is.
Now, Michigan, they're taking on Minnesota. Minnesota is not a team that has stopped the run. So, what do you think the game plan might be? What is going to be the game plan? I think what they'd like to do is run the ball early, get a big lead, and then try and stretch it out a little bit with Alex Orji and expand the resume, the menu of plays available to him. I don't know that last week was reflective of where Michigan wants to be. I think it's reflective of where they are and that moment of time. And so what is the game plan that can win this football game? And players get better. You mentioned Jake Rudock. It's a great example of a player that got better as the year went on. And I also, getting Colston Loveland back, which looks like it's possibilities. I mean, he's their best receiver, and he was out of that game. Then late in the game, Marlon Klein got hurt. We'll see what his status is. But so that final play, they had two tight ends that barely play on the field for that 4th and 2 against USC. But, big games like that, you just find a way to win. Games like this coming up, you also can't lose sight of the ultimate goal, which is to win, but you also hope you have a chance to get the score in a place where you can experiment a little bit and give some experience to not only Alex Orji, but those receivers. There was an underrated play made by Orji in that game, and that was the flea flicker where he didn't throw it because nobody was open. That's a big play. You get to take a shot. You're all excited, and then you run it, and it doesn't really work, but instead of throwing it in coverage, he tucked it and got 6 yards. And, you got to make the right decisions. And Michigan also has had turnover problems. And they were fine-ish. I don't know if they would have held on and won 20-17, but they were winning against a team that was supposed to beat them when they finally turned it over, and that changed everything. But
well, a lot of the turnovers this year have been because Davis Warren was throwing interceptions. I mean, 6 of them. That's where you have that correction. But I would imagine that, yes, run the ball early and often against Minnesota. But if you're able to be successful with that, then I imagine that you're probably not going to play Orji a whole lot after you've built up a 4-5 touchdown lead if you can do that, if they're successful in doing so. And then if you are, you're going to want to bring other quarterbacks in and give them a chance, I would imagine. But look, Minnesota just gave up 31 points to Iowa.
Mostly because they couldn't stop the run.
But let that sink in.
Yep.
Iowa, who was scoring like 17 points a game last year, suddenly has found how to score this year. But they win that game 31-14. I would imagine Michigan's able to have an easier day of it than that, and yet they're only a 9-point favorite in this game.
We're actually out of time to empty the bucket. Let's do that at 12:02. Get back into the Tigers and Lions as well. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. So, it's been a busy day so far. There's so much to talk about. We do this every Wednesday, or when it applies. We call it Empty the Bucket. It's information I didn't get to use when broadcasting the Michigan games that may or may not be interesting, but we empty the bucket nonetheless. All right, USC's defensive line coach, Sean Nua. Sean Nua was the Michigan defensive line coach up until 2021, and he was going against players he recruited. TJ Guy, Ike Iwanu, and Rayshawn Benny were all players that he recruited. Sean Nua was back in Ann Arbor, and there were a lot of hugs out in the field pregame and postgame. Didn't get a chance to mention that. And Gator, this is the fact that I find amazing, and it applies to both Michigan and Michigan State fans. The current long snapper for the San Francisco 49ers is Tabor Pepper. Do you remember Tabor Pepper?
Yes, actually I do.
He was a long snapper at Michigan State.
Yeah, for a brief period of time.
The long snapper for USC is Hank Pepper. Hank Pepper is from Chandler, Arizona, and committed to Michigan State.
Mm-hmm.
He is not related to Tabor Pepper. Completely unrelated.
Two different Peppers.
But he was also a long snapper, went to Michigan State, and then transferred to USC and was in the big house long snapping for the Trojans. Two Peppers, two long snappers, both went to State. Unrelated.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
And there it is. The bucket is emptied.
Wow.
Yeah. I was like, unless this kid has a bad snap, I'm not bringing up Hank Pepper's name. But all his snaps.
You never know what happens in that stadium with a bad snap.
Yep.
Quite possible.
Yeah. Well, it didn't. And there was no reason to bring it up. So there you go. Two separate Peppers. I mean, I think Michigan State fans probably knew some of that. Michigan fans probably didn't, unless they were keeping track of Michigan State's long snappers. But Tabor and Hank Pepper, not related.
Not related to Jabril Peppers either, right?
No, Peppers. There's a Pepper.
Julius Peppers, yeah.
The Peppers.
Plural, yeah.
Multiple Peppers versus
Does he like cayenne pepper?
Yeah.
Tigers hate cinnamon, but they like pepper.
That's what I understand.
Yeah.
I've heard that.
Yeah.
Is that a name of a Lions play?
Could be.
Yeah.
Maybe soon.
All right. The Tigers. Speaking of Tigers. Tigers win yesterday 2-1. A great moment when Wenzel Perez came in and doubled with 2 outs. And look, you pointed out earlier in the show, the double was great. It drove in the 2 runs with the bases loaded. As that game started to get late. But he had 2 other at-bats, and one was an 11-pitch walk. He had 2 other at-bats that were both walks. One of them was 11-pitch. And when you have the opposing team's pitcher that is pitching well, getting him out of the game is something you want to do by driving up his pitch count, and that was sort of a one-man wrecking crew in that regard, Wenzel Perez.
I was driving home when that was going on, the 11-pitch at bat, and I immediately start thinking, people in our generation, Tiger fans in our generation, when you start thinking about long at bats, wearing a Tiger uniform, you think Dave Bergman was in a Monday night game against the Yankees, and it was like a 13-pitch at bat that resulted in a home run. And it was awesome. When you get north of 10 pitches in an at bat, that gets fun. And I always wondered this, and I've asked a couple players about it, and like, absolutely not. And I refuse to believe this. I feel that batters, if they wanted to, they can go up and just foul off pitches all day long if they wanted to. And of course they can't. But there are times when they're so locked in that they can't. Like an 11-pitch at bat, if you're just fouling off pitch after pitch after pitch, there's something there. I mean, it's a real skill to be able to do that. And it's something that the Yankees and the Red Sox have done for years. They've always been able to work the count. And it's a tremendous strategy to try to knock somebody out of the game. And when a pitcher like Pepio is out there and he's dealing and he has got everybody off balance, and then there's one guy who steps up, has his 11-pitch at bat, gets a walk, has another crazy at bat, gets another walk, has another crazy at bat, and then hits a 2-run double, a ground rule double to break the deadlock, it's awesome. But I can't help but think that at-bat may not even have happened. If Parker Meadows doesn't check his swing on 2 pitches-ish, they appealed to third.
Check his swing-ish?
Yeah. They appealed to third, and the third base umpire said, nope, he didn't swing. And I thought both times, if I were the umpire, I would have said he swung. Tigers got a massive break there that would have ended the inning with runners in scoring position for like the 3rd or 4th straight inning, that they wouldn't have been able to push them across there in the 5th. And who knows what happens after that, because the Tigers those are the only 2 runs they got, and then, of course, they give up the home run in the 9th inning. I start getting nervous when they don't have like a 4-run lead. Like if it's 2, that's nerve-wracking the entire time. And it's just one guy gets on base, bloop and a blast, and you're tied.
Not that it's particularly significant, but just to keep people from calling and correcting. It was against the Blue Jays, not the Yankees. But again,
thank you.
It's the 84 Tigers, and so that was a 13-pitch at bat last night. Wencio Perez, you make the comparison. Do we draw a straight line between the 84 Tigers and what they did?
Absolutely.
It's quite a stretch if we're comparing a 11-pitch walk to a 13-pitch home run, but whatever, anything we can do.
Look, they had a Willie Hernandez save last night.
Multiple inning save, yeah.
I think damn near all of the Tiger saves in 84 were multiple innings between Aurelio Lopez and Willie Hernandez. Crazy.
We are watching something very special right now go on with this team. Everything that's fun about sports, this is kind of the peak. When you are the underdog, the little engine that could, the young team that is quite frankly captured the imagination of media outside of Detroit are talking about the Tigers. I think other fan bases on social media are saying nice things about our team. We are the it team right now in Major League Baseball. And by that, I mean we're the team that people love to bring up and talk about. And we used to be that in the NFL. The shelf life on this is very short because you go from being the it team. The Lions were the it team leading into last year. And then I actually think Green Bay became the it team going into this year where, you kind of expedite their development and say it could happen now and everybody gets on board with it. And there's a great excitement about what an up-and-coming team might be. But now the Lions are just a good team. The Tigers are currently Major League Baseball's it team. And for the hardcore fans that have been there all along and know this team and none of the names are unfamiliar to you, congratulations, you are being rewarded, and that's great as a fan. One thing that's unique about this season is I welcome, and I think all the hardcore fans should absolutely welcome the bandwagon jumpers, because you can't blame people for not being there for a team when they go dark in the middle of the season and a good portion of the fan base lost television access to the team right when they were slumping too. And that led to us being an unprecedented place of apathy with a pro team in our town because they weren't playing well at the time. They weren't on television. And oh, by the way, 6-7 of these guys were down in Toledo. And now here they are. And in Toledo, they weren't having a great deal of success. They were like losing games to the Tidewater Tides and the Scranton Rail Yard Dogs or whatever the hell they're called. And now they're coming up and beating the Royals and beating the Orioles. Couldn't beat the Rail Dogs, but can beat the Orioles and Royals. And we are this close to, honestly, accomplishing the borderline inconceivable. We started talking about it when they were 6.5 games out and got mocked a little bit, and I don't have a problem with that. That's part of the job. But they've got a 2-game lead with 5 games to go. Their magic number's 4.
We had the caller earlier today that wanted to raise the point that analytics have played a huge role in the Tigers' success. And I think analytics have definitely played a role. I don't know if it's a huge role, but I think it's played a role. Where it might play a huge role is just what they do with the pitching staff. And that, the analytics that you get at the major league level is different than what you're going to get at the minor league level. You have way more analysts that can go over data and help you process that. And clearly you've got a manager that understands all of this stuff. He's a Stanford grad. He knows what's up. And then you've got, Fetter, who is just a tremendous pitching coach. So if they can look and see, hey, Montero he's not getting the results that he should. His spin rate's fantastic. Why is he not getting the results? We can take a closer look and figure this out. So when they come to the major leagues, despite not having the minor league track record, this is where maybe analytics really pays off for these guys. And it's totally different than what it was 5 years ago, and certainly different than what it was 10 years ago. You know, Brad Ausmus was a really bright guy, but the Tigers were like at the precipice of using analytics when they were way behind other teams. Now the Tigers are at least on pace with everybody, and in some cases probably ahead of the curve.
So given the makeup of this roster and people parachuting in, years ago when they were on Fox, I think it was Fox, it might have been Bally's, they did the Who's Your Tiger promotion. I want to know, who is the guy that you've just learned about in the last few days, few weeks, last month, that has quickly become one of your favorites? And even those that have known about him, maybe it's guys that have just won you over. Maybe you followed the minors and you never expected, but who has become the guy? Because I mentioned Tyler Holton earlier in the show. Tyler Holton's always been good here. He was just doing it in low leverage situations. And I don't mean low leverage in a game. I mean low leverage. There wasn't premium on the games that he was out there pitching great because they weren't competitive. Now they're competitive. And quite frankly, it's great to see him keep it up. And Tyler Holton is elite out of the bullpen.
Yeah.
Or starting. Whatever he has to do.
Wherever.
Yeah. Pinch hit, play short. Anyway, who's your Tiger now that you didn't even know about or care about? Maybe is a better way to put it, but now you're all in. Like, I love this guy. We'll get to your phone calls and feedback on that. Carson Anderson, 97.1. Hey, if you got a leaky foundation that's putting your home at risk, it's time to call Brickworks Property Restoration. They'll assess your foundation, pinpoint the source of your problem, and give you a custom solution to keep your home dry and safe. I get it. Unexpected repairs can be a hassle. Brickworks makes it easier with 0% financing for 12 months or low monthly payments to fit about any budget. They're locally owned and operated. Don't wait. Visit brickworksmi.com today for a free quote. That's brickworksmi.com. Your experts in foundation repair, brick restoration, tuck pointing, chimney services, and more, because nobody works like Brickworks. Gator, here's an example of exactly what we're looking for. Scott writes in, my Tigers since about last week. I'm a huge Trey Sweeney fan since Thursday. That's kind of how this is going.
Yep.
Hey, people are parachuting back in. This Tiger team has ambushed Major League Baseball. They've ambushed the American League wild card race. They've ambushed their own fan base. And who are you a fan of since Thursday? 248-539-9797. Scott in Rochester Hills, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Scott.
Hey, how are you guys?
We're
I'll tell you
great.
who's got me on fire is Parker Meadows. He's just been really amazing. But the thing that got me going is the fact that when the Tigers make it playoffs, I would not want to be the team opposing them because they are so hot right now. Everybody's got to be thinking that they do not want to play the Detroit Tigers.
It's being thought, it's being said. There's that's why when I said that we've captured the imagination of the country, if you go to MLB Network, the Tigers are always a topic. If you go to like Twitter accounts of baseball, national baseball accounts, they're all talking about the Tigers. And look, we had the Chris Russo soundbite, the Mad Dog in New York, talking about the best team in baseball is the Yankees, and because of the Yankees, Tigers aren't a viable threat to win the American League, but they're really, really good.
I'll tell you what. Tell you what gets me is every day I check on the scores of the Twins and the Royals just to see what's going on with them. That's how close I'm keeping track of it.
Isn't it a weird behavior pattern to suddenly be acting like that?
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah,
I love it.
It's great. It's just great.
Thanks, you guys are doing a great job, by the way.
Oh, thank you. We're having a lot of fun. 248-539-9797. Is there a player, Gator, for you that you've become just kind of a big fan since Thursday? It's a funny way to put it.
I mean, it really does kind of change by the day. It's just somebody new. I think Bo Brisky has kind of been that guy. It's not just, over a day. It's been a couple weeks, but he's coming in high leverage situations and just mowed guys down.
Yep.
Strikeout the other day, a week ago. That was awesome. I know he gave up the home run yesterday, but he was able to pitch 2 innings, limit the damage to a solo shot, and close out the game.
What about our guy, Gundog Millionaire, Sean Gunther? I mean, he's still kind of a who?
They're all guys like that.
I know, man. They're getting gas at the Shell station. There might be a Tiger right next to you pumping gas, and you have no idea.
You have no idea. Is that Gunther? I think it's Herder. Are you sure it's not Hannafy?
Yeah,
no, it's Holton.
Anybody with a beard.
Hey, all the H's on that team? I have no idea who they are.
Do you come out of the bullpen for the Tigers? If you're walking around Detroit right now with a beard, there's a good chance you're going to get mistaken for somebody coming out of the bullpen. And bravo to these guys. Like, seriously, I don't mean to sound like we're making fun of them. These guys are killing it.
They are absolutely killing it.
Killing it.
I mean, team ERA of 3.1 since the All-Star break. It's well below that during this stretch where they've been the best team in baseball.
Yeah.
Which is crazy to think.
Bo Brisky, this is from an unnamed texter. Bo Brisky, that performance in Baltimore is as clutch as it comes. So what was that, 2 second and third situations, nobody out, and he got out of them? Yeah. I was doing the Michigan game. This was Saturday, so I didn't see it live. But from Pedro in Memphis, Michigan, my Tiger is Parker Meadows. 70% of the earth is covered by water. The rest is covered by Parker Meadows.
Give him swimming lessons.
From Will, Hannafin is the Tiger I knew nothing about and has become one of my favorites. Yesterday, I found out his teammates called him Hand and Foot. Brian Herder writes an unnamed texter. 5.80 ERA at AAA this year. Hasn't been great really at any level of the minors. Comes up and is lights out. ERA under 3, walks and hits per innings pitch under 1.
All these guys have been. Hannafy, Herder, and I'm forgetting who the other one was. There's 3 guys. And Gunther. Yeah. All 3 had ERAs over 5, and all 3 have ERAs in the 2s or less.
Over 5 at Toledo.
Yeah.
Yeah. Unnamed texter, Parker Meadows is definitely my Tiger. The stretch of late game heroics, both offensively and defensively, has been outstanding. From Ray in Utica, Bo Brisky. I knew of him. I had no clue how clutch he could be. runners on second and third with no outs to come in and get out of that inning with no runs is truly amazing. After your interview today, my Tiger is Kerry Carpenter. Kid's a class act. That's from Sean at work. He was on the morning show. Kerry Carpenter was. Look, his story's great. Overlooked out of high school, went the junior college route, ended up at Virginia Tech. Tiger scouted him, liked what they saw. And, it was interesting listening to him talk about hitting when he was on MLB Network a while back. And he was like, look, I'm not a big guy. So I have to really, he does this thing, the hitting coach, Aaron Judge, I talked about earlier, with the scapula and keeping it back and keeping his weight back. And then you get the rubber band set up and he explodes on the baseball. And it's just it's been incredible. Sweeney is my Tiger, but to be fair, they could put a toddler at shortstop and I would have supported the heck out of that kid because he would have been a massive upgrade. Yeah. Yep. I get it. They went from having a frustrating player at shortstop.
Embargo.
Yep. That's right. Sorry. We do have an embargo on this topic.
Trey Sweeney's played very well.
Yep. Anyway, Kiter Montero, who's another guy that has come up here and performed well enough, gets a start tonight. Comerica Park yesterday, it wasn't quite full, but given the circumstances, which are all conspiring against it being full, which are the following. Night game moved to the day at the last minute.
Yeah.
Raining outside.
Rain, yeah.
School's in session.
There's that.
People are at work.
Yeah.
Still a good crowd. And you could feel it during the Wenzel Perez double.
Yeah, they were loud. It wasn't a massive crowd, but that was a loud crowd, and that was a crowd that was totally into it, which was fun. And tonight looks like great weather tonight, and it's supposed to get nicer as the day goes on. Weather in the mid-70s here.
Mm-hmm.
I hope there's a huge crowd tonight. It'd be great.
We've taken calls and texts from people saying, I'm suddenly going to a Tiger game. I can't believe I watched a full Tiger game for the first time. For me, my daughter wrote an essay, one of her college entrance essays, about why she hated the sport of baseball. And the reason she wrote that is because both her brothers played baseball and her birthday is in the middle of the summer, and she spent all of them sitting at dirt fields in places like Wheeling, West Virginia, or Schaumburg, Illinois, and the stuff that, she, as a kid, a birthday's a big deal, and she's sitting in a lawn chair down the third baseline. So she wrote an essay. She texted me yesterday and said, Dad, you guys have any Tiger tickets at the station? I'm like, what? Okay, then.
Well, it's not during her birthday, Doug.
Right. I mean, now we're in the fall, And
now we know who the least favorite child was, by the way. Jeez. Don't even care
Forcing
about her
her to go
birthday.
all over the country.
Uh-huh.
I do rank my children. She's moved up in the rankings of late. 248-539-9797. Lions quarterback Jared Goff. What went right in the first half, wrong in the second half? Preview Seattle next here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Look, if you've got garage doors, then you're likely going to have those garage doors serviced or maybe just need them replaced. With me, it was both, and it was only one company to call. Precision Garage Door. They took my call immediately, scheduled an appointment right away, and they helped me select the perfect doors for my house, and they got it installed in no time. John, Jeff, the whole team were so easy to work with. They're true professionals, and right now, that's not easy to find. So when you find that, you want to share it with the masses. And it's exactly what I am doing. Look, all the calls that you get, they're answered 24/7. You can actually schedule your appointment on the website if you'd rather do it that way. You can do it for a time that works for your schedule. There's no need to call in. They offer the industry's leading warranty. Weekends are available at no extra charge. And if you mention 97.1 The Ticket, they're going to waive your service fee. So go ahead, do what I did, and it's the right move. Call Precision Garage Door today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR or visit precisiondoormi.com and schedule that appointment.
Tell you what, let's get some instant feedback fun going. Other movie quotes that should be names of plays. 248-539-9797. Other movie quotes that should be names of plays. We'll get to some of those. Coming up next, we'll open up the Busch Light in a Can inbox today at 1:39. Do we still have that music bed, Kang?
Old school.
Yeah, real old school. All right, Twin Peaks fans, got some big news for you. Bourbon and Brews is back for the fall. Every Wednesday, your favorite Twin Peaks girls dressed to impress in their finest black lingerie, serving up samples of special bourbons and beers. Stop in to your favorite lodge from 5 to 7 tonight and sample your favorites from the Sazerac family. You can even try their featured cocktail, the Wheatley Strawberry Lemonade. Also, the beer of the month, Sam Adams Seasonal Oktoberfest. You got the beautiful Twin Peaks girls, the awesome drinks, and how about pairing that up with some scratch-made food? As far as restaurants go, their food can compete with just about anyone. Hand-cut New York strip steaks, house smoked ribs and briskets, and the best wings in the state. Have you seen their wings? Hand-cut and battered to order all their boneless wings. The smoked wings and their naked and breaded wings are enough to tackle any appetite. The biggest ones I've seen. And, you know, it pairs well with wings. Football. Twin Peaks should be your destination for football all season long. They deliver an outstanding game day atmosphere, better than anything except actually being at the game. Game audio, 50-plus TVs, and the best food and drinks in the state. Ask your Twin Peaks girls for awesome drink specials during every football game. Find a location nearest you. Go to TwinPeaksRestaurant.com. Twin Peaks eats, drinks, scenic views. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket. We have some instant feedback fun today as we've got other movie lines. It should be the name of plays for the Detroit Lions. Other movie lines, it should be the name of plays for the Detroit Lions. For instance, Gator, Scott writes in, they should run a play called Smell the Glove.
Love it.
Yep.
A little bit of Spinal Tap.
An unnamed texter, any pass with Dan Skipper in the game should be called Sex Panther because 60% of the time it works every time.
That's right.
From an unnamed texter, the Hail Mary should be called So You're Telling Me There's a Chance.
Here we go.
Just heard Jared Goff say that Shake and Bake is the name of the hook and ladder they played. And, of course, Shake and Bake, the line used by Ricky Bobby and Cal Naughton Jr. in the movie Talladega Nights, The Ballad of Ricky Bobby. We are looking for other movie lines that should be the names of plays. 248-539-9797. Send them over via ticket text. We'll read a whole bunch today at 1:39. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Bob. You're next on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Bob.
Hi, guys. How you doing?
We're great, thank you.
Point of, useless information. Back in the Cobo Hall days of the Pistons playing, they used to have names like Crash Mengelt and Heat, Instant Heat, George Trapp. And we had a guard, a shooting guard that would go penetrate to the basket and had quirky moves. His name was Archie Clark, and his nickname was, guess it, Shake and Bake.
Was it? Archie Clark,
so
huh?
Prior to Talladega Nights.
Yeah, he played one season with the Pistons. His last year in the NBA at the age of 34, he averaged 7.6 points per game. Shake and Bake.
Shake and Bake.
You can get a nickname averaging 8 points a game. That's impressive.
I'm looking at his Wikipedia page. It says Clark was one of the most effective practitioners of the crossover dribble, which inspired his nickname, Shake and Bake.
Okay, there you go.
And later in life, wow, Wikipedia.
Look at that.
In 1987, Clark unsuccessfully ran for mayor of Ecorse.
Did not know that.
Yep. Huh. Empty the bucket. Dave is in Canton, and he's next on 97 Won a Ticket. Hello, Dave.
Shake and Bake. Hi, guys. How you doing?
What's
All right,
up?
Dave.
Hey, I wanted to call in. I was just listening earlier to a podcast from New York, the Brandon Tierney show, and they had that. You know that we often hear that lady that are from the sports reporter or announcer from New York that announces that Clemens is in the booth or she's in the booth and he's announced or whatever.
Right.
She gave a big diatribe, probably 30 seconds. Honestly, a long time in radio because I was like, wow, she's really talking about it. About the team that they do not want to play, and it was the Tigers. And originally I was going to call in and say how lucky the Tigers are that the fans aren't brutal on the Tigers because they probably wouldn't be here at this point. But after hearing that, I was like, wow, we should all get behind the Tigers because even the fan base that always knows, believes, and thinks they're going to win, they think the Tigers might give them a shot. So I just wanted to share that.
It's crazy. Yeah, we've captured the attention of the country, and if you don't have anybody to root for, we're going to
listen.
We're going to be the type of team that is probably going to get a lot of support because people just have no reason to dislike the Tigers. No reason.
No,
to
none
dislike
at
the
all.
Tigers.
None at all. And honestly, like from a fan standpoint, like everybody should get behind these guys. Like looking it up, and I'm not an analytic guy. But I drive to baseball with my son. You know, we drive to sporting events, and I've listened to this whole process of the Tigers, from you guys to Valenti to everybody. I mean, honestly, it's been a process. Like we hear, like if they do this, I'll think about it. If they do that, we'll talk about it. And all of a sudden, I'm sitting here, I'm thinking, I'm actually like way into this, and they've done it.
Yes, it's been incredible.
Yeah, despite some people telling you not to be. It's great.
It's been amazing. 248-539-9797. I got a text here. You know, I got relatives in San Diego.
Yes.
Scott, cousin Scott, sends the following. I don't even care about the American League. I've never followed it, and I'm checking every day on the ESPN app for the Tigers score, the Royals score, the Twins score, the Seattle score. This is ridiculous. He doesn't even care about, he doesn't care about the Tigers. He doesn't care about the whole American League.
Right. what he does, Doug, he cares about you.
That's cool, yeah.
That's what it sounds like to me.
Shake and bake. 248-539-9797. Steve in Farmington Hills, you're next. You're on 97.1. Hi, Steve.
Hey, how are you doing?
We're doing great.
Steve.
Good. So I'd like to talk to you about the origination of shake and bake and hook and ladder, if that's okay.
Sure.
All right. So I actually ran the hook and ladder when I played football at Farmington Hills Harrison in the Pontiac Silverdome at a state championship game.
Wait, hold on. You played in the state championship game?
Yes, sir.
And you were in on the hook and ladder?
Yeah, we ran it, yeah.
Okay, what was were you the hook or the ladder? I don't even know what you were.
I was the back. I was the back.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, so back then the coaches would call it a hook and ladder because the pattern the receiver ran, whether you was a hook route.
Yep.
And as a back, your responsibility from the ladder was to climb the ladder up the field and time it up so that you were right in pitching distance from the receiver when he ran the hook route. And that's why they would call that back in the day. That was back in '82. And the shake and bake came from a fried chicken dish, so to speak, where you.
Yeah,
I heard fried chicken. I mean, seriously, do we need to go the origins of shake and bake?
Yes, it was a product available at A&P.
Great Scott. Use your S&H green stamps and buy.
So the list that we can't find, the list of things that Gator strongly dislikes. Let me give you a history lesson. We're getting a lot. Yeah, we're getting a lot of. You gonna be okay?
No.
I didn't see him going down the shake and bake route when this call started.
Okay, you wanted to go the hook. He's gonna explain hook and ladder. Okay, hook and ladder, hook and lateral. Well, it can be called either, but this is why they call it lateral because you do the hook pattern, you get lateral.
We call it shake and bake,
and then shake and bake.
Yeah. So shake and bake. First of all, do you think? By
the way, shake and bake is a great technique to make chicken.
Yes.
Put your chicken in a bag, throw the spices on top of it, and then shake it up so it gets coated evenly.
Do you think on Monday Night Football this week they'll reference the hook and ladder they ran as called shake and bake?
No.
You don't?
Do I think they're going to mention on the upcoming broadcast? Okay, for the Lions Seahawks. No.
No, you don't?
No, I don't. I mean, unless.
Okay, well, conversely, along those lines, do you think they'll talk about us at all?
No.
No.
Who does Monday Night Football? It's not Tirico.
No, Tirico does Sunday nights. Monday Night Football
we had a chance. It was Tirico.
Is it Al Michaels? Or Al Michaels does Prime now, right? With Herb Street. It's not Joe Buck.
It is Joe Buck.
Is it Joe Buck and Aikman?
Yeah.
They're doing Monday Night Football?
We got no shot.
Yeah. Why?
Well, first of all, those guys are nothing but fun. And no, we had no shot. The only chance we had was Tirico. Because there's that chance that Mike Tirico might be driving around and listening to the show.
Yeah. What's up, Mike?
Hey, man. But I'm guessing that Joe Buck and Troy Aikman, they're probably not tuning in to our show to hear the great nugget of information we got from Jared Goff.
I don't think it's because they're going to be listening. I think producers do research, ends up in their bucket, and if the reason presents itself, or the Lions might run a play called Smell the Glove, and maybe they'll reference that. Oh, they just ran Smell the Glove.
The only way it gets mentioned is if it gets viral on social media, which we've got some great little snippets on TikTok that we put up there on Instagram as well, and so maybe that'll be clipped into one thing. The whole Jared Goff interview. I know sometimes a Jared Goff interview gets clipped and put on that.
Let me be clear here. It's because of the popularity of the Lions and because of the movie Talladega Nights. I think that
and in a larger extent us. Much larger extent.
248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback next. 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket. Crazy times here in Detroit with the Lions and the Tigers. College football's underway. Red Wings play tonight. So, man, busy time. Thanks for being with us here on a Wednesday. Thanks to Jared Goff, who joined us. If you missed it, it will be podcasted. And he told us that that the hook and ladder is called Shake and Bake from, and we asked him, does it come from Talladega Nights, the movie? The answer was yes. So we're looking for these are instant feedback fun, other movie lines that should be the names of plays the Lions run. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls as we go to Brian in Clarkston here next. Hi, Brian.
Hey, how are you guys doing today?
We're good. How are you?
Good. You guys do a great job. Hey, the line is from the movie Smokey and the Bandit, and it's got to be a play that has got Gibbs and got Williams on the outside.
Okay, Gibbs and Williams on the outside, and what's the line?
Well, the line would be from the movie The Smokey and the Bandit.
So there's no specific line from the movie. You're just saying
no, right.
we call the formation Smokey and the
Bandit.
Bandit. Okay, gotcha. Text us. 248.
Texting works great.
Yeah.
Texting's awesome. Maybe you want to call the play eastbound and down.
There you go. Loaded up and trucking. You gonna be okay?
I don't know. It's one of those days, isn't it?
It's okay.
All right.
It's
hey,
okay.
Tiger baseball tonight.
Yep.
Woo! All right. Shake and bake.
You ready for you ready to make this appointment viewing? Is this appointment viewing and listening in Detroit? Like, is everybody going to stop what they're doing for the Tiger game tonight? Stop what they're doing, whether they're going to be in the car. If you have to be out and about, are you going to be listening to the game? Is it appointment watch when you can? Are you hurrying home? Remember the famous story where I lost my keys?
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Valverde was pitching in the ninth. I just got done playing hockey. I unloaded. I pulled the Saturn Aura into the driveway, got my hockey gear out of the trunk because I was listening to Bases Loaded.
A little bit of flex there with a Saturn Aura.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. I drove one of those. Popped out of the car. Valverde had bases loaded, one out, grabbed my hockey bag, threw it in the garage, ran in, and sat down on the couch to watch the end of the game. Tigers win. All right, cool. Where did I put my keys? Never found them again. But that was the kind. It was important.
That was the reason.
It was
you
important
had to get home
back
and watch
then.
it.
This is the Tigers are playing the kind of baseball that will cause you to lose your keys. Kind of baseball that will cause you to lose your keys.
Do you think you'll ever stumble across those? Like in the corner of the garage? Did you clear out I assume you did.
Yeah, I mean, there's like a possibility because we've got like the wood steps in the garage that lead up into the house that they might have fallen out of my pocket and back into a crevice under there. But when we move out of that house, and I hope too soon, that we find those keys.
Will it be one of the 10 questions that you ask when you get to heaven?
What happened to my keys?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got a long list of questions, but that will be
one of them.
Yeah. Yep. And I want to know if you and I were in the same hockey class at Michigan State. We both were on the ice together.
I think we might have been.
I got a videotape. We rented a video camera and had a buddy come videotape that class. I have an old VHS tape somewhere.
I can tell you real easy.
If you were out there?
Yeah.
Why? Because what did you wear? What was your jersey? Because I had a Providence hockey jersey with a skating fryer on the front.
What did I wear?
What did you wear?
I think typically it was a red University of Arizona sweatshirt. It was a red sweatshirt with, I think, white lettering on it. But that's not, I mean, that's a giveaway because you can see red and like, oh, maybe that's Gator.
Yep.
But if you're still not sure, the giveaway.
Is there a helmet? Did you have a goofy helmet?
No, I had a normal helmet with a cage.
Gloves?
I had gloves. The giveaway is the shin guards.
Oh, did you wear them on the outside?
I did. And because I didn't have hockey pants.
Yep.
So I just had them on the outside and and they didn't like stay on very well with the clips. So I had to like use the tape, the athletic tape to keep them on every class twice a week for the entire semester. It's the only class in my life that I never skipped, made every class 8:00 in the morning too.
Really?
Every single one. So I am not hard to find if you and I were in fact in that class together.
Well, I got to find it. First of all, I got to find a
VHS player.
VHS player, and then
when you find one of those, let me know too.
If I do, I should put the first time I ever anchored the sports.
Oh hell yeah!
Back in like 1993 on WEYI in Clio, Michigan.
With a full head of hair.
See what a difference 30 minutes can make. I did some reporting. I had a turtleneck with a sweater with the 3 buttons down at the bottom.
Oh yeah, you did.
Yep.
Little cardigan.
Mm-hmm.
Turtleneck and cardigan?
That guy.
Did you have a pipe?
No, I didn't. I did not have a jacket with patches on the elbows.
Are you sure?
Positive 248-539-9797. Robert's in West Bloomfield, and he's on 97 Won a Ticket. What's up, Robert?
Depker did.
Hey, how are you guys?
All right, Robert.
Thanks for having me on. On August 28th, I called up and I said that I thought this Tigers team would make the playoffs, and I said I felt better about them than 2006. And I think you guys called me crazy about that. I wanted to just explain that we had a stud team, and we couldn't make it through the World Series. And sometimes teams that streak do well, and we're streaking. I just wondered if your thoughts have changed a little bit, if you guys think right now that we could surprise the nation and pull something off like that.
If they get into if they're fortunate enough to make it into the playoffs, they can surprise teams because they got Tarek Skubal, first of all. So Skubal can win any game against any team. If somehow Reese Olson is able to get back his form he had before he got hurt, then they really got something, because then you have 2 stud pitchers in the rotation with a team that has really struggled to find a rotation during this crazy run that they've been on. But I think we've all just been enjoying it and kind of, giving it almost less than zero chance, but still leaving some kind of hope. And yet, week by week, they kept making up a little bit of ground. And at some point, Doug and I were both like, you know what, maybe, just maybe this thing, and it was a while back, but not as far back as you, for sure.
Well, and so that was probably just luck on my part, but I'll tell you, I feel great, and I think we should believe and we should support the Tigers and get really excited about it, because it's not every day. It's been 10 years since we've had this excitement, and we need to enjoy it. Let's believe.
Look, I mean, I think they've answered the question, can they truly get back in the playoff chase? And I think they've answered it resoundingly. Now the question is, can they finish the deal? And if they can, how far can they go? We have cited some teams in the past. Probably the best, I think it was the 2007 Colorado Rockies that came from 5 back with 2 weeks to go and then won 14 of 15 throughout, leading I think it was the end of the regular season, into the postseason, and found themselves accidentally in the World Series, where they, I think, got swept by Boston once he got there.
Yeah, they had done, I mean, that run they had at the end of the season was amazing.
Yep, and could this team do something like that? Sure. They have just, correct me if I'm wrong, they've just tied the 2006 Cardinals for how many regular season wins they had. Yeah, 83. That Cardinals team that we all know beat the Tigers was 83 and 78 in the regular, 83 and 79 in the regular season. And so the Tigers now have 83 wins. So they are likely to finish with more wins than the St. Louis Cardinals did that year they won the World Series. So, and I mean, I don't know if the American League Central is the toughest division in baseball. This could be an example of 4 teams that have fattened up on the Chicago White Sox. But you've got 4 teams legitimately in a playoff hunt here, with Kansas City, Detroit, Minnesota, and Cleveland already having clinched. Does that mean it's the best division in baseball, or do they all just accumulate a boatload of wins against the White Sox?
I don't think it's just that.
It's not a bad division.
I don't know if it's the best division in baseball, but it's a very competitive division. There have been times when all these teams, with the exception of Chicago, have been dominant. Obviously, the Tigers are the best record in baseball since like the middle of August. But there was a time when Cleveland was lights out great. There was a time when Minnesota was lights out great. Kansas City put together a stretch where they were hanging with Cleveland. Like, how is this going on? But teams have fallen off for various reasons. With Kansas City, I mean, they lost one of their best players in Pasquantino. You lose him, that's a big blow for them to deal with. Look, the Tigers had their big blows earlier in the year. So when Kerry Carpenter went out, if Kerry Carpenter had never gotten hurt, do you think he matters at least for a couple games?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's legit. like he's just straight up legit. 248-539-9797. Talk some college football next. A little bit later on, we'll open up the Busch Light in a Can inbox and read a whole bunch of the better names that have been texted in. Movie quotes that should be Lions plays. Hey, it's Doug for the University of Michigan Credit Union, my new credit union. UMCU is the official debit card of Michigan Athletics, and they've teamed up with Will Johnson, national champion, defensive MVP. You saw the interception on Saturday, right? Well, to celebrate this winning combination, University of Michigan Credit Union wants to share some of the excitement with you. They're offering exclusive fan benefits like access to the official Block M debit card. I got the winged helmet one, and of course I got the helmet one. If you bleed blue, and a lot of you do, people comment on your card all the time. Listen up, get ready. Right now is the perfect time to become a member. Show off your pride in the season with the Block M debit card. They've been servicing customers for over 70 years, and signing up is easy. Get your exclusive Block M debit card today. Just visit umcu.org. Some restrictions apply. Visit website for full details. Insured by NCUA. Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights is ready to celebrate football fall. Every once in a while, something happens in sports and people just kind of talk about it. And then you go, wait a second, what?
What do you mean?
Why is Christian McCaffrey going to Germany to get his Achilles looked at?
Oktoberfest, guys. Oktoberfest. It's coming up.
Like, I'm thinking about this. Here's like one of the most popular players in the NFL, maybe in large part because of fantasy football, but he's obviously a critical member of the San Francisco 49ers. And like I just read in passing that he's going to Germany to get his Achilles looked at. And wait, what? Because remember when he first missed the opener and it was kind of like, oh, wow.
It was out of nowhere, kind of.
Yeah, it was kind of out of nowhere. And so you're thinking, all right, it's no big deal.
Yeah.
And then a few weeks later, we're going to Germany?
Well, there's precedent for this. Magglio Ordonez, when he got hurt with the White Sox before he signed with the Tigers, he had experimental surgery in Austria.
Okay, I understand that. But what that meant, of course, was whatever it was, his season was over. Is Christian McCaffrey's season in severe jeopardy here?
He's getting fitted for Das Boot. You like that, Gator?
I do like that. The beer fest.
Yeah.
Das Boot.
Doug, seriously though,
right? I mean,
you got to turn, right?
You got to turn, pivot.
Because they made it seem like it wasn't a big deal. That's why that late scratch caught everyone off guard. Like
Yes.
Jordan Mason starting. Well, when were you told you were playing? And that whole deal happened. And now he IR and then Germany.
Now Germany.
Like, you guys got anything? We got a Klaus. Can you take a look at his knee? You got anything new up your bag of tricks you haven't used yet?
But I like it hadn't even crossed my mind that one of the biggest weapons on the team that is seriously in contention for the NFC, along with the Lions, might be losing him for the year.
I don't know. It's it does seem odd. You know,
Right.
we're pretty good doctors here in the United States, and with an elite athlete like Christian McCaffrey and a National Football League franchise like the Niners, you'd think that you'd get the best of the best, but maybe the best of the best is in Germany.
Maybe this is being talked about everywhere, and I'm just late to the conversation. But did it cross your mind that Christian McCaffrey's season might be over?
It didn't. No, it didn't at all to me.
Well, I would imagine it is now.
I definitely think it's more serious if you have to leave the country for something. Because you think the Niners can afford good doctors here, by the way?
Yeah. One would think, yeah.
God, I wish I could do a German accent. I would have a field day.
Give you something to do tonight, Gator. While you wait for...
see the knee. Put it here.
He's workshopping on the air, people.
My initial examination tells me it is a meniscus.
Let me tell you.
A patellar issue.
Have you ever had a German doctor with a strong accent? Nothing sounds good. Like everything sounds like
Everything sounds angry.
Yes, like this is not
Dark.
good. This is
just get cloudy out.
I just have a cold. Are you sure? Because it sounds worse. Am I gonna die? You just have a cold.
Is a poison gas. We have not seen since 1967. We have new methods to prepare your knee.
Right? Amon-Ra, get in here and translate. What's going on?
Sterilize! Anesthesia now!
I'm telling you, man. This is not good news for Niner fans.
No.
So what do you think, Doc? Is it going to be 2 to 4 weeks, something like that? Let us see. Perhaps longer. Perhaps shorter. We don't know.
So I was reading into it a little bit, and we got a call or two as well. Apparently, one of the rumors is stem cells that hasn't been approved here in America that are approved overseas.
Does the NFL test for those?
Dude, I don't know. Like I said, if you have to go overseas, that can't be a positive sign.
No. And if they're not approved here in America, are they approved by the National Football League?
It's been harvested from the finest femurs. The finest marrow from the finest femur bones found in Eastern Germany. Isn't Germany just all together?
Yeah,
I was talking region! Of course, it's just Germany. It's not West and East Germany. I was talking a region.
Is he being escorted by Daniel Craig as well, just to make sure he comes back?
Okay, Doc. No worries here. You'll be eating schnitzel in no time. Schnitzel's good stuff.
So it just crossed my mind that this might be more serious than we thought. It might be more than 2 to 4 weeks.
I just realized, Doug couldn't handle Germany.
No?
All the sausage.
The food, yeah.
Oh.
I go to German restaurants.
What do you guys got?
I'm useless.
Yeah.
I eat schnitzel.
Vienna's?
No, I eat what is it? Spaten?
Spaten.
Isn't that like their pasta?
A Spätzle.
Spätzle? Is that what it is?
Yes.
Well, maybe that's why he's going to Germany.
Spätzle, schnitzel.
All right, you ready to open up the Busch Light in a Cannon
Wieners.
box? It's been a minute since we've done these. Here we go. This is old school.
Oh, that is old school.
All right, so Jared Goff said the name of the hook and ladder that the Lions was called Shake and Bake. It got us to thinking, other movie quotes that should be Lions plays. Jason in Chicago says,
Das Boot.
Jason in Chicago says, we're going streaking is an all-go route.
I like it.
Goal line David Montgomery runs should be called Say Hello to My Little Friend. David Montgomery on the goal line. Play should be called Who's Your Daddy? That's from an unnamed texter.
Who's your daddy and who's he work for?
From Newt in Westland. When Sewell goes out for a pass, the play is called Ma the Meatloaf. Let's see. From Mike in a Truck. I bet the play where the offensive line carried David Montgomery for 6 yards. I'm flying, Jack, from Titanic. Eric at work. Squeal like a pig. Sounds like a good goal line running play.
No.
Every man dies from Braveheart for a special teams fake or onside kick. It's from an unnamed texter.
Well, they don't allow them anymore, apparently.
Scott from his desk. Gonna need Goff to dial up the Catalina wine mixer next week against Seattle. From an unnamed texter. Fake chow. Now that's the name of a play.
That is.
Matt and Clarkston, movie quotes that should be plays. We're going to need a bigger boat for tackle-eligible pass to Penei Sewell in the end zone.
I like it.
Martin and Lincoln Park, I don't know what the play is, but they should have a play called All Right, All Right, All Right. We need a football play called the Flux Capacitor from the movie Back to the Future, of course. Greg writes in, fat guy in a little coat. Penei Sewell to catch or run or any trick play with an offensive lineman. Fat guy in a little coat. There's a good one from an unnamed texter. Play call. J-Mo on a double move should be called I See Dead People.
I like it. That's what would happen.
Any J-Mo go route or pass play should be called Bye Felicia because he's gone. That's from an unnamed texter.
Beautiful.
Steve says a slant play should be called Go Get the Choppa. And all plays to Amon-Ra should be called Show Me the Money. That's from another unnamed texter. Thanks for all your entries into the Busch Light in a Cannon box.
Should I have done the German doctor as Schwarzenegger, or was it fine doing the over the top?
I kind of like the way you did it.
Schwarzenegger is Austrian, totally different.
Yes. You had never done a German accent before.
No. Try them out, man. Like they ain't all gems.
No, they're not. I think he did pretty well, yeah. Right. Hey, this year FanDuel is giving you a chance to win every Thursday night with FanDuel Squares. All right, it's the same as Super Bowl Squares that you've always known, only better. That's because your numbers aren't just randomly assigned. You get to pick them yourself. You can pick as many as you like. You get to see the odds beforehand, and you can bet them live during the game. So what are you waiting for? Visit FanDuel.com/Doug to bet on Squares. That's FanDuel.com/Doug. Plus, if you're new to FanDuel, you get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place your first $5 bet. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions do apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket. Kang, you brought up something. I think it was you. It might have been you, Gator. I apologize. One of you brought up watching other teams having the champagne showers.
That'd be Kang.
Yeah, I brought up a couple weeks ago just thinking there's no way the Tigers are going to be one of those teams, right? That's just that's fantasy.
It sure felt like it.
Right? I mean, I knew Tyler Holt was going to be, giving a champagne bath to Matt Vierling at some point during this year, but
this is crazy. Out of all the teams in the American League that haven't clinched a playoff spot, the Tigers have an 87.6% chance of clinching a playoff spot, which is the best in the American League. So the Yankees, Orioles, Guardians, and Astros have all clinched a playoff spot. So they're 100% in. Tigers 87.6, the next best team to clinch.
Let's just chop that magic number down to at least 3 tonight. Be great.
Okay, you have to think, if you are Minnesota and the Tigers are finishing, if everything was reversed and the Tigers were 2 games back of Minnesota and Minnesota had 3 games left against the White Sox, the thought would be, oh, we're dead. So winning one of these next 2, I mean, obviously sweeping them is the best case scenario, but winning one of these next 2, they'll be sitting so pretty and they will be possibly close to the champagne locker room. And some of these, all these kids, are we even sure they're old enough to drink?
I don't know, but I refuse to insult the White Sox. I'm not even looking at the White Sox. Tampa is the team at hand tonight.
That is correct. Now, here's the other thing about this that could take away from the whole champagne shower thing. Tom Milliken came in.
It sounds dirty, doesn't it?
Champagne shower? Yeah, it probably does. We probably shouldn't just call it a champagne celebration.
There you go.
Yeah, probably better.
Shower is supposed to be clean, Gator.
I've heard the term shower used in ways that
It was not clean.
That is not clean.
Not clean at all.
So in theory, yes, but in practicality in the real world. But if the Tigers win tonight,
yes,
and Minnesota loses tonight, the magic number's 2. And then if the Tigers win on Thursday afternoon, because they play at 1:10 Thursday afternoon, and the Twins lose Thursday night, that would give the Tigers a playoff berth, which means they wouldn't be still in the clubhouse.
Well, they're still at home, though.
They could stick around. Their game would end, 3:30, 4 o'clock, whatever, and then they could stay there until 11 when the Miami-Minnesota game is done.
There'll be plenty of time for them to celebrate when the time is right.
Yes, that is true. Got to take care of business first.
That's right. Go out there tonight, support Cater Montero.
Mm-hmm.
Get it done. Maybe we see Jackson Jobe tonight. AJ Hinch said in the Tampa series he will make his appearance. He did not play yesterday, so maybe tonight is an opportunity for him to get into the game. If not, then tomorrow afternoon. Which is where we're going to be tomorrow.
Yes, we'll be down at Comerica Park. Imagine it'll be a pretty good crowd. Although I haven't looked at the weather. Have you seen what the weather's supposed to be?
I think it's supposed to be decent.
Okay, well, that's good.
I said I think, like I know or something.
Maybe I should go ahead and follow through and look it up. But yeah, this is insane. And like AJ Hinch sat down at the podium after the game last night, and he just plopped into his.
Nice. Sorry, 77. Well, you would look. Yeah, I thought I got it before you did.
You did. So anyway, as I was saying, take 2 and 3, 2, 1. AJ Hinch plopped down in his chair last night at the post-game press conference, and he just drops down and he looks out at the media and goes, "Whoo!" And you're right. Every time he talks, he has this total air of being in awe of what is going on. And AJ Hinch was on the morning show 2 weeks ago. He's back on tomorrow. So make sure you're listening. I think it's at 8 a.m. I'm not sure, but I think it's at 8 a.m. tomorrow. AJ Hinch will join the morning show. And he's always been really good and open and honest. And he's dealt with a lot of questions when things weren't going well. Now we get this opportunity when things are going great. But he wrapped it up, and I can't remember if it was Costa or Milliken who said, next time we have AJ Hinch on, it'll be 2 weeks from today. Where do you think the Tigers will be? And I'm like, I don't know. I hope they're a game or 2 back. They could just be within striking distance when they go into that White Sox series. Holy crap. Has this gone way better than expected?
It's been fantastic. Just keep doing what they do, which is put wins up on the board. Best team in baseball since the middle of August. They're getting guys back to the roster, which is just awesome to see.
Yeah.
Adding Reese Olson to the mix, and he's poised to make his third appearance with the Tigers since coming back, and which just assume that hopefully there's no setbacks or anything. He's just going to get better and stronger and be able to help this team over the next week and hopefully beyond.
Mm-hmm.
But the Jackson Jobe was called up. I mean, that's a serious move to do. I mean, you're bailing on Shelby Miller, who was lights out great against lefties, not so much against righties, but lights out great against lefties, because you want somebody that can get both sides out with a just swing and miss stuff, which is what Jackson Jobe has, and doing it where Jackson Jobe coming off of 2 appearances in Toledo, which were not very inspiring, but had a nice year in the minors, because you see what the talent is. And you're not asking him to start games and go 6 or 7 innings. You're asking him to pitch an inning at a time, and he can maximize his velocity, which hits triple digits.
I don't know other ways we can talk about how amazing it is what we saw, but it was just over 2 weeks ago. Fangraphs had the Tigers' chance of making the playoffs at 4%. It's 18 days. 18 days later, it's up to 87.5%. That according to Abby Jones on Twitter. I mean, that's amazing. From 4% to 87.5%, which is just incredible. And we used to sit here and it felt like, the Tigers were kind of a dead topic. I would love to go back and see which is the first show we stopped talking about, how things are going to be in the future in the off season and these young kids, to say, what was the first show where we were like, this team's kind of creeping back into it. It wasn't that long ago.
No, it wasn't that long ago. I mean, obviously, we've both been watching the team all season long.
Yeah.
And
we went through a dark period.
We did go through a dark period, but we
literally, not figuratively.
But coped with it, because I ended up getting the app, and
yeah, we eventually both caved.
Yeah.
Oh, you got it pretty quick. I waited. I held out.
But I think people really started to think that this was a strong possibility, or maybe more than just a pulse. September.
Well, but the funny thing about it is, too, remember when they got that deal solidified and then they hit the trade deadline and traded guys? And it was like, hey, the Tigers are going to be back on TV. And the response was kind of whoop-de-doo, because it just felt like the season had ended while they were off television. But now, look at them now.
Hey, keep going.
Oh, take care of business tonight. Take care of business tonight. And things are looking really, really good for our baseball team, but they got to finish the job. Rico Beard has made his way in studio and joins us now on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Rico.
Didn't know you were a big Memphis Tiger fan.
Memphis Tiger fan? Oh, it's a Detroit Tiger hat. Thank you very much. Purchased at Comerica Park at opening day 2 years ago. Yep.
What's going on, guys?
Oh, not a lot.
Why are the TVs off?
Hey, man.
They talk about
TVs.
embargo stuff.
Who knows?
No, the thing about these TVs in here, these are the only the TVs in studio at 97.1 are the only TVs in the entire building that for some reason don't get Bally's. So yesterday, we went to flip the game on while we were sitting in here, and we don't get Bally's.
There's a couple other channels too, but yep, I get you.
Yeah.
It's like, okay.
Yep, which is crazy. Because why would you not we make sure we don't need it?
Well, for half the summer, you didn't care.
Didn't care as much. But.
Kenny bootleg version.
Yep. All right, so what do you guys got planned coming up next?
I'm going to play a little game called How Far Can They Go? We're going to give you 3 different envelopes to choose. Envelope 1 is the Tigers. How far can this Tiger team actually go? Okay?
Yep.
I think they're in. I said it last week. They're going to make it because the Twins don't want it. And it looks like the Royals don't really want it. But looks like the Twins really are they're on that White Sox plan.
Doesn't it look more like the Tigers really want it, though, than anything else?
No,
the best team in baseball since the middle of August.
They are. But they had to have the Twins gag in order to make it. Because even if they just played this way and let's say they got to 85, 86 wins, that's normally not enough.
They have zoomed past the Twins.
Right, but as contagious as the Tigers have been is winning and losing contagious. And the Twins can't get out their own way. Everybody believes they're going to strike out. Everybody believes they're going to be the reason why the team loses. Whereas the Tigers, everybody believes I'm going to do something successful. It does. The other two, Michigan, new quarterback. You won the game against USC. How far does this go? How far can Orji lead this team? Is this the guy? MSU, Aiden Childs. We all saw the effort. How far does this team go? So,
have a great show. Stay safe, everybody, and treat each other with respect. 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Cars for Kids. The Tigers' magic number sits at 4 as they get ready for Game 2 of their series with the Rays at Comerica Park tonight. Cater Montero gets the start. Detroit right now is 83-74, tied with the Royals for the second and third wildcard spots. The Twins 2 games back after losing to Miami last night. This morning, Kerry Carpenter joined Costa and Jansen. He says that despite all the excitement of this race, they're still focusing one game, one at-bats at a time. The Tigers have won 21 of their last 29 games, the best team in baseball over that stretch. First pitch 6:40 tonight, the pregame at 6:15 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Wings have got their first preseason game tonight. They're in Chicago to play the Blackhawks. No broadcast tonight, but we will be on the air for the Friday Penguins preseason game. And also, Michigan's win over USC this past Saturday was the most watched 3:30 kickoff on CBS in a decade. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
So I have to be honest with the audience. Rico and I were down a rabbit hole of Diddy before the show, and it's taking a lot for us to recenter.
Because I'm like, hey, do you want to just start the show off with this?
Nope.
Like, in a perfect world, we could.
In a perfect world, yes. But the world is clearly imperfect. We are going to focus, and we're gonna get ourselves where we need to be.
Yeah.
Because that was disturbing. So listen.
Yeah.
We're
played
leaving,
out in real time.
We're leaving it there. We're going to talk about the Tigers to start. We are going to talk college football as well. But yesterday, I think we got everybody aligned, right? Kenny was a bit of a holdout, Rico. Some people were like, well, I need to see a little more. Tigers are a mortal lock. The Minnesota Twins should be contracted. You're making the playoffs. So let's just leave it in the rearview mirror. What I want to do is, how far can this team take it? Now, the easiest thing to do is to be on the periphery of the discussion, and you'll say, oh, they'll get waxed, or, oh, they're winning the whole thing. The truth is going to lie in the middle, and I want to know, now that people realize their team is going to get in, and it's the second time in the history of Major League Baseball a team will have done what the Tigers are doing. Okay, how far can they take it? Because the tenets for a playoff run are there. It's great pitching. They don't have a weakness. They also don't have starters. They just have things. They have people who throw baseballs at different speeds and at different parts of the game, and it doesn't matter who they have. They're all good. Now, yes, do you have a guy that in a Game 7, a Game 5, or a Game 3, whatever you want to call it, you'd want to hand the ball to? Yes, you have Tarek Skubal. All right, that's one. Do you have a bullpen? Yeah, you have the best one in baseball. All right, you got a demon of a pitching coach and a manager who are pulling the right levers at the right time. Are you a good fielding team? Yes, you have a couple spectacular fielders in Sweeney and Parker Meadows. It makes up for a couple of subpar guys. Overall, good fielding team. All right. Do you at least have timely hitting? Yes.
Yeah.
And whether it's Parker Meadows down 3-0 with 2 outs, grand slam to win the San Diego game, or whether it's a 2-out double yesterday from Wensiel Perez, the only meaningful at bat of the day, the timely hitting is there, right? So you have timely hitting. You have the hammer at the top of the rotation. You have the bullpen that you can do openers, closers, whatever you like. And defensively, You've got a couple signature players that are able to make these plays. I want to know how far you believe they can take it. I will give you my answer, but I'm going to wait to do it. I want to hear from you, and I want to hear from Kenny, and I want the people involved. Because once you start to recognize that you're getting in, you need to have a conversation about what you're going to do when you get there. So 248-539-9797. And Rico, I just want to make one assumption and factor it into your decision. You're not going to need Scooble Sunday.
Correct.
Meaning he will open game 1 of a playoff series.
Yeah, that's the assumption that I'm going under.
Okay, so not a bad one by me?
No.
All right,
That's
you
where I
bat
was going
leadoff. I want to hear how far you believe they can take it.
Mike, I think this team can definitely win the first round. 3-game series, because you're going to start off with Scooble. I think Scooble will go out there and get you a 1-0 type of game, 2-1, similar to what you saw yesterday. Now you're up. You put the pressure on, whether it's going to be the Orioles or the Astros. You're going to put the pressure on them to have to win 2 in a row. They're going to have to go full BOGO. I don't think that they can. I think they get to the next series. I think they can win that series as well.
Over who, though? See, I need you to tell me, all right, can they beat the Houston Astros in a 5-game set?
Yes.
Okay. Can they beat the Baltimore Orioles?
Yes.
Can they beat the Cleveland Guardians?
I think, yeah, they can beat the Cleveland Guardians.
Can they beat the New York Yankees?
That's the only team I don't think they can beat. That's the only team that I have them, because I have them in was the AL championship round against the Yankees and losing that series. So, yes. Now, if they play the Yankees in the second round, I have them losing to the Yankees. I think that's the only team that I think the voodoo, it will end.
Okay. Rico says ABY, anyone but Yankees. Kenny Cott, even though you're a spineless jellyfish, even you recognize you're making the playoffs. How far can they take it?
So I think they can definitely beat the Astros. I'm also operating under the assumption that we have Scooble for game 1 of that.
Yes, I think that's a totally fair and plausible assumption. You're not going to need Sunday.
Right. So then you have the Guardians. And that to me is a bit more of a coin flip. Can you win that? Sure, you can win that. So I'll say yes, they can win that series. I'm with Rico. I think once they get to the ALCS, having them probably face the Yankees, I think that's where I tap out. I think that in that kind of a series, that's where I tap out.
Kenny, because here's what I'm sorry, Mike. Here's what would have to happen. Let's just say they played the Yankees in the ALCS. You would have had to somehow be able to manipulate it that Scooble can go 1, 4, and 7 if you need to. So, like, he couldn't be the guy that got you the game-clinching one in the round before. Like, you needed somebody else to help and step up. If you could set it up that way, I think they could take it 7 games. But it's got to fall perfectly in order for that to happen.
And also know that the further you get into this playoff run, you're not the only team with good pitching anymore. And your bats have been very hot and cold this season. Let's put it in a polite way. So I think once you get further into this thing, you play the Yankees, I think I'm done there.
248-539-9797. So I want to know what we're doing here. And I just want to understand how far you think you can take it. And it's important because, guys, you're in. Now, my answer is slightly different than Rico and Kenny's. I think this team is capable, as long as they continue to play cosmically well, do whatever you want. I mean, if they're going to play at a 750 clip over 7 weeks, you can beat anybody. But I think there's 2 teams. And I think the team people are sleeping on, and the team I don't think you want, is the Orioles. And I'll tell you why. You're going to face a different version of the Orioles than the one you faced.
You know what? I totally forgot about that. You're right. Finish.
Grayson Rodriguez is back. He's their second best pitcher. Jordan Westberg, who was an all-star caliber third baseman, is back. He broke his hand. Urias is back. Ryan Mountcastle is back. None of these guys were playing when you played them. I think that gives me a little pause with the O's. Now, you may avoid them. And I'm with Rico on the Yankees. That as much as I slander my own team, realistically, the teams you have been playing primarily are not good offensively. They're just not. That's not a shot. You still have to win the games. But an Oriole, the Orioles missing 3 critical bats. That's not the Orioles. Playing the White Sox or playing the Royals, playing the Twins, playing these. The Yankees present a lineup that's a whole different ballgame. Is it doable? Of course it's doable. If you have guys that are pitching like they're going to the Hall of Fame, anything is possible. You could win the whole World Series. But if I'm being realistic, and we didn't share,
no,
we didn't talk.
We talked Diddy.
That was something. I don't think you would now. And again, by the time you would play the Yankees, you're in a longer playoff series. It becomes a much different thing. Mm-hmm. The wild card round, yes, having Skubal start game 1 puts you in essence mentally halfway to getting to the second round. Mm-hmm. But then you're going to play a 5-game set, and then you're going to play a 7-game set. I do believe the Yankees are the stopper, but I think you need to be careful of the Orioles based on it's not the team you got comfortable playing. Reinforcements have arrived just in time for a push. So I'd like to know where people are at.
Yeah. And I think a 7-game series against the Yankees, I do think a little bit of the pressure of playing in New York could kick in for a lot of these young guys. Never really been exposed to that type of that magnitude of, the media and the spotlight. I think that could be the time where all of a sudden, the clock strikes midnight. But I do think that the Yankees would be the team. I did forget about that though, Mike, because I'm thinking, man, they just beat the Orioles. They could play the Orioles again. But yeah, you're right. They were missing a lot of their players, so that could be problematic. But you could miss them. But I think the Yankees will put an end to this. But let's hope that the Yankees get eliminated early.
And I want to get the latest because I know, see, Rodriguez, he was in bullpen sessions, and I read something a couple days ago. He was supposed to be back, but let's scratch him. He's not back. Let's just say you don't face Rodriguez. Are the Orioles bats enough? You played a bunch of tight games. I'll still stick with the Orioles take. But Rodriguez, I'll be surprised. Now, maybe by late in a first-round series, but even then it's a short series. Yeah, I'll leave the Rodriguez thing out. I was just combing for an update again, and there was one 23 hours ago. So that's on me. My bad.
But you know what? I do have a Skubal question for you, Mike.
Yeah, we'll do that next.
I'll give that to you next.
248-539-9797. How far can they take it? Let's talk about it. IRS collection or audit. You need a law firm that specializes in all types of tax problems. You need Maurice and Jerry. You need Abraham and Rose. They will advocate for you. They'll go on the offensive with the IRS. And they know the playbook. Jerry used to work for the IRS. Save your time and money. Visit abrahamandrose.com today or call 248-539-5040, and you will never have to personally deal with the IRS again. All right, so question of the day is in. How far can this team take it? I think we all agree they could get to the ALCS. It's not impossible. And again, even if you scratch Grayson Rodriguez from the O's, they are getting, what, Urias, Mountcastle, Kierstead, and the other numbnut, Westberg, who was an all-star caliber guy. I mean, that's 4 bats you haven't had to face. I wonder about, have we slept on them a little bit? But you might not have to face the Orioles.
Right.
So I want to know how far they can take it. Now, you had a Scooble thing, and then I'll get to the people.
So my Scooble question is this, Mike. I know baseball has somewhat changed, but do you think they could possibly manipulate his starts to try to get him as many and pitch him on shorter rest to get him as many starts as possible?
Can't speak to it. I can't speak to it.
I mean, I don't think they're going to go the whole Randy Johnson, Kurt Schilling, where they just pitched every other game and just told all the other starters, go to the bullpen.
Can't speak to it because they're also trying to manage his innings. He only pitched 85 innings last year. He's approaching 200 this year. I don't know what their view on that is. They are also the team that wanted to give him more rest to kind of wind him down because, again, not even they believed this was possible, nor should they. The only people who believed this were crackheads who lived under overpasses.
Right.
So my point is, I'm not in a position to answer that for you. I think you answered it yourself by saying, I'm not saying, Randy Johnson, different era, Hall of Famer, older player.
Him and Schilling basically pitched every other game in the World Series.
This is a younger guy who's had 2 catastrophic injuries, who has had the season of his life, and you want to be careful. I don't know the answer. I don't. I lean no. But
because I'm thinking like in a 5-game series, if you can get him for 1.
Rico's idea,
3,
you're going to
5.
start him 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 if necessary.
No, but with the day off, he's pitching on shorter rest. Maybe you can get him for 1, 3, and 5, somewhere in 5 if you need him.
No shot. I would say no shot, but again, the team is going to dictate this. I will tell you, I'll be disappointed if they got to use him Sunday.
Yeah, that means a lot went wrong in the next couple of days.
I know. Look.
Yeah.
We'll take it a day at a time. They're in. Now it's just about where.
Yeah.
It's you versus the Royals. You're not catching the Orioles. 248-539-9797. Kenny, do I dare go to Ticket Text, or is it just all World Series?
It's not all World Series. It's basically just a little bit of any answer you can imagine. I think the Tigers can beat anyone's, but the Guardians, how far the Tigers go depends on Olsen returning to his prior level of confidence. The sky's the limit if he does. That's from Jim.
Yeah, but if Olsen can just go through the order one time, that's all I need. If Olsen can give me 3 innings as an opener, I don't need him to go through a second time through the order. Or maybe it's 4 innings. I don't see a scenario where Reese Olsen needs to give me 6 or 7 based on the bullpen. Casey Mize, it's the same thing. Can you give me a couple?
Plus, once you pull them, they've known what buttons to push after they've replaced pitchers. That's what's been part of the voodoo of this year is the pitching just been lights out, especially in
and
relief.
that's a full credit to Hinch and Fetter, because what they were handed by this organization was a collection of bullpen arms with ERAs in the 5s in the minors.
Yeah.
So, yeah, man.
I think the voodoo runs out. The push was taxing, and I don't know if they have enough in the tank for a playoff run.
Is it wrong I'm more comfortable playing Houston than Baltimore?
No, because you brought up valid points. Because recency bias says, yeah, we just beat the Orioles, but that wasn't the Orioles.
You beat Orioles light.
Right.
And that's fine. Not taking anything away from you. I'm saying in a Chips all-hands-on-deck playoff series, having half your lineup healthy again, that does matter.
Difference.
Guys, if this is a team of destiny, it doesn't matter who you play. Come in the playoffs, we should be able to beat anyone.
How do we define if they're a team of destiny?
I think this is the definition. They've done something mathematically impossible. Hasn't been done since when? How long?
1973.
73.
You know when it happened before then?
When?
Never.
Exactly. So I think you can start to use words like team of destiny.
All right. Well, then if it's destiny, they're in the World Series. I don't know. I'm not saying they can't beat anyone, but if
Detroit, LA, World Series.
Well, if you're asking the question of how far can they take it, fine. How far will they? No, I do think there are some things here that are unsustainable. Meaning you're going to play better teams in a playoff series. It's not the regular season. I do wonder. Yeah. But I don't have there's no fear. I don't fear anyone in the AL if my pitching's this good. And the AL's not very good. Look at it. Look at the bottom of this AL. Come on. This is one of the worst wild card races in history as far as quality. It's terrible.
You're right. Based off of the information that you gave, I still say the Yankees will be the team that ends up ending this magical run, but the Orioles could as well, depending on. But you may not have to play them.
Right. It was just an idea of when you look at the battlefield, who do you consider an opponent that your immediate answer isn't yes, we can beat them.
Yeah.
Yes, we will
Guardians.
beat them.
Yeah, you can beat the Guardians. Yeah.
And Quan has been playing hurt for a while and then battling the IL. Lane Thomas went through a wicked slump. Their pitching is something. I look, I gave you my 2. But can they beat? They can beat anyone if they're going to have the voodoo, as Kenny said. So let's get to the people. We'll see what they got to say. Yes, we're going to get to college football today, I promise you. But the Tigers are a big story, and we got to talk about it. We'll go to Ken to bat leadoff, 97.1. What's up, Ken?
Hey, guys. You're talking about whether Tigers can beat the Yankees in the playoffs or not. Just want to remind you, back in the 06 to 2012 era, the Tigers played the Yankees at least twice in the playoffs and beat them both times. So it can happen.
But how is that relevant to now in 2000? Let me check my watch. 2024.
I don't know. It's just history, though. It happened before. It could happen again. And yeah, you can talk logic. Also talking Scooble and how many games pitch them in the playoffs. Again, history. 68 World Series. Mickey Lolich pitched 3 games, 3 complete games, and won them all. But that was a different era.
Totally different
anyway,
era.
Just throwing that out for you guys.
Yeah.
I just wrote it out.
Appreciate the phone call.
All right. Now I'm throwing you out.
Deep breath.
We're citing 1968 where guys threw 300 innings. Okay. You know what? That didn't happen. We're going to Jacob.
You know what? That's on me. I brought that up.
Jacob, how you doing, buddy?
You know, in 1945, we beat the Cubs in the World Series, too.
Jacob, I'm trying to stay calm, but my goodness. All right, what is on your mind?
Every round, no matter what at this point, I want to be happy, but my celebrations are going to go up. If they make the ALCS, I don't know what I'm going to do, but if they make the pennant and even win a game or two, I'm running down Woodward naked in green Jello.
What a visual. But Jake, it's not crazy to say that the hottest team in baseball can make a run, and it's also not crazy when you have this level of pitching, right? Like it's rooted in reality, not fanaticism.
Well, you know, the other team playing in the 1 and 2 seed are going to sit for a couple of days. I like the fact that we're going to just keep playing. And I think that that's key, that there's no rainouts or cold outs or whatever. They keep playing. If they can get on a streak and just keep playing and playing every day,
I think you're
and
right.
not have time for it to think about it,
I think you're right.
They're going to be good.
They're younger players. The vibes are high. The energy's high. Yes. And let's face it, a number of these guys, they weren't up here all year. You don't have
young and dumb.
You don't have the wear and tear of a 33-year-old guy who's played 148 games.
Point.
I think
Very good point.
Jacob, I'm with you. You're right. You just keep the train rolling versus putting them on ice.
Absolutely, guys. Young and dumb, and you don't know any better. You don't know when things hurt.
But Jake, let me
remember
tell
being
you,
23.
factually, 1943, the Tigers beat the Yankees. So it's all relevant.
Oh, man. During the war? Wow.
Jake. That's tremendous,
Thank
Jake. Thank you.
Was that the R there? Can we get it forced out to, be at the game and, we're
100%.
relative?
Yeah, we actually have Harry Truman throwing out the first pitch on Tuesday. It's going to be exciting. I'll let it go, but that's Rico's fault. I am blaming you for that. 1968, Mickey Lolich threw 700 innings. It's not 1968.
It's going to be a new deal for America.
They're not going to do anything.
Chicken in every pot.
They're not going to destroy Tarek Skubal. It's not going to happen.
No, I just meant, would you manipulate it so that you can get an extra start?
You're asking me what I would do. Right. So this is not receipts.
It wasn't 68.
This isn't predictive measure.
No, this was just two guys
I run
talking,
the team,
trying to get back from. I'm trying to just cleanse my mind from all that Diddy stuff.
My answer is no. I'm not doing anything different. I am pitching him on his regular rest because this is a kid who went from 85 innings to now almost, I think he's at, Kenny, can you check for me? What is it, 192 he's at? 193? You got to be careful. The last thing you want is you push the rev limiter, and Scooble's a competitor. He will want the ball, and then he blows out in the playoffs, and we don't see him next year. You got to be very careful when you increase the innings. He's more than doubled what he pitched last year. They're already in the danger zone. So,
yeah, he's at 192 right now.
192. So, and again, Rico, the other thing I'm not going to do, I'm not having him throw 110 pitches. 100, it's not happening. And I have to be careful. Eye on the prize, no doubt, but we've got to thread a needle here.
You're threading a needle. I would say I'm thinking more situational. If you're in that next series and you're down 2 games to 1, and you're playing game 4, you could get eliminated.
What's my rest? Is it regular rest? If you're asking me to rush him, you're asking me.
He'd come back a day before.
Nope.
Okay.
Not doing it.
All right. Let me tell you.
But that's me.
No. That's
not the Tigers.
It's why it's called Sports Talk, Mike. We talk sports.
1938 Satchel Paige for 700 innings.
All right. Let me talk about some. If you want that career, you want a career. Hey, it's 2024. Would you like a career in radio, TV? You're a graphic design artist. Specs at LTU can help you achieve your goal. You've been thinking about it for a long time. You hear us talking on the radio, and you're like, you know what? I can do that. Well, get out of your basement, and here's what you need to do. You need to be curious. You need to go visit the website. You got to do that first. ltu.edu/specs. And you're going to learn more about the broadcast media arts, the digital media arts, and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught by people like myself who actually work in the respective businesses that you want to learn. What does that mean? It means with the hands-on approach and the expert faculty, you're going to learn the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. So once again, what are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
All right, Odyssey.com rewind. You missed anything. Kerry Carpenter was on the morning show today. If you want that, you can use the rewind. We're talking Tigers and how far can they take it. And Kenny brings up an interesting point. Maybe you do just submit to destiny where there was no discernible measure. When they sat there at the deadline or even 10 days afterwards, they had essentially a 0% shot of this happening. It took a once in 50-year occurrence, you playing insanely good baseball, and the teams you're chasing falling apart. And it's happened. So is it destiny? I don't know. You're just watching it, and I've stopped trying to figure it out. But I don't think it means you just coast. Like right now, are the Kansas City Royals a good team? Well, they haven't really been the same since losing Vinny Pasquantino. Are the Minnesota Twins a good team? Just kidding. They should be contracted. The Red Sox were a team that they planned on selling at the deadline. They didn't buy either. They're not good. Are the Mariners good? No, they fired their manager. I look at that and I juxtapose it with, the Orioles are slumping. Right. If I take 4 of your top 6 players out of your lineup, what will you look like? You want me to vaporize Kerry Bonds and Riley Green and Parker Meadow? What would your lineup look like? So now if the Orioles are getting those people back, it becomes destiny versus pragmatism. Where I go, well, of course your pitching looked good against the O's. Here are the idiots they were putting out there. And the Yankees from start to finish have just seemingly, now they had a lull in June, but start to finish, the Yankees have just been built different. I don't know. I do struggle with picking you against those two teams. But is it plausible? Bro, I'm living in a world where Bo Brisky's throwing 100 and might be the best reliever in baseball. I really don't have much to offer.
Nothing makes sense.
No.
Just go with it.
485-3997-97. You want to get to the people?
Yeah.
Let's go to Drew, 97.1. Drew, how are you today, sir?
Oh, we're doing great.
So how far can they take it?
Oh, they're taking it away. There's a lot of factors. You guys hit on it a little bit, but they have the best manager in baseball who's already been there, done that. They have probably the best bullpen in baseball. That's only going to get stronger with the addition of a Ty Madden and hopefully Job. And then you also got no expectations. They're not going to enter a series where they're expected to win.
Correct.
So all the pressure is going to be on the other team.
I think that's a great
point,
point,
have
Drew.
A team playing free, led by the best manager in baseball, who's been playing the best over the last 2 months.
I think those are all very relevant.
A tough task to handle.
Yeah, and I think the point you make about young players and no pressure and playing free, I agree totally. You're right. The Yankees would have all the pressure, and in some ways the Orioles would too. I mean, the Orioles, a lot was expected of them this year after a 90-win campaign, and they've largely delivered despite their whole rotation dying and half their lineup dying.
See, I think the Yankees would have a lot of pressure, but I do think that with the young players, just the bright lights in New York, reality kicks in. Wait, so if let's say you play them in the ALCS, so we win this thing, we're going to the World Series. Sometimes you start looking at the scoreboard and you lose focus of what you've been doing all of this time because reality kicks in of how close you actually are to the prize.
But even if, but the whole point, to Drew's point, you're already in the ALCS at that point.
Correct.
You know what I mean? That's an unbelievable run. And if you get to that series, to Drew's point, anything can happen. I'm not writing this team off because none of it makes sense.
No.
So you have to you can't act like it's going to stop.
Oh, no. I'm not saying it's going to stop.
Saying
I just think that, yes, it's a great run. I can't explain it. We're having fun. But if it were to come to an end, I think it would be because of the New York Yankees.
Let me ask you a question. How do you deploy Jackson Jobe? Now, AJ has said he wants to get him in this series for a lot of reasons. Didn't elaborate from there. How do you think they use him in the playoffs?
I think he middle reliever type, maybe somebody struggles, you come in the 5th or 6th inning, just a couple just to kind of.
Oh, see, we're on 2 different pages.
Oh, what are you thinking? Closer?
He's my opener, or he's a high leverage fireman. When I got to have a guy, and let's say the high leverage is early. Let's say your starter, let's say Mize gets in real trouble. Well, I'm not going to my late inning guys in the fourth inning.
Right. That's what I mean.
Yeah, like there, yes.
So
when you said middle relief, I'm like, well, what is he, Kenta Maeda?
No. Yes. If all of a sudden somebody struggles in the third, fourth inning, come on in.
I'd love him as an opener. Nobody's got tape on the guy.
Okay, you know what? That's actually smart because at least for the first couple of go-arounds,
Jackson, give me 6 outs.
You don't know what his out pitch is. You don't know what his go-to is.
You haven't seen him. You haven't faced him. Give me 6 outs. Condense it to a 7-inning game. I don't know. I'm fascinated by it.
See, I would be more apt, if that's the case, I'd be more apt to put him in the bullpen, to bring him in as the closer because no one knows what he's going to bring. In a high-pressure situation,
well, Foley's going
to We don't have any tape on
You
him.
don't have a closer. They're all closers.
Right.
I've seen Foley close a game. You've seen, Henry Hannafy. It's ridiculous. Bo Brisky had a 6-out save.
Anywhere between the 7 and on, like, okay, here's the deal, kid. Keep pitching well. I'm going to keep letting you go back out to the mound.
I can't wait to watch him either tonight or tomorrow afternoon because AJ said he wants to get him in the series. Get him in the series. But if you can get him a couple appearances here, Kenny, hold on. Kenny is right up against that microphone.
No, I was just thinking about it. Could you see Scuba like in the playoffs going 6 innings and you see Jackson Jobe in the 7th or in the 8th? I could.
Michael Jordan security guard meme. I don't know. I'm fascinated. I'm thrilled they called him up. I don't know because ultimately, listen, only they know the mentality of this kid and what he can handle and not. You can't take it lightly like, oh, we're just going to throw a kid in his first 3, 4, 5 innings of the major leagues into a high leverage spot in the playoffs. But otherwise, why would you bring him up?
But see, that's why I said I don't know about opening a game because, you know what? Watch the game, get a little feel for it. Somewhere in the middle innings is probably the best time to pick and choose to put him in there.
248-539-9797. We'll get more of the people coming up. The Jobe thing is there. How far can this team take it? It's there. Hey, if you don't buy what I'm selling you with the Orioles lineup, we can talk about it. We're going to get some college football going today because the how far are they going to take it? Well, we got to talk about Michigan and Michigan State. For Michigan, congratulations on being the Fort Service Academy. For Michigan State, Ray Charles at quarterback. How far are these teams going to take it this year? We got to have a conversation now about Aiden. We have to. And I don't care if 5 people listen. I don't care if any of you call. Rico and I are going to have a 5-minute discussion about Aiden Childs at some point today. Football is here with a twist. If you drive the length of a football field at 55 miles an hour blindfolded, takes 4.5 seconds. It's dangerous. It's dumb. Well, that's what people do when they text while driving. Same amount of time to respond to a text. You're on the road. You're at risk. Call Mike Papura, National Benefit Plans. He will take care of you, get you the life insurance you need so that your family is covered. 877-734-2200. Michael shops 70 different life insurance carriers nationwide. He'll guarantee you the best possible rate. And in the event of that tragedy, your family is covered. Call them now, 877-734-2200 or on the web at nbphealth.com. Remember, National Benefit Plan would like to be your health and life insurance agency for a lifetime. Get back to the phones momentarily, but we got to take about 7 minutes for some football. Why? Because, well, people love football. Kenny, music. Oh, the sport that Rico ruined. Let's get to it. I will say this with sincerity. I do like your hat.
Well, thank you.
It's very nice.
And you know what, Mike?
Team sucks, but it's nice.
The sport could be fixed. We can get into that at another time.
Another time.
If they really wanted to listen to me. But Big Ten power rankings. The bottom 4 teams that did not make the list, well, they still didn't make the list. So no UCLA, Northwestern, Wisconsin, or Purdue, not there. So I would give you the top 14 teams. Coming in at 14, the Minnesota Golden Gophers. They had briefly a lead against Iowa and then gave it away. Minnesota now on the road at Michigan this weekend.
Yeah, I don't know what to do in that game. I mean, the total's down to like 35. I'm not going there. Minnesota's getting 9.5. I was a little surprised Iowa ran the ball the way they did against Minnie. Not a good harbinger if you're going to Ann Arbor.
That is true. At number 13, the University of Washington. 3-1. They are traveling on the road to Rutgers.
Yeah, let me tell you, Rutgers is about to give them that Brajol. Hot and spicy.
Yeah, I'm starting to like this Rutgers team.
Come there you go.
I am.
Now Rico's starting to worship at my church.
I'm starting to like this Rutgers. Now, they always disappoint. It was either Rutgers or Maryland. They both would always disappoint. Like, come on, guys. You can't be this bad all the time.
I'd feel better about UW if they were at home. But the cross-country travel is a problem. The fact that Rutgers just went to VTech, largely dominated. This is a tough spot for UW. And I don't think they're very good. Jed Fish will get it right, but not this year.
At number 12, University of Maryland. We just spoke about them. They defeated Villanova, but
who cares?
It's Villanova. Right. They're going to be on the road at Indiana this weekend. We'll find out a lot about both of those teams.
Yeah, it's about a touchdown spread. I don't know what to do with Maryland. They really had no business losing to State, but they did. They haven't played anyone else. I think that is, for nerds, that's a fascinating matchup in the Big Ten this week. Because Indiana's becoming a story. And Cignetti, if he gets a chance to rub your face in it, he's doing it.
See, the thing that I like about we'll get to Indiana later, but you're right. I like what Indiana is doing because it's not about just big plays. They just enforce their will on you, and you can't stop them.
That's because their coach is Christian Bale from American Psycho.
He is a little deranged. At number 11, Michigan State Spartans, off of the loss to Boston College. Yeah, not a good look. A game that you could have won on the road would have helped you out tremendously. But you know what? Ifs and buts, you lost. You get a chance to redeem yourself. You only have one of the top teams in the nation at home tonight. I mean, that Saturday night, the Ohio State University.
I think they have a chance to be better than this, but there are two problems. A, the injuries are piling up, and I don't have clarity on who's coming back. It sounds like Marsh and Glover, yes. Everyone else, no. Aiden Childs, he giveth and he taketh away. So that's the problem.
I don't want to oversimplify this, but Mike, maybe it's as simple as the wide open routes that Foster had. Remember when Nick Marsh ran those same routes against Maryland, he hit him in stride. So maybe it's just he's got more of a repertoire with one receiver than the other.
What part of his repertoire is about 6 turnover-worthy throws? Come on.
That's the other thing.
Yeah, that's called the ditty bag.
Yeah.
The poopy bag that they attach to a horse's ass. That's what they call him on the Central Park carriages.
Come on, man. Don't link him with
not the music artist. Not that.
At number 10, Nebraska.
I'm disgusted by you and them.
I as well. Nebraska, I thought that was a home game, that they would win. Instead, they let Illinois take it from them. They get a get-right game. They're on the road at Purdue this weekend.
You want a stat?
Yeah.
Last 10 years, they've played 8 overtime games. What's the record in those games?
I'm just going to go 0-8.
0-8. How many points have they scored in 8 overtime games?
I don't know.
0.
Are you serious? That's why you listen to Cash Your Ticket, folks.
And that's what you get for having an inflatable sex toy as a mascot. That Herbie Husker thing is a menace. Deflate it and put it in storage. Rico.
At number 9, they got the Floyd of Rosedale Trophy. Iowa 3-1. They got the bye week this weekend.
Is Iowa a permanent hemorrhoid? 248. They just don't go away.
They don't.
They're gross, but they find ways to win. And again, they blew that ISU game, but they just grinded it out against Minnesota, and they can score a little more.
Dude, in the Big Ten, they're like Wisconsin in basketball. They just find ways to win.
I hate them.
At number 8, Rutgers.
The Warriors at a rarity.
They go on the road. They beat Virginia. Was it Virginia Tech?
Yep, in Blacksburg.
And now they get to host Washington. They are coming in at number 8. They're at 3-0.
Look, their schedule's not hard, right? They're not playing any of the big boys.
No.
I said before the season, I thought they could win 8 games. They're on track to do it. Got to get this game. Or Deflator over here. He's going to have them down there at 14.
Nah. At number 7.
Do it.
A ridiculous loss. USC Trojans. 2-1. They lose to Michigan. Poor tackling across the board. They get to host Wisconsin at the Coliseum.
Sharman. I thought Lincoln Riley's game plan was soft. Their execution was horrific. Look, Michigan.
His first half game plan should have it was almost fireable.
It is. And again, the O-line struggled. There are ways around it. There are ways you can play horizontally, laterally. They did none of it. Yeah. And still we're in a position to win. And like Rico said, tackling was egregiously bad. So disappointed in USC.
At number 6.
Do it.
From Bloomington.
Yes.
Indiana, 4-0. The Hoosiers are 4-0. They host the Maryland Turtles this weekend.
Maple Leaf Missile, Curtis Rourke. And Signetti is for the betters. This dude covers the number. This guy wants blood.
Yeah.
He was running hurry up against Eastern Illinois.
He was trying to hit 60, right?
He hit 77 that night.
Oh yes. Yes. I'm talking about the last game. He was still trying to score more points.
He's a maniac.
He's not about putting in your backups and just taking a knee.
Look,
No.
They're
but
good.
Rourke is probably the best quarterback in the Big Ten that you don't know about.
Correct.
At number 5, fresh off of their victory.
Do it.
Over USC, 3-1, the University of Michigan, hosting Minnesota this weekend.
I think they've got a high floor and a low ceiling. That's who they are. And the victors has been replaced by anchors away because they are Navy now. And it's how I said they had to play, and this is what they are. Now, do I think they can be a top 4 team? No, because they're going to lose 3-4 games.
Yeah.
But they're not going to lose to anyone terrible as long as you stick to this plan right here.
Stick to that plan, and I think you're also going to need your defense or special teams to either score or set you up in a great position to score.
Dono.
At number 4, I guess we have to. They went into Nebraska. They won in overtime.
Whatever.
Illinois, 4-0. They get to play Purdue, and I heard something in the break.
Penn State this week.
Oh, yeah, Penn State. I'm sorry, Penn State. Evan said something, and the fact that Bielema came out and said that the crowd in Nebraska is probably tougher.
I don't think Penn State's laying 17.5 by accident.
Yeah.
And this game's at night, isn't it? This is the NBC game, right? MSU's on the Peacock.
Yeah.
This is the NBC
Yeah.
night game. Happy Valley. Hey, Bert.
Whiteout.
Better bring an extra bed sheet.
Whiteout. I don't like Penn State, but that whiteout, that's
I hope
something
Penn
to
State
watch.
drops a bomb on them so I don't have to look at Bielema's face. Number 3.
Penn State. We just talked about them. They're 3-0 playing Illinois. They had the bye.
Show me, James Franklin.
Yeah.
Show me. And go cover that number for people that cash the ticket. Do it. Do it.
At number 2, they had a bye last. Oregon, 3-0. They host UCLA.
We're just not going to know until they play the Buckeyes.
And then
that's where I'm at.
And you just named number 1, the Buckeyes. They're 3-0. They went out there. They got it done, but they haven't been tested yet. So, no, we won't know about either one of these teams until they play each other.
No, they're getting a paid workout this Saturday, so I don't care about it. We'll see you against Oregon to figure out who number 1 is.
All right. That's your Big Ten Power Rankings, 97-1.
FanDuel giving you a chance to win big Thursday night football squares. So instead of Stoney showing up at your door, badgering you to buy squares for the Super Bowl. You just go to FanDuel, you pick your squares, you see the odds, and then you play the game. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. If you're new, you can get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place your first $5 wager. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions do apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brought to you by 24 Seconds Bar and Grill. The magic number's just 4 for the Tigers. They take on the Rays for Game 2 of their series at Comerica Park tonight. Cater Montero gets the ball. At 83 and 74, the Tigers are tied with the Royals for the second and third wild card spots. The Twins are now 2 games back. Parker Meadows told our Jeff Rieger that the clubhouse has always had faith they could make this type of run. The Tigers have won 21 of their last 29 games. That's MLB's best record over that stretch. First pitch at 6:40 tonight. The pregame at 6:15 right here on 97.1. And meantime, the Royals play the Nats in our nation's capital tonight after KC won last night's series opener in 10 innings. And the Twins play the Marlins again in Minnie. They lost the first of that series last night. Lions punter Jack Fox has been named NFC Special Teams Player of the Week after Sunday's win at the Cardinals. Plus, tickets are on sale today for the team's watch party at Ford Field for their game at the Cowboys after the bye, October 13th. And the Wings have got their first preseason game tonight. They're in Chicago playing the Blackhawks. No broadcast, though, but will be on the air Friday when these two teams meet once again downtown at Little Caesars Arena. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 3 o'clock. Good to have you with us. Odyssey.com Rewind. You missed anything. Also, shout out the morning show. Kerry Carpenter was with them. If you want to hear that interview, go for it. We have asked the question, how far can the Tigers take it? And we all kind of stumbled into the same thing. And obviously, Kenny, me, Rico, Dave with the day off, we don't compare notes. Like, I'm not interested in that. That's bad radio. But Rico said, only team I think that's going to take them out is the Yankees. Kenny came to the same conclusion. Now, I got to a different place because I think everybody has slept on something, which is the Orioles that you played aren't the Orioles that you're going to see if you play them. Meaning, Hunter Kierstead is back. Ryan Mountcastle is back. Urias is back. Jordan Westberg is back. Guys, that's several parts of their lineup that were nowhere. Now, I'm not telling you that I can fix their pitching. That's not what we're talking about. It doesn't look like Grayson Rodriguez is going to make it back, but it's touch and go. Remember, there's no minor league games to be played, and it's hard to stretch out in simulated games or bullpen. Just yesterday, their general manager, Mike Elias, basically said, guys, it's day-to-day. I can't give you an answer. I'm going to go ahead and just say, all right, Grayson's not going to pitch in the wild card round. The point I'm making is, outside of those two teams, I have immense confidence in you doing the job. Immense confidence. Like, there's no scenario I don't pick you to beat any of the other teams. I have a hard time with the Yankees. Now, if you want to cite 2006, I wish you good luck. Call somewhere else. We're dealing in 2024. But my point is, this team, as the way they're playing, you have to let go of all pragmatism and accept the unbelievable as your believable, your norm. They're capable of beating anyone. You don't play the way they've played, Rico, over the last month.
Yeah.
Month in, not quite a month and a half, but month and change. It's real. Are the playoffs different? You betcha. Ask the Atlanta Braves. They win the AL East, the NL East every year, and then win Stugatz in the playoffs. It's hard. And it's a coin flip. And the coin has been coming up. You've been calling heads for a month and a half. There are going to be times it doesn't come up that way. Look at my stupid team. We haven't made the World Series in 15 years. Yankees, now, we got screwed by AJ and the Astros. They cheated. And they cheated us. I digress. Not bitter. Kind of. My point is, the best teams don't win it. And you have every right to believe you can do this. Mm-hmm. So I wanted to know how far you believe they're taking it. Did I miss anything? Is that the setup here?
I think you got everything. You brought up an excellent point about the Orioles players not being there. But, yeah, I think that any other team that they play, yeah, they can win. And especially in the first 3 games, yeah. Because I think – if things hold true, you don't have to pitch Skubal this weekend.
That's vital.
Yeah. You can start off the series 1-0, even though you would be on the road, but you put the home team at a disadvantage. That's how I see that.
248-539-9797. We'll do a quick check with the ticket text, and then we are going right to the phones. Kenneth, please.
Somebody also texting in on the Jackson Jobe discussion that we had.
Yeah.
Maybe we can put Jackson Jobe as the starter when things are already clinched, therefore no real leverage. That's from Ray from Shelby.
But what would the point be?
Just to see what you have, I guess.
I think you know what you have. And I think in a sink or swim deal, I mean, Kenny, think about it. You're bringing up a guy who can throw the better part of 100 miles an hour, has crazy movement on his pitches, and there's no scenario we're asking him for 5 or 6 innings. He is...
I guess to face maybe major league hitting, throw him out there in a game you don't really need. So it's less pressure on him because we're already in.
Pressure is a privilege. Go pitch.
I see us losing to the Astros, but I think the ceiling is the ALCS loss to the New York Yankees. That's from Drew and Clarkson.
Mm-hmm.
Voodoo blood necklaces all the way to the World Series. Go Tigers.
And it's not impossible. It's not. I'm not ruling it out at all. I don't know. Maybe I'm letting pragmatism get in the way. And maybe that's on me.
The Tigers could win the AL pennant but lose the World Series. That's from Ryan. I believe the Tigers could win the World Series. It's a team of destiny this year. That's from Joe.
Okay, but hold on. We're not asking you could. How far will they take it? That's the question. Could? They could win the whole thing. Duh. Anyone who enters the playoffs can win the whole thing. How far do you believe in your heart they're taking this? That's really what we're trying to get to. And maybe we're doing this too early, but we believe they're in. I don't care if Fangraph says 87%. It's 100. They're in. Did you see Minnesota last night? Come on, get the hell out of here. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Paul in Southfield, 97.1. Paulie, what's going on, buddy?
Good afternoon, guys.
Good afternoon, sir.
World Series.
All right, let's hear it.
In my heart, in my betting, in everything. The biggest reason, I believe, the other caller took a little bit from me by saying that they got nothing to lose and A.J. Hinch, but you cannot game plan against this team. He has the other team on the edge every game because you don't know, except for Skubal, and I need Skubal in game one in the playoffs, but except for Skubal, you don't know how far a starting pitcher is going to go. You don't know what kind of lineup. There's not a set fourth hitter, third hitter. He's got the other team not knowing, only knowing the starting lineup, but then after that, he's like, I feel like he's in a poker game and he's got 10 cards in a 5-card game. And whatever he's plugging in is working. So why would you change anything? And no, I would not ever put Skubal except on his normal rest, because pitching on 3 days rest is never.
No, and it's a different era, Paulie, and he's not a veteran, and he's had to arm in. No, I'm with you.
It was just a thought, a suggestion.
But
if
these
you can
other
manipulate
teams,
it.
these other teams, like the Yankees and the Indians, they have a set lineup, and if that lineup isn't doing good, let's say Juan, I forgot his last name, and Judge are not having a good series, you're not going to take them out. You're not going to pinch hit for them. The Tigers, it's like you don't know who's going to be pitching or hitting virtually the whole game except for when Skubal's pitching. And I think I don't believe the Yankees and Baltimore have a good bullpen at all. And this team never quits. They don't even know how to quit. They don't know better. It's like something you haven't seen in 50 years. So that's why I believe they're going to the World Series.
Okay. I would challenge you on some of those points, but I'm not going to bother. I'm not going to change your mind, and I don't care to. But saying, oh, they don't have any bullpen, you're wrong factually, but that's fine. I asked the question. I got to live with the answer.
He believes in the voodoo.
And that's fine. Can they do it? Yes. But I'm not going to sit here and dump all over every team as if they're all inferior. That's again, I lost that when I was like 20. I can't bring myself to dumb Kenny Fanland. I can't do it. There has to be a space for something that's real. Facts have to be real.
Facts have to be real, Mike, but you can't explain or quantify this team. So
I'm not trying to.
That's why.
But when they start talking about other team, that's my point.
Fair.
You want to do the voodoo with you? Do it. Don't make up ish about other teams.
Fair.
It gets annoying to me. Oh, our team is God. Everybody else is poop. 248. Come on. We can be better than that. That's all. Go to Dan in Brighton. I'm sorry. It's annoying. Dan, how are you?
Good afternoon, boys. How you doing?
Good. Hey. What's the good word?
Well, I'll tell you what, on the Tigers, I've been a fan since I was a kid in the early 60s. I used to ride my bike down to Briggs Stadium, and we'd wait for the usher in the seventh inning. He'd let us go into the bleachers and watch the Tigers, and I love them. And in my opinion on getting to the Yankees, I'll tell you what, Skubal, all he's going to have to start is game 1 and game 4. And then between Brisky, Foley, Montero, Olsen, and Mize, they'll handle the rest. And I think they can win it in 6 games.
All right, so how far are they taking this?
I think they're going to win the World Series.
That's it. Okay, there you go. That's it. It's all set.
Yep.
When is the parade? Just so I can clear my calendar.
I'll tell you what, it'll be the next day after they win.
Okay. You know what, Kenny, if you want, pencil in Thursday for me, will you please? I think a couple of days, let it breathe. We got to get security down there, and we also got to clear Woodward. It's going to be great. It's going to be fantastic. Dan,
I'll tell you what, it's well overdue for Detroit.
That's right.
Then the Lions can back them up.
Yeah, in fact, maybe they just go undefeated in the playoffs. They don't lose a game. Why don't we just do that? I mean, honestly, let's do it in style. Let's just do it in style.
I never thought I'd see the day where the texts were more reasonable than the phone calls.
No, it's okay.
No, but in all fairness, we said, where
do you believe they're taking it? So what it's showing you is the town has been seduced, which is the beauty of sports, right?
Yeah.
This is what sports can do to people.
Because then they can say, see, I told you.
Maybe the way I need to reframe it is this. F it. Is this team winning the World Series? Because clearly I made a bad judgment that we were going to use some level of common sense here.
No.
So let's just throw that out. That metric is gone now. Are they going to the World Series? Yes? No. You just shut up. You're 12 years old here. Rico's 6 years old. He's in pre-K, and he's asking a girl out. Hey, do you like me? Check yes or no. Is this team going to the World Series? Yes, no. Done. When Rico was at Lutheran Polytech Kindergarten.
That was Mount Hope Lutheran. And that's still there.
There, I simplified it. I did a bad job as a radio
No,
host.
you didn't.
No, I did.
No, Mike, you
I did.
We are not going to let a couple phone calls bring this down like that.
No. But
we don't need to dumb this down.
I think we do. Believe me, after 20 years of doing this, that's always the option. That's the new question. Are they going to the World Series?
But were you at Briggs Stadium talking to the usher?
I was a member of the original 1901 Society. My season tickets were next to Moses.
Hell of a center fielder, that Moses.
I'll tell you, that Apostle Paul could play third. Go ahead, read something. Is this team going to the World Series, yes or no?
I'm telling you, when John was on the
All
mound.
right, will you please? Will you please?
Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's been leading the way. Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Andrew Pavlik and his sales staff want to be your Chevy dealer, and they will guarantee you the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period. All September long, Hamilton Chevrolet is participating in Step Up for Kids, a shoe donation drive to support underprivileged kids right here in our local communities. Stop in. Drop off a few new shoes for kids ages 4 through 18 while you're there. Check out the latest Rico deal, a new 2024 Chevy Equinox EV. This all-electric SUV has great incentives to drive off with and payments starting as low as $289 a month. Yeah, you heard me right. For 24 months, you walk in with $995 down, you drive off with 10,000 miles a year. Yes. An Equinox EV for under $300. The Equinox EV has the power to go the distance, and Hamilton has them in stock, ready for immediate delivery. You know the best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mile. Just stop in and see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details and make Hamilton Chevrolet your Chevy dealer. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
Being number one is not easy. It takes years of experience, dedication, and determination. The number one mattress purchased by millions every year. It's Serta. They got the experience, 111 years of it, and they are made right here in Michigan. So get a great night's sleep this fall on a great Serta mattress. Go to Serta.com. Find a retailer near you. That's Serta.com. All right, let's go straight to the people. We will get some college football in the 4 o'clock. Evidence of the sport Rico ruined. Questions about Michigan and Michigan State. Tigers certainly the lead today. Let's go to Adam. He's in T-Town, and he's up next. What's up, Adam? How you doing, bud?
Hey, gentlemen. How are you doing today?
Good. What's up?
Well, I called yesterday, but I figured that my call was actually better for today, so I ended up hanging up. And before all the crazy started coming out, I had this opinion because I think they're going to the World Series. Now, I'm going to pull a Kenny and not fully commit saying that they're going to win it. But, I mean, the one thing in October that doesn't go away is pitching. And, I mean, year after year, you'll see batters just fall to the wayside when it comes to October, but then pitching always seems to carry over into October. And I just think that with our pitching, how it's been going, I think that we can at least push into the World Series. I mean, but it's one of those where I'm not comfortable with mystery box. I can't take the World Series and say, yeah, it's us.
And it's okay. The question, look, Adam, I did a bad job because I didn't appropriately gauge my audience. So asking this question allows for a different discourse. Look, you're not wrong for believing it. If the run has taught you anything, sometimes bleep happens. I'm not mad if you believe they're going. Where I get annoyed, not at you, Adam, I get annoyed when we just start poo-pooing every other team. Like that's ridiculous.
They made it to the playoffs based off of normal runs. I mean, like, we had to do something that was so improbable that it's not happened all but one other time.
Right. Well, the other problem, I'll give you an example,
Yankees
Adam.
got there because they had a good season.
Adam, I'll give you an example. Like what irked me the most is you get people calling up and just making stuff up. Oh, none of the other teams have a good bullpen. Really? Cleveland has the best bullpen in the sport. The Yankees are number 4 or number 5. You're number 5 or number 6. And I believe the Astros are number 9 or number 10. In the sport. These are top 10 bullpens. Mm-hmm. I'm not going to have people calling up and going, we're the only one with a bullpen. You know what I mean, Adam? That's just where I go, all right, let me change the question, and it'll make my life easier.
Right. I mean, and these teams are good teams. If they weren't, they wouldn't have already locked up their division. I mean, we're sitting here thinking, oh, we're this amazing team. Yeah, we've been great for a month and a half. These teams have had a good season all season long. Like, it's not normal what we're doing, so why would we expect?
There's the issue. That's the issue that you've stumbled upon, Adam, is someone like me, I don't speak for Rico, someone like me who is cynical and pragmatic, it's hard to sit there and go, all right, I've seen teams get hot at the end of a season and win it all. But those teams also had pedigree. They had real proven talent. Versus, I'm relying, I won't be shocked if the Tigers are bringing out Bobby Balaga out of the bullpen.
Yeah.
Frankie Coffee Cakes is coming in to close the game out. So it's difficult to go, all right, well, that translates. But, Rico, look, I've seen it. The Giants got hot at the right time. They were a 500 team. They won a Super Bowl. But they were doing it with real players.
Right, and a lot of times, Mike, the teams that get hot at that time are teams that had a bunch of injuries early. Guys come back, And now they're the team that everybody thought that they were, but they just lost so many games at the beginning of the year. In situations like this, it's fun, but normally when it falls like a house of cards. And all of a sudden, it'll just, the clock will strike midnight and, Cinderella's back at the house. And it's not going to end the way that you think because there's so many different magical things going on. I don't think it's sustainable to take it all the way to the World Series. Stranger things have happened.
You're a hater.
But I don't think that you can make it that far and actually win a World Series because this is not sustainable. It's fun, but...
All right,
yeah.
But then you need to ponder when someone calls and says, if it's not sustainable, how are they still sustaining it on September 25th? That's what they're going to hit you with.
Right, but I'm going to say, you're going to be playing better caliber of teams that you're going to be playing. I mean, you're in the playoffs. So now these teams, it's win or go home. You're not playing a bunch of teams who quit. You're not playing a bunch of teams who, just trying to get to the end of the season.
No, but first of all, the Royals were not trying to get to the end of the season.
No, not the Royals.
The Orioles, you played the welfare edition. Right. I do agree there. Like these 4 players I've cited are back.
Right.
You didn't face them. That's factual. So, I give a nod to the Orioles that they're going to be more of who we thought they were going to be. They got gutted by injury.
And a lot of time when you play this hard and you play playoff baseball for a month and a half, you eventually run out of steam because that's what I mean when it's not sustainable, that you can keep this pace for this long.
Let me go to Zach, 97.1. Zach, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, kind of a different question.
Sure.
We had a debate this weekend on what the over-under would be for the wild card series should the Tigers make the playoffs for the cost of tickets.
Oh, boy. I mean, look, sports and
We
concerts.
were all over the place.
Yeah, I mean, it's where are you talking cheapest seat in the house? Or are you trying to get good seats, or what are we thinking?
Middle of the road seat. Upper deck maybe, but not nosebleed, not standing room.
Kenny, I mean, you go to games all the time. Am I crazy that Tigers Miracle Run playoff tickets here at Comerica, median, call it 200?
Sounds right to me.
For the upper deck, you may be able to get that for a little bit less, but.
Oh, you're going to get the Rico deal, Zach. Stop by. He'll have tickets in his trunk. I don't know.
Rico, I'm going to hold you to that.
That's right. Rico will be there. He's selling mixtapes and mezzanine level seats. He's got you covered.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
And Zach, I hope I'm wrong. I hope the tickets are more affordable. It's hard to gauge because no one has, very few were paying attention up until 2 weeks ago. Very few.
And see, that's what I think. For the wild card, if they make it that far, then yes,
Come on.
Yeah, no,
that's
I think
right.
about it. Yeah, it'll probably be in about $150.
Anything's a couple $100 now. I mean, concerts, forget it. I don't know when concerts got so expensive.
I don't either. That's why I don't like going.
Oh, what if we dig up Prince's bones and duct tape them together?
I would actually go.
And then you get to see Prince's skeleton perform.
I would actually go.
All right.
AI Prince.
Flavored crust pizza, Hungry Howie's. It means you are getting delicious pizza that feeds the whole family. And in the month of October, yes, football is going, but it's also towards a good cause. October is Love, Hope, and Pizza Month at Hungry Howie's, which means a portion of every dollar you spend with Hungry Howie's goes towards cancer research and the National Breast Cancer Foundation. They've had a partnership for 15 years. They've raised millions of dollars for a great cause. And to just give you a little bit more incentive, they are giving free Howie bread with any online order of $25 or more. So do more than just order some pizza. Cash in, donate to a great cause in the month of October with Hungry Howie's. All right. We'll get to the people here in 1 second. Kenny, ticket text. We are going to get to football in the 4 o'clock. We're trying to thread a needle and make everybody happy, which is usually a road to nowhere. Kenny, what do you got?
These callers can't be real today, LOL.
Oh, they're real. They're real. And they're spectacular.
Great reference. I feel like the fan from Major League 2 with the Tigers. Not sure why they keep winning, but sure enjoy being proven wrong.
And that's just fine. It has elements of Major League to it. The only thing missing is that you didn't get a guy out of prison to pitch. Other than that, they have everything else. Well, they don't have a Joe Boo doll. That much is true.
Are we still getting that for the studio if they make the playoff?
No, because it would get resistance from Karsh, and it's not respectful, and jinxes, and I don't want to deal with it. I don't want to hear. I told you, I've reached a point in my life, I don't care.
I was about to say, when did you start caring about
No, because you know what it is?
Midday.
Because I don't want to argue. I'm done. I don't care anymore. 2 + 2 is 5? Cool. I don't care. That's why I changed the topic. I don't care. I'm not arguing. I'm not going to argue facts with zaniness. So we're just going to get zany. Already making a World Series. Here's a box. Yes or no?
So you're not arguing anything?
Nope.
You're just going with everything? Hey, Kenny, did you know that Michigan State was going to shut out Ohio State this Saturday?
Cool.
Nailed it.
You know, you got to have faith. Am I right?
Okay, he's broken, Kenny.
This one I actually think is more real. I think fans are so confident we will win it all is because we're playing with house money and can't be hurt because we didn't think we would be here a month ago.
That I like. And you're right. It's more fun this way. Kenny, here's your problem. You had more fun last year with the Lions than you're going to have this year.
Yeah, now there's real expectation. You expect to be, we said Super Bowl or bust. We said F them.
And it weighs on you. Much like you hate adult responsibilities. Now, as a fan, you have a responsibility to the expectation. Tiger fans enjoy it. The innocence is now. Next year's the expectation. It changes how you watch things.
Tiger fans are feeling like Rico at the dentist right now. That's from Bill.
That's right. That a baby. Uh-huh.
ALCS for the Tigers.
Ooh, man. Tigers playoffs or Rico at the dentist. More pleasurable. 248.
Tigers beat the Phillies and win the World Series.
He can't even breathe.
Such a dumb bit.
It's not, though.
It really is.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I'm drinking Jobu's rum. The voodoo is real. Tigers all the way. You didn't say all the way where, but all the way.
No, and it's fun. I think I did a bad job with the initial question. I take ownership of that. So we've altered it, and it's working. Fine enough. Let's go to Hunter, 97.1. Hunter, how you doing, brother?
Hey, Mike. What's going on, brother? You all right?
I'm superb. What do you make of all this?
Well, I called in saying World Series, but now I kind of feel stupid with all these idiots that are calling in. But
no, you're okay. But because you're not demeaning other teams on the pathway.
You know what I think it is? I think it's been so long since this team has done anything that people just think that it's World Series or nothing now because they're going in,
Yeah. What are they to make the World Series today odds-wise, Hunter? Do you know? I'll look it up.
I think they were... let's see if Ken can get there faster than I can.
No, it's okay. I was going to say is, you know what what I should do is I should just bet them to make the World Series and just be done with it. We should have done it when we were doing the shows in Vegas, and it was plus 40,000 to win it all.
Plus 4,500 to win it all.
No, I need to make it.
That's what I'm saying. I'm looking for the other.
Plus 1,400 to win the American League, which would be making this.
Okay. I mean, at that point, Hunter, are you that confident that you'd bet plus 1,400?
To win the American League?
Yeah, doesn't that feel a little short?
If it's against your Yankees, yes.
So you are confident if they're playing the Yankees, yes? Okay.
Mike, one more quick question before you let me go, if I can.
Please.
I know we've all been on about how glorious this Tigers run has been, but, I mean, the Twins have just been awful. Can you go into explanation on what the hell is going on in Minnesota?
Sure. For one, the manager's a functioning idiot. Rocco Baldelli will be fired.
Yeah, Rocco.
Two, their pitching staff is in tatters. Losing Joe Ryan for the season didn't help. Bailey Ober's been up and down. And look, from an offensive standpoint, they have always been a team that is high in the windmill department, and they have some of the worst at-bats on the planet. Now, look, they lost Byron Buxton for a couple months. They lost Carlos Correa from middle of July until last week, and even now he can't run. He's on one leg because he's got plantar fasciitis.
It also doesn't help that your biggest free agent signing was Carlos Santana either.
No, they cut $32 million from their payroll. No, I mean, and Hunter, I think losing's a disease. Rico has talked about this. It's like once the stink of losing gets on you, it's hard to wash it off. And we started talking on this show where I said, guys, it's not even really about what you're doing. It's about what Minnesota's doing for you. If Minnesota, forget about 500 baseball, had they played bad baseball, not vomit, just bad, Hunter, you're nowhere close. You're still 3 or 4 games out with 6 to go. But they essentially went 11-30. That's the basics of what they did. Yeah. So, yes, it's amazing what you're doing, but it doesn't happen without someone else going, wait, let me F my own life.
You took advantage of their ineptitude.
Big time. And the team deserves a ton of credit for it. But, yeah, let's not act like we didn't get some help here. 248-539-9797. Northville Lumber, oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks or sells more Trex than Northville. And, look, there's a reason they can move the product. It's all in their warehouse right down the road. You buy it, you build it. Some of it as low as $1.59 a foot, and you are enjoying Tigers World Series baseball on the deck. Oh, that's right. So get involved, get it done, get it built by the best. They'll intro you to a Trex certified pro today. Call Northville Lumber or stop by northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right. Let's get to the phones, do some football top of the hour. Right now, we're going right to Antonio in Waterford. Anton, what's going on, buddy?
Good, man. First-time caller, long-time listener, Mike. Good
Welcome.
to be on.
Good to have you. So what's on your mind here?
Yeah.
How far are we? Is this team making the World Series?
I don't think. I mean, I hope and pray at night, but I mean, my thing is, I'm not on some of the Tigers days like some of the other people. My dad, maybe he was pushing all along. I remember a few months back when you were saying, "Oh, these wins don't matter. These wins don't matter," and you were on the "we're not making the playoffs," all that trend. But now, look where we're sitting. It's crazy. I mean, I feel like this team is like the Detroit Lions of 2 years ago when they got hot at the right time and started winning all those games, and we got to, the end of the season. We beat Green Bay, and we were holding our breath for the Seahawks to lose, and things didn't work out. But I think momentum is a dangerous thing when it comes to the Tigers. I think, my main question coming into this portion of the season is what's up with the timing with Jackson Jobe? Are the Tigers saying, okay, we're going to make a long run in the playoffs, and we want to see him, progress while we can still get some confidence under his belt to hopefully play in games deep in the postseason? Or what's the mindset you think that's going on in the Tigers front office with bringing him up?
Maybe I'm completely misreading it, but it feels like the first effort they've made at actually making the playoffs. Remember, everything they did from selling at the deadline, which was the right thing to do, to spacing out Tarek Skubal starts, right thing to do. Mm-hmm. None of it was urgency. This is the first thing where you're like, okay, they view him as a nuclear warhead, and we're going to deploy him tactically. That's how I view it, Antonio, but it doesn't mean I'm right.
True. I really do think, with the way things have happened for the Tigers this season, almost addition by subtraction with Javier Baez.
Sure. Look at the differential, though. I'm glad you said this, Antonio. Think about this. Trey Sweeney, who, again, I still can't believe these words are leaving my mouth. Do you realize that if you extrapolate his numbers over 162 games, Trey Sweeney is trending to be a 5-WAR player? 5.
Wow.
Javi Baez was a -2.
That's unbelievable. That's going to turn out to be the worst trade and the worst pickup in all of baseball. That's going to be one of the.
But Antonio, that's the other thing is if there were signs that this team was headed anywhere, ownership would have gotten rid of Baez earlier. They allowed a guy to play in this lineup every day that helped the opposition win.
Because I don't think it was a coincidence that the second you finally he got injured.
What are they, 25-8 since?
Yeah, you start winning.
Yeah.
And look how much more athletic they are.
And let's
look at Sweeney. The guy, he already saved one game, and he's been a plus fielder at shortstop when Javi was a -8 defensive run saved when he blew out his lumbar or whatever happened to him.
You know what? I don't wish ill will upon anybody, but let's hope that he has a slow recovery, and he's not going to be back.
Yeah, no, it's one of those things that it's frustrating with this Tigers team. I mean, going into the season, you guys were saying, I think all the fans were saying, bring in a slugger, bring in a guy who's proven, who can improve this lineup. Because I think our biggest problem, we're a good organization, we're a good team. We're showing it now because the bats have woken up. My thing is early on was we didn't bring anyone to add to that. I think if we had a decent batter, and besides, leaning on Torque and Riley Green and then Carpenter, I think we'd be in a much better situation and probably one of those top-tier teams and maybe even winning our division.
100%. It's why I don't understand why people make fun of that argument. I mean, look, in the end, right, when you look at this whole thing put together, if you had one more legit bat in this order, say at a place like third base, okay, how good has Jay Chung really been? Ask yourself that.
Not nothing spectacular.
Okay, so that's where it's okay for you to say that, Antonio, and I don't think it was wrong then, and I don't think it's wrong now. Look, they have more of a it takes a village approach offensively and timely hitting, and they've been clutch as hell. But the work that Scott Harris is doing is behind the scenes, meaning development, getting your minor league system in order, getting the same thing taught from rookie ball to high A to double A to triple A to the major league level. All of that, I think he's making major strides. But when it comes to the actual major league stuff, I've never had a problem with people saying, well, what the hell are we doing here? What are we just waiting for the kids? And that whole thing, I mean, right here, right now, Where would you be if you had another guy? I'm not going to make fun of people for saying it because you're in a position to go for a World Series now. And you're not getting a whole lot from third base. You're not.
No, you're not.
And what was the primary guy that guys like Costa and Rieger?
Third baseman.
Okay. So I'm not going to make fun of them. No. But, like, did they really acquire Trey Sweeney and think he was going to be a 5-WAR player? Come on.
I didn't realize he was almost a 5-WAR player. So
that's why I'm here.
No,
I'm here for you.
Thank you.
I'm kidding. I'm just being a bleep hole.
Yes.
Really?
Kenny.
We are 24-point underdogs to Ohio State. Leave me alone.
23.5.
That'll make all the difference. Let's go to Doug in Walled Lake, 97.1. Doug, what's up, buddy?
Not much. I was hearing all the delusional Detroiters call it, and with that, I should bet on Aiden Childs to throw 5 touchdowns on Sunday, right?
That's exactly right.
Like, I mean, calling out the Yankees for their bullpen is a bunch of crap. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, fellas. Wasn't it like 2 months ago we were already focused on the offseason and saying Harris needs to spend, and it's been a magical run. Yes, we're getting good. We're winning clutch games, but like you said, the 2 teams in our division have been in a free fall. And can we just enjoy this for what it is? There's no pressure, just like 2 years ago with the Lions that the previous caller said. That's what we're banking on right now. I'm watching scoreboards for the first time in 10 years. That's exciting to me. I don't have Bally because no Detroiter had Bally up till a month ago. Heck no. But it's fun, and can we just enjoy it? Yes, in our hearts, we want a World Series. But, Mike, you're right. The Yankees, the Guardians, the Astros, they have more talent. But, damn it, if it's not a sign for good old Scott Harris to spend some money on some bats this winter, for the love of God, and then we can start to build for the previous years. But for now, can we just enjoy this
That's
run?
where I'm at. Doug, to highlight what you're saying, and again, I'll see both these guys. I'm not being rude now. I said it, I'll say it both their faces. Doug, I don't know what Wojo was doing last night. I was enjoying Rieger and him, and then Wojo decided to go psycho mode. And he was all over Rieger of like, well, you made fun of Scott Harris's plan. And Rieger's like, they sold at the deadline. They were dead. It didn't work. Yeah. I wanted players. And Wojo was doing the gatekeeping of fandom thing. And it's like, stop. Gatekeeping.
You didn't believe in this team?
Stop. Any gatekeeping of fandom is idiocy. And second of all, why is it wrong that in real time, when a team is 53-65 and they're 10 games out and they're selling and they have a 0.1%, which in essence is 0, to make the playoffs, what should Rieger have said?
Not only that, not only everything that you said, they then came out and said, we're going to start extending the days between School Bowl to kind of power him down. They were, as I was like, it wasn't the white flag, it was the off-white flag.
And then
we're not quite done yet, but
then Fade intervened. But here's my point to anyone out there. Let me be unequivocal as I say this to you at 4:00 in the afternoon. I don't care if you're anti-Harris, pro-Harris, love Ilitch, don't love Ilitch, huge Tiger fan, fringe fan. I don't care. A playoff run is for everybody. I am not going to gatekeep anybody because it's the dumbest radio bit in history. I hate it. Oh, you didn't like this cutscene 7 months ago. It's not relevant. In fact, it's irrelevant. It's like being mad at someone who was a Drew Bledsoe fan and then Bledsoe dies and Brady leads him to the Super Bowl and you don't get to root for him because you didn't give Tommy a chance to do it. It's dumb. Sports are fun. So Rico, I guess for me, it's like I'm so uninterested in these stupid arguments about, Jim Costa said that Scott Harris did that. And?
Because I guess it means more because you could say I was a fan. I mean, I was a fan before it was cool. I was a fan when you guys weren't believing. I went out and got, Thailand bootleg Bally's to watch the Tigers play while you guys just gave up on.
No one cares. I hate to break that to people, including Wojo. Nobody cares. So you know what we're not going to do is spend radio time not enjoying a pennant drive and doing this weird Live Alone in My Basement Gotcha radio that Wojo was doing. Now, he doesn't live in his basement, but he does live alone. The point I'm making is he also keeps a Christmas tree up all year round. I'm not taking life tips from that guy.
It's just, what, you get front row at the parade if they win because you've been a fan longer and you
I don't know.
No, but it's when you hear people go there, well, I was a fan back in the day, my dad took it. Like, all right, and so?
Or I'm sorry, did you get some nice summer sausage in the mail from Jason, from Scott Harris because you believed in not doing anything this offseason? I don't know, and no one cares. Here's a fun fact. If the Tigers win the World Series, no one will be able to name the president of baseball ops in 20 years. Nobody. It doesn't matter. Win, parades, pictures, drunkenness, revelry. We haven't had a playoff chase in a decade. You think I'm wasting any time with this receipts crap? Oh, you were wrong. Right, I'm still at the parade. Oh, you weren't a shill or a loyalist. No, but I still won the World Series.
I know, but they didn't believe.
My point was it was bizarro radio last night, and I didn't understand it. Then they stopped, and the show got good again. Weird. All right, here's
no,
Rico.
no. I guess Wojo just had to flex. I guess.
Flex what?
That he believed.
Did he?
I don't.
His next big opinion will be his first. Pretty easy to keep receipts when you never say nothing.
He had a lot of negative stuff to say about MSU.
Okay, all right then. You should just be happy with Jason Candle. We'll get some football in the mix next. 97.1.
Brought to you by Bill Brown Ford. The Tigers' magic number is just 4 as they play Tampa Bay for Game 2 of their series at Comerica Park tonight. Cater Montero gets the start. The Tigers right now 83-74, tied with the Royals for the second and third wildcard spots. The Twins now 2 games back. Manager A.J. Hinch says that being back at home downtown's provided an extra boost in what's already an exciting playoff chase. The Tigers have won 21 of their last 29 games. That's the best record in baseball over that stretch. First pitch 6:40 tonight, the pregame at 6:15 right here on 97.1. And meanwhile, the Royals play the Nationals again tonight in D.C. after KC won the series opener last night. Twins take on the Marlins. They lost that series opener last night. Lions punter Jack Fox has been named NFC Special Teams Player of the Week after Sunday's win at the Cardinals. Wings have got their first preseason game tonight. They're in Chicago playing the Blackhawks. No broadcast tonight, but we will be on the air Friday when these two teams meet again in the preseason at LCA. And midweek odds as well for both Michigan State and Michigan. We're getting these from FanDuel. Wolverines 9.5-point favorites over Minnesota at the Big House. And up in East Lansing, Spartans 23.5-point underdogs against Ohio State. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, we'll take a time out from the business at hand to give you 7 good minutes of football. Kenny, music, please.
So after week 3 in the NFL, we have some week 3 potential overreactions and a look a little bit to the future. Tell me if you think these takes are realistic. I've collected them from various sources online with hot takes on week 3.
All right.
First one here, Malik Neighbors is the best wide receiver from the 24 draft class, 37.8% target share, the 4th highest for any player through 3 games in over the last decade.
You want me to go first or wait for Rico?
No, I'll go first. Kenny, yes. And the reason why I'll say yes, because I think he's got the best quarterback throwing to him. I know Daniel Jones, but
you think?
No. I look at Caleb Williams and Rome Odunze could probably put up big numbers, but I don't think Caleb is ready for the NFL right now. So he's going to go through a lot of growing pains. Whereas if you would have put Rome on some other team, he could have done something. Now, the only one, he would have, I think he would have.
No, what does this have to do with Odunze? It's either Harrison or Neighbors.
No, I was going to say, actually, the one that could be is Xavier Worthy in Kansas City. That's the one that I think is going to be in competition with Neighbors.
He just looks like Tavon Austin to me. Good luck at 165 surviving. I mean, look, Harrison's got Kyler. I got Daniel Jones. And what Neighbors has done, it's the single best 3-game start to a career in the history of the NFL. Give my dad one piece of joy. Malik Neighbors, FTW.
Okay.
One, that's all just one for Big G.
That's for you, Big G.
That's it. That's all I ask.
This one I never thought I would say out loud. Sam Darnold.
What, you're sober?
No. Hey, Sam Darnold is the hottest quarterback in the NFL after 3 weeks.
Also stunning.
He leads the NFL in passing touchdowns and ranks 2nd in passer rating, 4th in yards per attempt.
Did you hear what Belichick said about Darnold? It was spicy. He goes, it's no surprise. Everyone likes Sam Darnold except the Jets. Like, everyone has liked him at every step, basically saying the Jets mishandled this guy. I don't know.
Yeah, it was weird because, I mean, even when he was at San Francisco, they were like, yeah, we like him, but most teams have a quarterback and he's coming in to be the backup. It's like, if we didn't have a backup, we would have you. Minnesota may have lucked into this. Kenny, I would say I would have him tied with Josh Allen. Josh Allen's really improved a lot to me. And these first 3 games, I'm like, wow, you keep playing like that, and I think you may win an MVP.
And this wasn't the best quarterback in the NFL. This was the hottest quarterback in the NFL, both with great week 3 3 weeks.
No, I mean, there's no argument. And again, it's what good organizations are able to do. Rico's organization does it. Kevin O'Connell does it. Sean McVay does it. Remember, Baker's turnaround started in L.A. when he went there after getting jettisoned in Carolina, and you go, wait, Baker looks okay. And then there's franchises like mine.
Speaking of franchises like yours, Saquon Barkley is the best signing in the NFL offseason. Leads the league in rushing yards, tied for rushing touchdowns.
Jesus, Kenny, I would, on live radio, it's hard to canvass every signing, but I'm good with it if you just say yes. I mean, look, he's carrying them the first couple of weeks. No A.J. Brown. Devontae Smith, I'm pretty sure, died.
Yeah.
Yes, go ahead. I'll say yes.
Yeah, and you know what? If he catches the pass, they're undefeated right now. So, yeah, they've gotten their money's worth. I think that's safe to say.
Matt LaFleur should be NFL Coach of the Year. Malik Willis looked like he was going to be out of the NFL entirely a few years back. And
yes, he's one of the great offensive minds in the game. And it's clear that with Rodgers leaving, he got to run the offense he really wanted to run. We were talking about Love as a top 5 QB. And look, the words Malik Willis has won back-to-back games in this league should never be uttered.
Right.
So, yes, LaFleur wins.
Oh, man, yes, but you can't forget Kevin O'Connell either, because Minnesota, JJ was going to be your guy. They were left for dead. They were the team that no one in the NFC North talked about, and everybody's looking up at them. But, yeah, with what Green Bay is doing, because – look, when we were in Vegas and we saw him go down, wow, the Lions just got it easy. Yeah, those two right there, they're going to fight it out for that. But, yeah, what he did, genius.
The Steelers turned in another great defensive performance. Now, they still lack the offense, but they need to be taken seriously in the AFC.
Disagree completely. It's fun, it's cute, but let's face it. You played Bo Nix. You played half of Justin Herbert with a prosthetic leg. I can't take it serious. You're not going to win games this way.
Yeah, I think this reminds me of the Steelers of 2020, where I think they started the year off like 9-0 or 10-0. But even David was like, "This isn't real. They're winning games, but eventually you have to be able to go out there and score. They're not. So nah."
Andy Dalton will be the Panthers quarterback the rest of the way out. Pulled the plug on Bryce. I guess the better question is, do we ever see Bryce again?
I continue to read that the Panthers are having internal discussions about a trade, and it could happen at the deadline. Look, David Tepper's a wild card. David Tepper's the one who said bench Bryce. That wasn't Dave Canales. Dave Canales didn't take this job to start Andy Dalton. Mm-hmm. Tepper could wake up one morning, have bad gas, and say, play Bryce.
Yeah.
He's totally unpredictable. Kenny, I don't know. That's my answer.
Yeah, but the fact that he goes down and literally the first drive scores, and it's like, yeah, what was so hard about this? I think Bryce you'll see him again. You won't see him again for a Carolina Panthers jersey. I think that he's going to be a lot like we talked about Darnold, Baker Mayfield, Jared Goff, guys who started at one place, maybe has to go to someplace, another city, start over again, but have that city fall in love with them, and then maybe he can do something.
Now, this one on a scale of 1 to 10, if we lived in the greater Chicago area, where should the panic level be with Caleb Williams?
Okay. You want to go first?
I was about to say it's almost a parallel to what's going on in East Lansing. A lot of hype and a lot of interceptions and a lot of not getting it done. Chicago was stupid enough to believe that they were a playoff team. And I kept saying they're not. So you know what, Kenny? This is all on them. Because no one said that this kid was going to go straight from USC to taking you to the playoffs. The panic meter should be low because he's playing like a rookie QB, but Chicago people aren't that smart, so I'm going to say it's a lot higher.
It's 5 for me. I mean, the same stupid stuff I saw at USC he's doing now. But the problem is they can't run the ball. It's a lot like Aiden Childs in that regard. Yeah. They can't run it. And then Caleb's got to feel like he's doing it all on his own. And then, cutscene, stupid bleep. And you're like, why did you just do that?
Brother, you could change the color of the jerseys, and it's the same story.
It feels similar.
Are we just going to gloss over the fact that Rico called everybody from Chicago stupid? Because that was kind of funny.
Well, they are. They have tomatoes and pickles on their hot dogs. It's a ridiculous premise. Their pizza is also a casserole. Not bright.
We talked about Malik Neighbors earlier, so I wanted to end on this.
More Neighbors talk.
Will a wide receiver win Offensive Rookie of the Year?
Yes. Because the rookie QBs look. Well, wait a minute.
That's why I asked the question.
Whoa, stop the clock. Jaden Daniels. I asked this question of Cookies yesterday on the podcast, and I know it's stupid and it's way, way too early, but for fun. Sports are fun. Did the Bears draft the wrong quarterback?
Give me yes 4,000.
Okay,
Alex.
here's a stat. Because don't tell me the Commanders are good. They're not. The Commanders haven't punted since week 1. They didn't punt against the Giants, 7 scoring drives. They didn't punt against the Bengals, 38 points. That's a rookie quarterback playing a role in that.
Yeah. I think they did. And, yeah, I think he's going to be the runaway MVP if he can just put up – because everybody's going to remember that game on Monday night. And, yeah, the receivers are going to be good, but I don't think you have any great receivers. So, yeah, he's going to end up winning the MVP.
Yes.
And that is in football today.
For over 40 years, Metro Detroit and Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical, they've got you covered, man. They've been doing it right for 40 years, and they've got the buying power to get you the best equipment at the best price, period. Great customer service. They even back their work with a 5-year warranty, and Mastercraft, your one-stop shop for heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical. Plenty of generators in stock as well for when that power goes out, like a lot. Fast installation, same-day service. Go to mastercraftheating.com. All right, Tigers, clearly the story of the day. We're going to get back to it momentarily. Also, Kerry Carpenter on the morning show. If you wanted that, Odyssey.com rewind. We've asked the question all day today. Is this team going to the World Series? Now, we arrived at that topic through some zaniness, but it's just about gauging your level of belief in destiny and in the unexplainable. In many ways, the Tigers are the baseball equivalent of Rico's UFOs. So we just talk about it.
How did I take a stray?
Not a stray. You believe in zaniness. What the Tigers have done, it's zany.
Not zaniness. Neither can be proven.
That Bo Brisky's not Dennis Eckersley? I know.
Greg Maddux is on the staff.
I wanted to just for a moment, if we could, we'll get back into the Tigers in a second, and we will get to your calls. College football. In the same vein that we've been talking about the Tigers, Rico, the idea of how far can they take it. Look at our two college teams. Now, this weekend was illuminating for a lot of reasons. One, look, Michigan turned themselves into a service academy. It was the only way I could see them doing it, and they did it. And they won a game that I gave them a good shot in here. So I don't believe they're beating Oregon. I don't believe they're beating Ohio State. And I do believe they will drop a game somewhere where they're just not going to bully somebody and have 32 yards passing. But is it wrong of me to say that by making the switch to Orgy and changing how they play football, they have now built a floor in that they are no worse than 8-4? Is that fair?
No, because one of the teams that I thought you were going to lose to was USC. You beat them. So, yeah, 8-4 is there unless you just have a stinker and you go to 7-5. But I see where you're going with the floor because, yeah, you're looking at Indiana. I think it's probably that one school that probably is that toughest test for that could beat you. Yeah, I could agree with that. I can roll with that.
As far as Michigan State goes, I have a question. I don't know that I'll get a single call on it, and I want to be clear. There's nobody who wants Aiden Childs to be awesome more than me, but I live in the real world. So here's my issue. Now, this is where Rico's going to call me a boomer and an old man. I'm not mad that Aiden Childs makes a bleep load of money. In fact, I just don't care. But whether you play for free or whether you make $1 million a year, here's the rule for a quarterback. You do not get to play when you consistently give the football to the other team. I don't care if you're in grade school, middle school, high school, JUCO, D3, D2, 1AA, or 1A. I don't care. I don't care if you play for Kent State or Kentucky. I don't care if you play for Alabama A&M or the Crimson Tide. The rules are the rules. MSU was so much better than Boston College, it's not even funny. Why did they lose the game? The turnovers. You want to cite the fumbled kickoff? You're right. Aiden Childs doesn't return kicks. But he had 3 interceptions and at least 6 turnover-worthy throws, meaning, oh my God, that's in the hands of a Boston College defender. Oh, thank God he dropped it.
Reason why he plays DB and not wide receiver.
Data, baby. So my question is, if he goes out and turns it over a couple times against Ohio State, at what point does a head coach in 2024, all things considered, financial, ego, portal, all of it, weighing that out versus I have to establish accountability in this program, meaning, Aiden, we love you, clearly. We're paying you a hell of a lot. You can't keep doing this. You're killing the 84 other scholarship players. Inaccuracies I can live with. I ran it when I should have thrown. I thrown it when I should have ran. I can live with it. Mm-hmm. Rico, we talked about this off air. If you check it down and you miss the deep read, it's all part of the process.
Right.
But when you are doing, I'm Brett Favre, and he has 8 or 9 turnovers in 4 games. If he throws his second pick against Ohio State, am I wrong for saying, Aiden, you're going to sit next to me now, and you're going to look at this. You're still our starter, but I can't keep doing this. Or is that me? Oh, Mike's stuck in 1984. Enjoy your grape nuts.
buddy, thanks for listening to the 5-Star Zone. Said the exact same thing. If I'm Jonathan Smith, I would say before the game, Aiden, after your second interception or second turnover, you're out. You're going to stand next to me, and we're going to watch the game together. And maybe that'll help you see it differently from the sideline and see what you should do in the next game. But you're right. You can't just keep sending this kid out there to turn the ball over and say, well, he's going to get better. There has to be some repercussions for the mistake. So
I think there's a first-round pick in that guy.
He's
there.
I mean,
but he needs time.
Like the one play where he breaks, it should have been a 12-yard sack, and instead he turned into a 25-yard run. It's like, okay, that was brilliant. Even the play late in the game where he eludes the defense and flips it in the air to Nate Carter, it should have been a touchdown. It's like, okay, that's the Aiden Childs that we're all waiting to see. But yeah, when he's just throwing the ball into double coverage, it's like, why?
He's not seeing it, Rico. Safeties were playing games with him.
They were. And going back to your Michigan thing, I would say actually, Mike, I would maybe put the floor at 7-5. Here's my rationale for that. Can we agree USC's defense was not lights out? They couldn't tackle. They're better than they were last year. Michigan, I don't know if it's sustainable that you're going to get a pick six in every game or a defensive or a special team score. In the second half, until the final drive, it was 3 and out, 3 and out, 3 and out, 3 and out.
Yeah.
Against a USC defense at home. If you're going to run this style and teams just realize they're never going to pass the ball, we're going to stack the line, that's going to be difficult to do.
It will, but let's also I want to be fair. Fair is my favorite F word.
It's not.
I want to give Alex Orji, I want to show him enough grace that he came into this game with 7 career passes. He has to show incremental improvement. I don't think he'll ever be a high-level passer. It's why no one was really offering him as a quarterback out of high school. But if he can become average?
No, I think if he what'll change my mind and bring it back to 8-4 is the health of Loveland. If Loveland's in there, I think he can cover up some of the warts and he could hit him with the short passes, because it was just like, all right, 3rd and 8 and 2-yard pass. That's and pray to God your guy can break a tackle. Oh, he couldn't, and we're punting the ball again. So I don't think that you're going to get Will Johnson baiting a quarterback into another pick six. If you're relying upon that, I don't see that. But yeah, as far as Childs, I said the same thing, man. You got to have and don't do it during the game. Let him know, hey, kid, 2 turnovers is your limit from here on out. Once you get that second one, you're right here with me, because I guess is the goal of the season to develop Aiden Childs, or is it to win games? If you're telling me it's just to develop Aiden Childs, then leave him in there at all costs.
And I have choice C.
What's choice C?
It's to set a standard for what this effing program is going to be about. If you bastardize yourself in your first year as head coach by allowing a kid to go out and have 27 turnovers at the end of a season, what message are you sending to the rest of the guys in that room, where if a DB blows an assignment, you're sitting his ass on the bench? Mm-hmm. If an offensive lineman has 3 personal fouls for late hits, you're not whistling by that graveyard. Oh, I don't care. Aiden makes the most. See, this is my. See, I don't want to be a boomer.
No.
But this is my problem.
Here's the thing. When he was making all the mistakes, I'm not even sitting there thinking, you make $1 million. I'm thinking, Aiden, are you blind? Why are you throwing into double coverage? The money didn't even pop into my head.
Oh, it popped into mine.
I'm just thinking, you can't keep throwing to the other team in double coverage. That's the problem. And you can't keep missing wide open receivers. The offensive coordinator he's designing plays that guys are running free, and each and every time him and Foster just
told you
miss
about
each other.
Lindgren. This is why I like Jonathan Smith. They were able to scheme people wide open at OSU. It was the TJ Lang drunk on the couch Cooper Kupp text that I get every Sunday. How the hell is this guy so open? Hey, that's what Lindgren does.
I don't know if it's just the fact that Childs and Foster can't get along, because think about it. He was able to hit Nick Marsh wide open twice at Maryland.
Here's my opinion, and you can tell me I'm wrong, and that's fine. Aiden is going to win a game we have no business winning somewhere on this schedule. He is going to have that first-round draft pick game.
Saturday.
But, no. I'm just saying there's also going to be a game, like Saturday night, where he single-handedly costs this team a win. And I have to see some accountability. And for the mouth breathers, no one is screaming about Aiden Childs. No one is vilifying him. Guys, it's simple. There has to be accountability. He can't keep turning it over this way.
You're right, but here's the thing. Just like in Maryland, if the Carter makes that catch, you forget about all the interceptions and the turnovers he had against Maryland because they won the game late. They rallied.
Okay. And
late in that game, there was a touchdown. Carter put on boxing gloves, and he dropped the ball.
You know, the other thing, and I try to be mindful of it, State did play the game missing 4 of their top 5 receivers from a wide receiver room that I'm pretty convinced Kenny could get reps in. So it's not a good spot. And I know there's no running game, but it doesn't nothing, no situation on a football field at any level of football justifies or allows me to rationalize a QB who is -3 in the turnover column every game.
Yeah.
It's got to stop.
8 turnovers in 4 games. Yeah. Last time I checked.
And that's before we play Ohio State, Oregon, and Michigan.
Not
fun.
good.
Fun. 248-539-9797. We'll get some of your phone calls. Don't worry, we'll get back to the Tigers too. M43, you know the deal. It's Old Nation Brewing. Best in the game. Settle in for your football weekend or your Tigers playoff games. Head home from work tonight. Stop by wherever quality beer is sold and pick up a 4-pack. You know what you're getting with Old Nation. You're getting high-caliber, award-winning, handcrafted, wonderful beer. And not just the M43, but their entire lineup. Respectfully brewed in Williamston with the best ingredients. Support one of the last true local and independent breweries in America. It's Old Nation Brewing Company. They remind you to please drink responsibly. Kenny, a few ticket texts. We'll get back to the phones. We took a brief detour from baseball. We've done it all day. We'll continue to do it, but asking questions about Michigan and Michigan State. Also, there's a wild story in college football that I absolutely blame Rico for, but we may get to it later. No, again, it just, how can anyone take this sport seriously? You know what? F it. I'm doing it right now. I don't care.
Here's why you can't blame me. What? Because I said immediately when this went down,
okay,
sign contracts, make the schools pay,
all right,
have a salary cap.
Well, you can't have a cap if it's not collectively bargained.
Okay.
I'm just shooting you straight.
Sign contracts with kids with NIL. Okay. No more handshake deals at Arby's.
All right, here's what happened. So one of the fun stories in college football is UNLV. They're undefeated for the first time at 3-0 since 1984. When? Who played quarterback? Also led America in punting.
I was about to say, was it Randall Cunningham?
Yes. So here's my point. Matt Sluka was a transfer. They got him from Holy Cross. He goes out there, and national TV, they play Kansas on a Friday night as 10-point dogs. They beat him. Sluka put the team on his back. He carried the ball like 25 times. He's like a whirling dervish, very Drew Stanton-y. The kid looks like he's drunk when he's running. He's bouncing off tacklers, whatever. They go out, they beat Houston. They're 3-0. They are, outside of Boise State, maybe the best non-Power 5 team that's out there. They will play Boise State. Why is this relevant? They have dreams of going to the playoff. One problem. Matt Sluka this morning decided, I ain't playing football no more. I was promised things I didn't get. I'm shutting it down, using my red shirt, and taking my talent somewhere else. Wait, huh? So now Sluka claims, and some reporters are claiming, he was promised $100,000 to transfer to UNLV. He never got the $100,000. In fact, he never got 50 or 25 or even 10. In fact, his family, shocker, claims his living expenses weren't even covered. Well, my first reaction as an adult is, if it's not in writing, it didn't happen. What kind of idiots are you that you transferred on the handshake of an assistant coach with no paperwork and didn't get any money up front? You know who I blame? You. But wait, there's more. Second place is the steak knives. Now UNLV has put out an official statement, essentially saying Matt Sluka is a terrorist and we don't negotiate with terrorists.
Not what they said, but
No. They said straight up he made financial demands to continue playing, and we don't engage in that type of behavior.
Yes.
That's Ronald Reagan saying I don't negotiate with terrorists.
Also, that his agent was not a licensed agent in the state of Nevada, so therefore we can't even have negotiations with him because, sir, it's illegal to talk to you. And if we talk to you, NCAA is coming after us.
Cutscene, your starter's dead. In the best start to a season you've had in 40 years, and you are a legitimate, shout out the go-go offense, contender to win the Mountain West and maybe go to the college football playoff.
You beat Boise.
And your quarterback says, F you.
Yeah.
Nice sport, Rico.
Because
Thank
apparently,
you so much.
No, Mike, I said from day one, this would be a problem unless you get a contract so you don't have kids leaving year after year, sign a 1-year, 2-year, or 3-year deal, very similar to what Gundy said at Oklahoma State. Let's make this binding. Let's make this legal. Because some reports are saying that he was getting like $3,000 and he walked in and said, okay, I won more games. I want to renegotiate with his agent. And they were like, we don't do that. We're not going to do it in the middle of the season. And, sir, we don't know who you are. You sent us an email in the middle of the season?
Right. And there were reports, and I don't know how – listen, I'm not trying to be Walter Cronkite, but there was some thought that after that big game against Kansas, that's when he got this new agent, and that's when he started making demands. Look, bottom line is none of this is good. It's an awful look, and here's the – now, while you don't care about the running Rebs – I want to ask a question to Mr. Rico Lamar Beard and Kenneth G. Cott. Here's what it got me thinking. College football playoff time, somebody's going to get a call at 11 o'clock the night before a playoff game saying, I want the amount of money on this piece of paper or I opt out of the playoff game. Now, you tell me if I'm Oliver Stone conspiracy theory or if that's just simply the next step.
I think it could be the next step, Mike. I think the only reason it wouldn't happen is because if you're that player, you probably have aspirations of going to the NFL, and that would really hurt your chances of going because you would become a problem before you even get there. And a lot of teams will be like, well, if you did this to your college team, I don't know what you're going to do to the pro team.
Problem is the NFL is the same league that drafted a player who chokeslammed his pregnant girlfriend. Hi, I'm Tyreek Hill.
And also the NFL, and this is what I think it comes to, and I think it is possible that happens, but in the NFL, you're going to sign a contract. You're going to have an agreement. And that I think is what it comes to.
In theory, Mike, everything you're saying is true. It could happen where all of a sudden the guy just says, hey, I want to renegotiate this thing. Or you have a big game and you're just like, yeah, I know I said I want this, but I really want this now. Look at the game that I just had. You need me more than I need you, or else I'll just opt out the season and wait to go to the NFL. Yes. But they were opting out before the NIL. So I could absolutely see this now with NIL that you can just say, you know what? Either you pay me or I don't want to risk getting injured, and I'll just wait and take my chances at the NFL combine.
But you understand why my mind went there. I'm not dying on the hill. I just went, you know what?
Well, Mike,
I thought back to Michigan last year. Like, imagine if Blake Corum the night before the game is like, yeah, I'm going to need a little sweetener, or I ain't playing. My knee hurts.
Yeah.
What would you have done? You better come up with that money.
You're right.
Night before. Now, here's the other thing. The NFL argument is applicable in a lot of cases. You're right. But there are plenty of dudes who are really good college football players that just don't have high grades in the NFL. It's the last chance to cash in.
Yeah.
That player, man, if you're at one of them schools, this is a mess.
Yeah.
That's a mess.
It's the last time you're going to make this amount of money. It's the last time you can ask for this amount of money. I could easily see that. But for me, it's very simple. You sign a deal. You put your name on the dotted line. Hey, Mr. Kenny Cott, you're going to come here. We're going to pay you this. Here's the disbursements. You go through all the different things. If you want some of it funneled to your family, fine. We'll send them a check. You want it to go to your grandmother, fine. We'll send her a check. But you work it all in the details so that once the season starts, you have a great game, Kenny. You throw 5 touchdowns. Don't you dare walk into my office saying I want more, because I can't take away money for you if you suck.
Isn't that what happened to State with Derek Harmon? Didn't they pay him? And then 10 minutes later, he got a call from Oregon.
Yeah.
And Oregon was willing to double him up or whatever because Phil Knight's got that Nike money.
Yeah.
Dude, the whole thing is dumb. Go ahead, Kenny.
No, but to Mike's original point, I would be willing to make a lunch bet right here, right now, that somebody does this within the next couple of years of the expanded playoff. That somebody holds a team hostage and goes, you know what? Sign this piece of paper. You owe me this much money. I could totally see it happening, especially with a 9, 10, 11, 12 school, 100%.
No, Kenny, you and Mike may be right, but I don't know if we'll ever be able to prove it because the player will swear up and down, well, it's a groin injury.
Or a report will come out suggesting that may have happened.
Well, and that's the other thing, too, is you get so many friendly media in college athletics because they're just interested in the free meal and some cookies in the press box. Man, you can leak out the right stuff to the right people, and if you want to slander a kid, they'll run with it. Or if you need somebody to, hey, I need an extra large ice cream cone on this story, they'll do it.
Yeah.
Hell, look at this UNLV thing. I don't think it's accidental how this played out.
I've always said, if somebody handed me a story that easily, yeah, I'm good. Tell it to somebody else.
Or you can make a career out of it. So let's just get to...
No, I'm happy. Hey, here's a story for you. Why are you telling me this story? No, I'm passing.
All right, NFL Week 4 is here. You can got him. FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. You start with $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place the first $5 bet. It's simple. Giants Cowboys tomorrow night. All I can tell you is I don't remember the last time Giants beat the Cowboys. You do whatever you like. Maybe it's Malik Neighbors. Maybe he keeps rocking and rolling. CeeDee Lamb, Giants can't cover a soul. Visit FanDuel.com/ticket. Make every moment more this season with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NFL, 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only, $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions do apply. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. The Tigers' magic number is at 4. They get ready for Game 2 of their series with the Rays at Comerica Park tonight. Cater Montero gets the start. The Tigers right now are 83-74, tied with the Royals for the second and third wild card spots. The Twins now 2 games back. Kerry Carpenter joined Costa and Jansen this morning, and he says despite the excitement of the race, they're still focusing one game at a time. The Tigers have won 21 of their last 29 games, the best team in baseball over that stretch. First pitch tonight, 6:40, pregame show 6:15 right here on 97.1. Meantime, the Royals play the Nationals again tonight after KC won the series opener last night. Twins take on the Marlins. They lost that series opener last night. And the Wings have got their first preseason game tonight. They're in Chicago playing the Blackhawks. No broadcast tonight from us, but we will be on the air Friday when these two teams meet once again at Little Caesars Arena. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 5 o'clock. It is great to have you with us. We are going to recenter on the question of the day. Odyssey.com rewind. You missed anything? Is that just straight up, is this Tiger team going to go to the World Series? Because you think on surface, oh my God, how can you ask that? Look, Cookies in the Morning is using the D word. Destiny, right? There's no other explanation for this. Rico and I have said this. Both your ability to essentially win 75% of your games over 6 weeks, combined with the ability for the Twins to lose 75%, is how you're here. You're doing it with primarily a pitching staff out of the bullpen of guys that had 5 ERAs at Erie or Toledo. And every big play, every big break, you have been at the blackjack table and have gotten 11 straight blackjacks. Mm-hmm. So at that point, you just stop. You stop making sense of any of it, and you go, "Oh my God, this is happening." Mm-hmm. Look, I started the show with something a little more nuanced, which of course that blew up in my face because I had said, "Look, how far can they take it?" We had a conversation. We started using some data. Talked about, look, I think it comes to an end against the Yankees, but be careful of the Orioles if you play them because unlike the last time you saw them, they'll have Kierstead, they'll have Westberg, they'll have Urias, they'll have Mountcastle, i.e. 4 of their top 6 or 7 bats are back. It matters, guys. But that blew up because then it just turned into World Series. So we edited. We've turned it into, would you like to go out Friday? Yes or no? Straight up. Do you believe in your heart they're going to the World Series? And I'm not mad if you say yes. What I'm not going to do is allow people to be 7 beers deep and call me up and lie and be like, well, we're the only team with a bullpen. Wrong. Guardians have the best bullpen in baseball. Yankees are top 5, just like you, and the Astros are just outside of that. Mm-hmm. Guys, you know how you end up making the playoffs in baseball? You have a good pen. So straight up, do you believe this is kind of that this momentum continues, that this turns into they're going. This is happening.
The destiny, the voodoo. It's here.
248-539-9797.
We also threw out the Michigan State stuff as well.
Yeah, I would love it. It's just clear and rightfully so where people's priorities are. But I'm with you. The accountability quotient in today's world of NIL. Aiden Childs cannot be allowed to turn the ball over 3-4 times a game and not be benched. It sends a terrible message to other players. But you're paying them all the monies. I won the monies. So it's like, the money is mine. Yes, it is. But you can't keep killing your team. For Michigan, I just think what they did, it was part of the reason I believe they would beat USC. It is setting a floor. The problem is they've set a ceiling. Mm-hmm. I don't think there's any scenario they're better than 8-4.
Yeah.
So we just had those conversations, but the Tigers clearly is the biggest one. Do you believe they're going to the World Series? Yes or no?
I'm going to have to go ahead and circle no.
Hater.
I don't. I think that they could go maybe even win 1 or 2 rounds. I think it ends with the Yankees.
Do you believe The shorter the series, the better they are.
Yep, absolutely.
A 3-game series, that's their best.
I think they're the favorite.
A 5-game series, not as good. A 7-game series, I think you're in real trouble.
A 5-game series, you need Skubal to be Skubal for 2 of those games, and somebody else has to step up and be that guy pitching-wise. Because normally in the playoffs, it's all about pitching. The hitting kind of goes away. You'll get the hero guy who hits the home run, but rarely do you see the 9-8 game in the playoffs. It's normally 2-1, 3-1 type of games. So, yes. And then if it goes to 7th game, no, I that's where I think that their luck would run out.
Kenny, talk to me.
So I think that there is a path to get to the World Series. I'm not picking them to do so. I align more with Rico that the Yankees are probably going to be their bugaboo. But I can't sit here and tell you that, this is a historic run that they're on right now. It's been done once before in the history of baseball. So if you tell me that this is the team of destiny that can trick around and do this a little bit, I'm not going to laugh right in your face as long as you're not mocking other teams like, the Yankees have no bullpen. Well, yes, they do. The Orioles got better.
Do you agree with
yes,
what
they
we
did.
just said? The wild card round is their best round. Short series, Skubal, presumably game 1, puts you halfway home.
Basically.
Immense pressure on the other team. 5-game series, a little more 7 is where I think you have real problems.
Right. No, I agree with that completely.
Okay. So that's what's available. I miss anything? Okay, then. 248-539-9797. Let's get to the people. Yeah, let's do it. Nick is in Wixom. He's up next, 97.1. Hi, Nick. How you doing?
Hey, Mike. So, this is going to be a great weekend, man. I got tickets to these 5 games because I want to be there when they clinch the playoffs because we are going to clinch. I just don't know when that's going to be, Thursday, Friday, whatever. And then over the weekend on Saturday after that game, I get to go watch my Nittany Lions firebomb Illinois in Happy Valley, so that's going to be great. These next 5
Nick, can I ask you a question before you get to the Tigers stuff? Because you are the official Penn State representative, and I want to offer you the ability to help program cash the ticket. If I select Penn State minus 17.5 to drop a bomb on Brett Bedsheets Bielema, and you don't cover, are you comfortable with me banning you from the show? Come on. I need a confidence level here. I need you to have skin in the game.
Nick, I'm tired of being blamed.
His microphone is just not on.
You know what they're going to do it. You know what? Let's do it.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to ban you because I like you, but I needed to know your level of conviction. Now, Tigers, get to it.
Okay. Well, so I'm trying to get on TV. I'm going to be out in right center, dressed up as Rick Vaughn from Major League, holding up a sign that says "Win the whole freaking thing." Hopefully, I get on TV there. So watch out for me if you're watching the live broadcast. But in terms of their ability to get to the World Series, no, they can't. I don't think they can get there. I'd like for them to get there, but I don't think they can. I think the furthest they can go is the ALCS, but they're just not built to win a 7-game series. The one team I definitely don't want to face, and I don't think enough people are talking about, it's the Astros. That team's clutch hitting scares me. I mean, you have Big Papi, Electric Boogaloo in Jordan Alvarez. You have Alex Bregman, who never strikes out. You have Altuve. You have Bregman. Well, I already said Bregman. Yeah, is Kyle Tucker back on that team? Is he off the IL now?
No, but your point about Bregman, I want to say this. Bregman is. How about this, just for fun, Nick?
Okay.
Alex Bregman playing third base for the Tigers next year.
Oh, yeah. Reuniting with his old manager. Yes, 100% yes.
How about that?
But
exactly, Rico.
But Nick, will he block anybody if you bring him here?
What does it matter? I mean, doesn't Colt Keith have a throwing problem with his shoulder? Just put him at first. Torkelson's useless over there. Have you seen his WOBA? He's terrible.
Nick, I was being facetious. I was just having fun.
and again, Nick, yes, Kyle Tucker's fine. The point I'm making is, I understand the Houston thing. The problem is what you didn't mention, it's pitching. I mean, Verlander's been atrocious since getting back. I don't fear Houston that way. I only have PTSD because they used their magic garbage can on my team.
Mm-hmm. Well, pretty much everybody, but yeah.
I only care about me.
Okay.
I don't know what you were expecting there, Rico.
You know what, Kenny? You're right. Every now and then, I just forget where I am. Welcome to 2024.
Woo! Kenny, a couple of ticket texts. We have loaded phone lines, and we will go back to them momentarily. But look, there is an element of destiny to this, but there's real baseball. Just because you can't explain the real baseball doesn't matter. It's real. You've done it long enough. It's real. Timely hitting. It's real. Above average defense. Real. Not just Parker Meadows, but Sweeney as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
Pitching has always been real.
Yeah.
We talked about the first half, first 2/3 of the year. We were so angry we weren't in the chase. Why? You wasted Olsen and Flaherty and Skubal. The pitching was great.
But now
you've added Mariano Rivera, Bo Brisky, and Herder and Gunther and
Wetland.
Salmon. Right. Ricardo Montalban out of the pen. Flawless. There's real baseball reasons they can make a run.
Yeah, about everybody but John Rocker. All right.
He ain't coming out of my bullpen. That guy's your responsibility. You leave me alone.
You know what? Mistakes were made.
Yeah, big time. 248-539-9797. Man, throw the damn towel.
All right.
Read it.
Xfinity gives me a chance to be on the go all summer long and still watch my great shows and sports with Xfinity Internet. I get the speed I need at a great price so I can keep up with all the latest football actions to start the season. You too can get the speed you need at a great price thanks to the fastest internet on the largest gig speed network, delivering to more homes than any other network. Enjoy all your favorite apps all in one place with the Flex 4K streaming box, all with Xfinity Internet. Xfinity allows me to stream all my favorite shows without interruptions. We all know it's football season, and with Xfinity, I get all of the out-of-market scores and stats, latest injury updates, and latest scores for the baseball playoff chase. Choose from a variety of speeds depending on your needs, including gig speeds up to 1.2 gigabits per second, and enjoy reliable internet on all your devices. To get started, call 1-800-XFINITY, visit xfinity.com, or drop into an Xfinity store today for more details. Maximum download speed of 940 megabits per second when hardwired via Ethernet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed based on Xfinity's fastest available download speeds.
excuse me, Rico was being a smartass. I'm here to tell you about David Femininio. Just listen to some of the results David has delivered for his clients. $3.5 million, $5 million, a whopping $11.5 million. Guys, you need an attorney. You've been injured. You can call and speak to David right now. 855-65-CRASH or go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. Speaking of Jim Costa, Kerry Carpenter on the morning show. If you want to go listen to that, nice interview with him today, Odyssey.com. Rewind. Let's get to the people. A lot of Tigers, and yes, some college football callers as well, including Pete, who joins us next, 97.1. What's up, Pete?
How's it going, guys?
Hey, Pete. It's going well. How about yourself? What do you got?
Good. Well, I usually call in about complaining about Izzo, but I wanted to share some thoughts on some Sparty football.
Okay.
Well, it does feel good not to have an embarrassing product on the field. I know that bar is pretty low, but ever since the Kenneth Walker year, it's like we were helpless out there. So feels good to at least have a defense that can stop people and that is not completely porous. So that's kind of the positive to it. And then, Aiden Childs has shown flashes, but when he lets the ball go, especially on a deep ball, you have no idea whether he's hitting a wide open Nick Marsh, for a touchdown or he's throwing it directly to a safety. Yeah. So, to answer your question, my initial reaction would be to bench him and kind of like give him a reset and be like, man, like this isn't good enough and you need to do better. But, I had a couple of questions with that. Do you think it helps him or will it hurt him more to sit him down, especially on a national stage, to embarrass him a little bit?
But see, here's the thing. Rico made the best point. It can't be anything you surprise a kid with. Pete, I just want to make sure because this is, we got away from the topic and I want to address this. But for the people, no one is saying bench him for good or throw him in the garbage. I'm saying you got to talk to the kid ahead of time. Like Rico said, Aiden, the turnovers have to stop or you're going to be standing next to me. And Pete, I'm old school about it. I'm sorry if I'm outdated. I don't care about feelings. F feelings. You stop turning the ball over or you can't be the quarterback.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with that premise. I mean, he's on track to throw 21 interceptions. Like,
right, it's unsustainable. It's insanity.
Right. Especially when you're making $1 million because the money's got to mean something.
And I think, this kid, I'll tell you who he reminds me of, Pete. And people can, I don't care, people will laugh, but I was watching this kid before they even knew what his name was. He's Cam Ward, his first year at Washington State. I'm serious. Cam Ward had a huge fumbling problem. Cam Ward would look amazing and then do what? You just threw late across your body over the middle for a third time this quarter? He's Cam Ward, year one at Wazoo.
Yeah, I literally hold my breath. When he lets the ball go, it's just like, well, this could be awesome or this could be horrifying. But, I also worry, like, what's the chances that he transfers? Because guys have transferred for less. So
I know.
He's shown ability.
So here's what I'll tell you. If you get to the point where one player's bigger than your program, shut the program down.
Yeah.
If Aiden decides to leave and his family gets mad because he threw his 11th interception in the month of September, then you know what? Right here. See ya.
Yeah.
Chuck the deuces. Get out.
You have to establish a program, and that's why I said talk to him. Don't embarrass him. Talk to him ahead of time saying, hey, son, enough's enough.
And again, mistakes are going to happen.
Yes.
Miscommunications.
Right.
A receiver might make you look bad.
Right.
The point is the throws, as Pete just said, as you said, oh my God, there's 7 Boston College players. I can't have it.
It's funny because a friend of mine, he's a box of chocolate. You really don't know each throw what you're going to get. Are you going to get the good chocolate or are you going to get those nasty coconut chocolate?
Yeah, or the last throw of the game, the Jim Jones collection. Dead. Let's go to Calvin, 97.1. Calvin, what's going on, buddy?
How's it going, Mike?
It's going well. What's on your mind?
So I'm kind of a little mad at you because you stole what I was going to say about a couple of minutes ago about talking about I think we can go to the ALCS. I think like a 5-game series when you get School Bowl, you get them game 1, maybe get them game 4 because you get that game 4 at home too. So if we're up 2-1, something like that, I think that voodoo in a shorter span can work. But in the long term against the Yankees with as long as they actually hit the Yankees, I don't think that's going to work in terms of long term.
I just think it taxes your pen and your strategy too much in a 7-game set versus the wild card round. I'll be shocked if you don't win the wild card round, with the exception if you end up playing the Orioles. I am fascinated to see what their real lineup does against your staff, because the 2 series you played, they didn't have anybody. They were all hurt. That one makes me a little nervous.
I think we just played Thanos with 2 of his stones, and now they just got the other 4 or whatever. The other thing I want to mention is I put a bet at plus 4,000 for Tigers to win the World Series. How do I hedge that? And should I wait until the DS or the CS, or what do you think?
I think if you want a pure hedge, you start betting against them every game. And you be willing to, and then you just calculate in your mind, how much do I want to walk away with if the Tigers win the whole bleeping thing? And then at the end of the first round, if you advance, you can go back against it and just bet them to win the World Series at shorter odds if you want it. There are other ways to do it, but Calvin, listen, you're in at a great price. We were joking about this when we were in Las Vegas, the opening night of the NFL. It was plus 40,000 for this team to do this. 40,000. That was the real hedge point. That if you would bet that, well, then it's just you have so much more runway. Or you just say F it.
That's the honeymoon. That's the honeymoon fund right there.
There you go.
Yeah, I was about to say, or you can
maybe Kenny can shave his beard with that money.
There you go. I know. Listen, Kenny, honestly, if they win the first round series, if they win the wild card, will you go back to promo team, Kenny, clean shaven?
That'll have to be if they
clean shaven, slick back hair, floral shirts every day. If they're in the ALDS,
you're talking World Series.
Come on.
How about at least the ALCS?
I'll think about it.
Come on.
It's been years since we've seen clean shaven Kenny.
For a reason.
Especially if they play the Yankees.
You are a beautiful man.
He looks like he's 16 years old. I have the worst baby face syndrome you've ever seen.
Hold on. If they make the ALCS against the Yankees, beard and hair all gone. Yeah. Telly Savalas.
Right, because, the Yankees.
Shave your eyebrows.
Can't have that with the Yankees organization.
I will not shave my eyebrows.
I miss Charlie Villanueva. Come on. Come on.
If they make the World Series, you can have whatever you like.
Come on, buddy. If they're in the World Series, you go Bick.
Done. Absolutely done.
What's his problem?
Nothing. I'm not going to comment on what
Why? Oh, come on. Please. What's the problem? He can't even talk.
Your problem.
No, I'm not. I'm speaking the truth. Imagine Kenny with no eyebrows. What a sight.
No, not that. It was the other thing.
What, Charlie V? I hated Charlie V. Bald or not, I don't care. I hated the guy. What a dog. Absolute mutt.
Yeah, he ranks right up there in the top 10 of bad free agent signings.
Yeah, you think?
And to make it so bad, Javi said, "Excuse me, Charlie, I'm moving to number 1.
There you go. 248-539-9797. I will get more of the people. Actually, you know what? F it. I don't care. Management's not even in the building. Tim is up next, 97.1. Tim, what's going on? Tim,
Good afternoon, guys. How you doing today?
Good, Tim. What's up?
Good. I'm going to talk about Michigan State real quick, and I'm going to talk about Michigan State even though I'm a Wolverine fan. And I just don't understand how a team can go 40-3, win the national championship, and I don't care that we cheated. Who cares? I'll never take away my joy. But how do we not have a quarterback? It's pretty embarrassing. But let me talk about Michigan State because what I've seen so far this season, I'm pretty impressed. The defense has really impressed me, but you guys are a little hard on Aiden Childs. That guy has a higher ceiling, in my opinion, than J.J. McCarthy. He is your J.J. McCarthy right now. When J.J. McCarthy was playing quarterback in Michigan his freshman or sophomore year, He would win the game. He'd fumble it. He'd throw interceptions. Oh, my gosh, he's terrible. Look what happens. And that ceiling is national championship winning first-round draft pick quarterback.
Yes.
And I think Aiden Childs is better than that. So
look, I think the world of the kid's ability, Tim, but you do understand if you are turning the ball over in excess of 3 times a game, that's untenable.
Yeah. And Tim, I would
you're
say
not
this.
supposed to win this year. But you're not supposed to win this year. So let them make the mistakes now when you're not supposed to win. Year one of the new regime.
So let me ask you a question.
Hold
on, Rico, just 1 second. So, Tim, answer me this. Michigan football, all jokes aside about the cheating, in that locker room, there was an accountability, a do-your-job attitude. In that locker room, they loved each other. They were loyal to their school, loyal to each other. What message do you send to that defense if Aiden's allowed to go out there and with impunity just turn it over with no repercussions? That's a dangerous thing to say.
It is. But what you sell to the team is you sell the future. You sell that this is the building blocks that the next season is going to be even better because he has to get the mistakes out now. Because when they're ready to contend, you want him to be seasoned. You don't want him. You want him to get all the mistakes out now. If I was a Spartan fan, I'd actually be excited. But
I am excited. It's just I want to keep it on the rails where it's like, look, you talk to that kid during the week, Tim, and you go, Aiden, if you're turning this thing over against Ohio State again, I want you to understand. Hell, I'd call his damn parents. Guys, this is big boy school now. I'm not saying you take his job away, but you do give him a breather.
See, and I would say this, it's not the money that bothers me, it's the guarantee. If we're doing this, and I know he's going to be here for the next couple of years.
Oh, you mean Miami's not offering $4.5 million?
Yeah. I'm okay with this. So, yeah, then it's like, okay, it's your Drew Stanton, your Kirk Cousins in the early years where you're learning. But now
you're starting for Georgia next year. All right, football season is here. Moran Buick GMC, lease the 24 GMC Sierra 1500 Elevation Edition, $239 a month, $999 down. GM employees and immediate family members, or lease the 24 Buick Envista, $249 a month, $1999 down. New stock daily. They'll have what you're looking for. And Yukon Denali's, they're back in stock as well. It's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. On Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or visit them online anytime at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade.
Brought to you by Beninati Pools. The magic number is just 4 for the Tigers. They take on the Rays for Game 2 of their series at Comerica Park tonight. Cater Montero gets the start. At 83 and 74, the Tigers are tied with the Royals for the second and third wild card spots. Twins now 2 games back. First pitch tonight, 6:40. Pregame at 6:15 right here on 97.1. Lions quarterback Jared Goff joined Doug and Gator this morning and talked about the challenges of going up against the Seahawks on Monday Night Football. Meantime, punter Jack Fox has been named NFC Special Teams Player of the Week after Sunday's win at the Cardinals. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. More at 6 o'clock or at 971theticket.com.
All right, straight to the people. Get you football today. Get you to Tiger baseball. And again, one quick note, and A.J. Hinch said it. He wants to get Jackson Jobe in this series. He's got a lot of reasons. So if you haven't watched, or if you've just been scoreboard watching, or if you needed additional juice to watch, maybe you get to see the kid tonight. I don't know how we're going to use him.
I don't think you need additional juice, but yeah, it'll be nice to see.
Well, if the game is like yesterday's game, you do. Rico, that was anesthesia. It was a Wenzel Perez double. There's your game recap. I mean, I could save a lot of money. ChatGPT could write the game story. Scooble good, Wenzel Perez hit, game over.
Okay, you do realize the game was over halfway over in 45 minutes.
Yes.
I'm sitting there like, you've got to be kidding me.
Oh, no. They were about their business. Let's go to Connor, 97.1. Connor, what's going on? How are you?
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good afternoon, sir.
I got 2 cynical takes, one for Michigan State and one for the Tigers, and I'm not sure which one. You know what? I'll do the Tigers. I might be the only person in this town that has the opinion that this run is going to cause catastrophic damage to next season because, like you said, it's the blackjack thing. Eventually, the carriage is going to turn into a pumpkin again, and then I have a feeling that next year the pizza man will come out and say, "Oh, we don't need to spend any money. Look what we did with the guys we had." I made a bet with my buddy that they won't add $60 million to the payroll, and he wouldn't take me up on it because he's scared too.
Okay, I am not going to argue it today on September 25th because it ruins my mood.
But it's why we don't want to talk about it because, Connor, you may not be that far from being right. But let's be happy now.
Right, like here's my offseason. Alex Bregman and re-sign Scooble. Like that's my offseason if I own this team. But that's probably not going to happen. Okay, so Connor, now that you've made us sad, what's your cynical take about MSU?
Well, I was going to say it was either that or where's Nick Marsh going to go next season because Childs can't complete a pass.
I don't think you got to worry. I
think it's. I think this is one of those. If Marsh would have played in that Boston College game, they may have won because he's got a connection with Marsh,
and he's the only tall receiver they have. But no, Connor, look, this is the problem with college football, and I'm glad that my contemporary Mr. Rico Lamar Beard has joined us, Connor. Because even Rico confided in me. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to say this, but I'm going to. Rico confided in me that he's actually in love with his dentist. No, I'm kidding. Rico confided in me.
Would you please stop that?
He confided in me.
Married woman.
He confided in me that he now understands what I've been preaching about. Why am I going to root for this player? If they're good, I have to worry they may not be here next year.
Yes. Kenny, in case you want to know, confiding with him, you might as well put it on X.
That's not true.
Dear Twitter, here's my thoughts.
No, first of all, sounds like some of the people we work with. So look, first things first. I made up the first thing about your dentist.
Know. Yes.
The second thing isn't salacious.
No. It's true because it's where you are like, oh, well, you're making $1 million, and then for me, it's more. There's no certainty. Like if I knew he had a 3-year deal, he was going to be there. I'm more tolerant of the mistakes because I know, okay. But what I don't want to see is, okay, he fixes everything, and now he's a starting QB at Miami or Oregon or SC or Georgia.
I'm good on that. No thanks.
Okay. Aiden Childs or Jaden Rashada?
Pillow fight.
What are you talking about? I just named the quarterback you paid $1 zillion to, and that kid stinks.
Don't have to talk about that.
You know what it is? They're going to steal Kentucky's quarterback.
Oh, they're going to get Vandergrift back. All right, let's go to Gabe, 97.1. Gabe, what's going on, buddy? Gabe?
Hello.
Gabe's gone. All right, he was about to cite they beat the Yankees in 2006, so they're going to beat them now. I guess it worked out the way it should. We'll go to Craig in Livonia, 97.1. Craig, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys. Tell you how long I've been listening. I have never spent any time at Briggs Stadium, but I've been a fan since the 70s, and I'm really enjoying this unexpected ride.
Amen.
But let me be the voice of reason. My prediction is they got them losing in the first round to Baltimore or Houston. I hope I'm wrong, but I got two reasons why, and I think I can get through both of them rather efficiently. First one is they've got no experience in October. Without going through the whole roster, I don't think anyone on this roster, I think maybe Verling is the only one who's had any playoff experience whatsoever. So that bodes, that's not off to a good start. Secondly, it's been a while since we had playoffs around here, but just to let the Detroit people know, the format has changed. It's a 3-game series, and all three are on the road for the lower seeds. So I got them finishing second wild card, which means they're going to Baltimore. So you've got the first game, probably going to be School versus Burns. That's not a gimme. Burns got 15 wins and a sub-3 ERA. Say you get that game. You still got to get through Grayson Rodriguez or Albert Suarez.
No. Grayson, I listen. Rodriguez is stalled out and bullpen sessions. He has okay. Mike Elias came out yesterday, and I don't have an update today, but they're uncertain that he would even be back right now by the divisional round. He's just stalled out. No, you're fine. I just wanted to give you a little more hope because it does matter.
Yeah.
G-Rod is good, man.
Albert Suarez is a good pitcher too, and I think Baltimore's got an all-star lineup. You mentioned someone earlier that they didn't have. Was he playing DH Kjerstad or something last time?
They didn't have Kjerstad. They didn't have Westberg. They didn't have Urias. They didn't have Mountcastle. They have had so many injuries. They're all back.
Right. So let's say they slip to the 5th seed. That means you can't set up your rotation. Houston will be able to, but we won't. So you might not have School in that first game. That means you're going against Frander Valdez. He's got 15 wins and a sub-3 ERA. And then your second game, possibly Ronel Blanco, 12 wins and a sub-3 ERA. So, man, this is going to be a chore. I hate to be
it's supposed to be difficult.
Here, but
no, you're not, Craig. Listen. What I hate is in today's world, if you don't drink the Kool-Aid, you're viewed as a hater. No, you're speaking common sense, Craig. It's supposed to be difficult. By the way, Craig, breaking news literally 12 minutes ago, and Kenny Cott from the Unwashed Beard Update Desk.
This per MLB.com, G-Rod shutdown won't appear for the O's in the postseason.
12 minutes ago.
Wow.
Grayson Rodriguez, he gone. Destiny. Destiny.
Voodoo.
Hey, coming up at 6, Jackson Holiday fell off the toilet and broke his elbow. 248. Destiny. All right, we'll get some football in the mix as well. If you look at reviews for roofing companies, you'll see all kinds of negatives, whether it's timeline, budget, or they just did a lousy job. You don't see it with Victor's because they don't allow it. They have a project manager for every roof they install. That means communication is never a problem. It's one person you're calling. And that same person is supervising the work that gets done on your home. That's why Victor's can offer you a 50-year leak-free guarantee when other places can't barely give you 5. You're talking about Victor's, more 5-star reviews on Google than anyone else and an A+ rating on the Better Business Bureau. All you need to do to set up a free 21-point roof inspection is call 734-773-1100. That's 734-773-1100. Or book that appointment online anytime at victors.com.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Service of Southeast Michigan. The magic number sits at 4 for the Tigers. They take on the Rays for Game 2 of their series at Comerica Park tonight. Kerry Montero, yes, gets the ball tonight. At 83 and 74, Tigers right now tied with the Royals for the second and third wild card spots, and the Twins have sunk to 2 games back. Parker Meadows told our Jeff Rieger in the clubhouse yesterday that they've always had this faith that they can make this type of run. The Tigers have won 21 of 29 games, MLB's best record over that stretch. First pitch at 6:40 tonight, pregame at 6:15 in just minutes right here on 97.1. Meantime, the Royals play the Nats tonight after KC won last night's series opener, and the Twins play the Marlins again tonight. They lost the first of that series last night. Lions punter Jack Fox has been named NFC Special Teams Player of the Week after Sunday's win at the Cardinals, and the Wings have got their first preseason game tonight. They're in Chicago to play the Blackhawks. No broadcast tonight, but will be on the air Friday when these two teams meet again at Little Caesars Arena. Also, some midweek odds for both Michigan and Michigan State. The Wolverines 9.5-point favorites over Minnesota at the Big House, and up in East Lansing, Spartans 23.5-point underdogs against Ohio State. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
You missed anything, Odyssey.com rewind. A lot of Tiger talk, mixed in some college football as well. Now we get you to Tiger baseball. It's the big finish. Thanksgiving. Kenny.
So we started, obviously, today was a Tigers-heavy type of day. Tiger Talk. Hello, Jennifer. Tiger Talk dominated. We started with, how far can the Tigers take this run?
I think they could take this run all the way to the ALCS. I think that the Yankees, a 7-game series with the Yankees may be asking too much for this team. The shorter the series, the better chances they have to win.
Agree, totally. Short series, Scooble going once, you're halfway home. I think the Yankees are the stopper, and I think you better be careful thinking the Orioles you played are the ones you're going to face. Mountcastle, Urias, Westberg, Kierstead, all healthy now. All have returned in the last 3 days. So it's something to consider. But this team's dangerous, and no one's knocking them.
And that was going to be our plan for most of the show regarding the Tigers, but a call about the 1968 season put us over the edge. And then the question became, can they win the World Series?
It was only based on someone trying to say, well, Scooble can pitch X because Mickey Lolich did Y. And or Denny McClain pitched 400 innings.
Right.
What are we talking about?
Right.
We continued it up with, we were excited about the Jackson Jobe call-up. How does he get used, do you guys think?
Look, none of us know. Yeah. I want to see him pitch tonight or tomorrow. But to me, it's one of two ways. You could either use him as an opener or, as Rico said, middle innings fireman, meaning I'm not asking you to come in bottom of the 8th, second and third, 1 out, and get me out of that jam as a 20-year-old. But if it's the 5th inning and I need you to kind of bridge it to the late guy, maybe that's the spot.
Well, yeah, anywhere, if the starter is really messing up from the 4th to the 7th inning, I'm going to start you fresh. 5th inning, 6th inning, show me what you got.
Also, regarding pitcher usage, we talked about, do we shoehorn Scooble into more starts just to get more out of him during the postseason?
The answer is no. He pitched 85 innings last year. He's already at 192 this year. You're already in the danger zone. Yeah. So now I wouldn't be surprised at all if, as badly as you want to win, you're not, Rico, you letting him throw 114 pitches in a playoff game?
No,
I'm not.
No, I'm not, unless it is like the final game and you got all off season to rest.
We took a break. We talked about some college football. Let's start with UNLV does not negotiate with terrorists. Why don't you bring that up?
Sure. It's the battle between starting quarterback Matt Sluka saying, I ain't going to play here no more. You didn't pay me my money. One problem. They're 3-0, and they're a contender for the college football playoff. The university has come out and said, nah. Oh, no. We paid you. You made extra demands, and we don't negotiate under terrorist threat.
And
that's just not what we do.
And you went and got an agent that doesn't fit the NCAA requirements, so we can't even legally talk about you to this person without getting in trouble with the NCAA. So, no, son, you're getting your check that you agreed to.
And naturally, this brought up the question of how does this get resolved in the future? And will players actually sit out playoff games just to make more money, just to hold a team hostage and say, hey, sign this check?
Just a conversation. I'm not dying on the hill, but I just floated it to Rico, and that's sad that I even have to think that way.
Well, no, it's a conversation. Like I said, would you maximize school bowl starts? It's just something to talk about. I don't think it will happen per se where they'll say, you know what, I'm not getting my money, but I think it could happen indirectly where I'm injured, because think about it. By the time the playoffs come, every player is injured. So you could just say, hey, I got a nagging hamstring. I need to sit the championship game out. Oh, wait, I just got an extra $100,000. Miracle. I'm back.
And lastly, regarding Michigan and Michigan State, regarding Childs and Orgy, how far can they get?
I think for Michigan, you've set a very high floor, but a very low ceiling. They're an 8-4 team. But you needed this. Otherwise, if you had kept the Davis Warren experience going and you didn't revert to Service Academy football, you might see a 5th loss. For State, look, Aiden's going to win a game that we have no business winning. I'm convinced of it. He's also going to cost us a game outside of BC that we have no business losing. And in the end, it's
Purdue.
Oh, God.
Just not Purdue.
Well, you said you're not averse to sitting Childs down just if he throws a couple more picks against
if it's Saturday night against Ohio State and he throws 2, not bad luck interceptions or receiver made
Tip
me
passes.
look bad. If he throws 2 into a bonfire of Buckeyes, I have to say you need a timeout, young man.
Mm-hmm.
You're just not seeing it. You're killing this
Not
team.
benching you, just you're sitting for the rest of this game.
Tiger Baseball, Mortal Lock. We'll talk to everybody tomorrow after Tiger Baseball.